Who is this clown is what I meant. Like, it's just a funny one to me. I'm adding some smoke onto that picture. That'll look cool.
Dude, fuck. I need a new
Avatar.
like, because I got the Into the Break, which I tried to have like a stock market thing, wave slash. I need like I am like that Sofa Surfer in my picture of the wave break. That would be so sick. You know what I mean? To fit in an
Have it in the
avatar
background.
picture. Because it's like when you scale it down to have an avatar picture, like the Sofa Sofa Surfer picture you have may lose some of the detail. So I don't know what kind of magic you got to do, but on that realm, I would be honored.
I might be able to do it.
I would be honored. If you Sofa Surfered up my Into the Break, that would be so crazy. I love it. I would love it so much. We just have a good time, We have a good time. We have a good talk. We're chilling.
Alright.
I'm supposed to be moving. I gotta go to work and I gotta be moving tomorrow. I got a busy day. But whenever I get a busy day, I can't sleep. I have this amnesia effect. It's like stress induced. Anytime there's some stress, I can't function in normal society or do normal things as normal people would do in a normal life and death situation. I just sort of
normal man.
Sort of try to escape by going into the break, but then getting broke right off so hard. I get broke off so hard, I'm pretty good at doing like bikes and skateboards and stuff, but I will get broke off so quickly. It happens all the time. I wish it didn't, but it happens.
Here we go. Check out the live stream voice text. I added the smoke in.
Dude.
I should put a little ember of fire at the end on the tip of that. Make it glowing.
And dude, I need to get into some editing, but really I'll just hit you up for some editing, and then I want to do more CAD
I should be trying to make
stuff.
money doing this, but I do it for fun. This isn't something that I could see. Like, I just enjoy doing this and giving away for free because it exists and it makes people happy.
You're good at it. You have a vision.
I can that's what separates. And make the picture in my head happen out on the computer, which is one thing I love about this.
And that's the difference, is you have a vision.
I should put an ember on there. And I'm going to do the Sofa Surfer one. Let me see. Do you have a wave? Should I use that? Well, I don't know. Is that your logo that you have there? You want me to put it on that or something?
Oh yeah, there's
a wave another thing. Wave.
Here, any wave. But the only reason I chose that one was because it went up and down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you just like
You need a
straight up
cresting wave.
surf, yeah, like if you just have a cresting and like find a beautiful, if you like, you have the artistic endeavor. I just told you where I had
This'll work.
my
It's 7,000 by
thing
3,000
from,
pixels.
you know.
I'll have to shrink it down a lot, but this will
I
work.
mean, I chose my name because I thought that surfing was so cool.
Ah, that won't be better.
And it's Into the Break is Into the Blue and Point Break.
Copy image.
These two badass surf movies
Here.
into one. And it was like, for, at the, before COVID, it was a real estate, an investing sort of fund thing that I had come up with myself, where I was learning investments and stonks or whatever, right? And that was lucrative, but it was not a way that I wanted to live my life. But I could see how some people would just love it, just betting their life every single day. I just made a few $1,000s, lost a few $1,000s, made a few $1,000s, basically broke even on this garbage bullshit that was stonks, day trading, and I don't mind speaking my experience. A lot of people say that they do really good. And, well, I think if you do really good, I think you will have to start off really good to end really good. So I just started off medium and ended up medium. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
no harm, no foul. I just sort of broke even, right? People don't like when you break even. When you say you broke even, people want to hear some grandiose story or some, you found the end of it story. And I was just like, nah. Into the Break is flat Earth. I'm just into the break, just like on here. It's the people, the gloopers and the flat earthers will both tell me, they're like, I think you're just being egotistical into the break. And I'm like, well, thank you. And if that's the most of your concerns, I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. And not enough people say that they appreciate, what a flat earther or globe earther has done for them. No one will do that, in fact. I'm pretty much the only one that says thank you, Glober. Because I'll talk to these Glovers, they'll lie to me about their whole being, about who they are, what they do. And not that should have any relevance to the argument, but it does. It does very much have very much relevance to the argument. That's why they're so concerned about my credentials. It's like, you don't need to worry about my credentials. My credentials is I know more than you.
Hey,
that's my credentials. Why don't you sit down?
Into the Break. So,
Yo.
this just looks cool. I'm using this a lot.
Oh,
well, not that. I'm
no,
oh god.
Whoever put the Weed Simpsons, the Homer one. Ooh.
That's Breathe Entropy.
I like this one.
So I use this to actually frame up my pictures sometimes, but if you want I can leave that in there because it does kind of look cool in the picture. And then I'm gonna actually add in but I'm gonna give you both versions. But it's just funny because
yeah, I like the Fibonacci's
perfectly
there.
with it.
The
Yeah,
Fibonacci's
I
there.
can leave that in.
Perfect. That's Into the Break, dude. That's totally ITB, bro. That's ITB. Because I
I
told
need
you
to-
when I came up with ITB, it wasn't to hurt anybody's feelings. It was to express people's feelings. It was to excite people's feelings. It was to have a conversation.
Let's see.
I love it.
Horizontal.
And people sort of lost that, you know? They don't have that sort of self invigoration, that confidence to do such a thing. It's like, hey, I'm gonna make up my own name, my own company, and this is going to be my thing. This is what I do. People don't have that confidence to do that. They wish that they did, you know, and people will shut it down. Like maybe people did use their own name and they got shut down.
Killers.
Yeah, a lot of dream killers out there. Absolutely, succubus. But this is precisely what I'm talking about. A dream believer, you know, that's what you are. You're a believer in dreams. You believe people have their own objective reality. You accept it.
I believe in the truth, and I believe that people have their perspective of what their truth is, but that's not the same thing. And the true truth
Absolutely.
of what the true nature of reality is. A lot of people are alethophobic. They have a crippling fear of the truth. And that's what causes them to spiral out in the way that they do.
Into the break.
Truth is a thing you'll either love or hate. And if you hate it, you're going to run from it.
Yeah. That's a lasting. I mean, people will be here tomorrow. They're here today. It's just us talking, and that's precisely
Tomorrow doesn't
why.
exist, and yesterday's gone. There is no tomorrow, and there's no.
There's only
either.
Into the break.
All there is now.
There's only the break.
All there is now, and he who is yesterday, today, and forever. And I'm trying to center this up. So I'm thinking this is going to be a profile picture, so it's going to be cropped to a circle around a certain point. Put that here.
Ledger.
Well, damn, I'm still here, dude.
I'm around. I'm focusing
I'm
on
still
something.
here. I can't. You know, it's hard to believe sometimes, like that. You come across some people that have the sort of same abstract beliefs that you think that you have, and you think that your beliefs are abstract, and then you come to find out it's like, it's not that abstract. These are very common beliefs, but I mean, to come here and be in this group chat is one thing, is another thing. Than the objective reality and truth that is it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the last? I could just start reading off from my Instagram chats, but the last one was a good one. I used BingBot for it, and I asked, "Is the pen mightier than the sword?" And it said, "The pen is mightier than the sword." Is a metonymic adage created by English author Edward Bulwer Lytton in 1839. It indicates that the written word is more effective than violence as a means of social or political change. Under some interpretations, written communication can refer to administrative power or an independent news media. Is there anything else you would like to know? What BingBot said. I don't like the way that they phrased all that. That's why I read it kind of broken. But that was AI. AI helped me. I just said, "Pen mightier than the sword," saying, and then BingBot gave me a pretty good response for that garbage that I plotted down real quick. I'm kind of impressed. I'm pretty impressed with it. It gave me like some memes and shit after. But I'm pretty impressed with AI technology. Do I think that you should have like a deep philosophical conversation with the AI? Absolutely not, because AI is stupid.
Program the
But
AI to do
it's
stuff.
better than Google. Like that was like if I were to put that into Google, I don't know. Maybe I should do a like total
Hey,
comparison. But if I were to put that little thing like pen mightier than the sword
I gotta head
thing.
out, man. My appointment's coming up.
Oh,
So
okay. Yes,
I gotta
sir.
go ahead and get ready to do
All
all
right,
that.
get
But I'm
on
gonna
it,
work.
dude.
I'll
I got
save
two
this
too,
and I'll finish working on this later.
dude. Send it to me, bro. Thank you. I'm psyched. I'm super psyched.
All right, man. Peace out. Stay blessed.
Thank you, man. Have a good day. Good
Yeah.
luck.
I'll hit everybody up later once all this is over. Take it
Nice.
easy, man.
Peace, bro.
Peace.
Yeah, Ether Grass is a good dude. He unblocked me, basically. Um, Little G is just in there, in chat, like just sitting there. Little G, come say hey, bro. We talked like 5 years ago. Little G, come on. Little G, unmute your mic. It's really more expressive than it is oppressive. When we talk about these things about delighting your mind, you can go do whatever you want to with them. It's just to free your mind. It's those that are concerned about how free their mind is and how they need some sort of objective reality, some sort of brakes put on their mind. They really come to us and they complain or they're upset. What do you think, Lil G? Lil G, is that you? Lil G, I'm better than anybody you ever debated before. Believe me. I wish you knew more than you did. Then we can actually have a philosophical debate. Said you know nothing.
What, is Little G a Glober?
Well, I assume that it's Little G from the Big G, the Little G YouTube channel, which 5 years ago was a anti-flat Earth channel. Every once in a while, they speak up, and I'm pretty sure it's the same person, but I could be mistaken. Little G, it's up to you.
Yeah. His display picture makes me feel like he's a Glober. What's that, a flat earth on a coffee table?
Yeah, it's a little experiment because he likes to say, "Oh, I did experiments. I'm a smart person. I used to be a flat earther." You know, that type. It's like, no, you never were. 5 years ago, you weren't. Obviously, if you're still doing the same clown shit now, you're here like a little bitch, not saying shit. You're doing the same thing. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It could not be the same. It could just be a coincidence that they chose the same name or whatever. But mm-hmm. Go on. Well, I was only just talking because it's just no one else is talking. There's nothing else to talk about. I'm free to speak. What's your truth? Oh, the Earth is flat, like me. Like, that's my truth. There's no gravity ever been shown to me. There's no such thing. There's no force. There's no perpetual motion device for gravity. Like, I should have a Cavendish perpetual motion machine running my fucking car right now. Doesn't exist. There's not even like I can't even power my car with this nonsense. There's no perpetual motion gravity machine whatsoever. There's no Coriolis, Globiolus machine, perpetual motion. Because it's a force, like you would think, like if there was a force, if there was some measurable force, you would be able to do something. And you can't, because the imaginary is not real. Like what's fake is not real. Like you're never going to get a measurable force from something that is not real. So there goes every prospect of humanity blasting off into the fucking stars. Gravity, thinking that there's such thing as faster than light speed travel. We can't even build a perpetual motion machine based on a column of air here on Earth. Like how stupid we are. We have no perpetual motion device whatsoever. We have all these forces we're told about, never observed. All these forces you can't do goddamn shit with. No perpetual fucking motion device for Cavendish. Oh, Gloobers. Fucking, you know what? What's real? What's that saying? It walks, it talks, and fucking, if it don't have money, it walks away. What? I don't even know the saying. Some money saying, right? Some into the break saying. And that's what I'm saying, is there is no perpetual motion device. There is no money in believing in the globe. The money is down betting the globe. If you were to counter bet that, if your friend said, "Hey, the mass of this is going to affect this," you should counter bet that. You should make money by saying you're a retard. That's what I encourage you to do, everybody. If somebody says, well, in this time, you should study economics, and then you should just deal with it. Like look, I live in reality. You do not, and then you go about your business. I'm going to do that repeatedly and repeatedly. Because at no point is anybody going to come up. Your best bet is to invest in CSGO. If you invest in Counter Strike, you're going to make a lot more money than if you were to invest in a Goober ever coming up with some perpetual motion, like actually doing something for the world. Because that's never going to happen. You know why? Because there's no such thing as a fucking globe or gravity or fucking blurp derp, fucking globiolus, Coriolis, I mean, or any of these things. You're never going to have those. Ever.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Who was that?
Oh, it's me, Quits. Yeah.
Oh, hey, dude.
Hey. What's that? Oh, that was a different guy.
Yeah, I think someone hot micing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you were talking to me. I thought it was the Big Arthur guy. Guy who just joined and left now.
Yeah, that was just a confusing moment. 3 people joined at the same time.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well, man. We've had no Globers in this morning.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet around this time, I guess. I'm doing fine, just sitting outside, enjoying the sun. Having a break.
Nice, look at you. Cloudy round here. I think little G might be a Glober, but he's a little bit quiet.
I'm not sure. I think Little G. No, he's a flatty. It's been for a while. Yeah, it's pretty quiet.
Oh, okay. His display picture threw me off.
Yeah, the name too, huh? Little G.
Yeah.
The effect of it. But no cause. No one knows what the cause is.
Yeah, I thought he'd be a troll, to be honest.
You gotta troll the trolls. You know, the ones that don't know what they're talking about.
Gotta troll the trolls.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Yeah? Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you?
So, technically...
Yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it, whenever I ask Globus yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Either she can construct a model that means she did.
So it could. One possibility is
either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. Let's say my wife...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
Let's say my wife went on Amazon and she... found this amazing new thing, which can a sex robot, which
is the next door neighbour a sex robot?
Yeah.
No. Wait.
Stop.
Let me finish.
Obfuscation.
This is so embarrassing.
Obfuscation. This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him, though. Because he's
talking about sex robots,
Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being that is banging. Because the model says so. Because his girlfriend gave him a model. No, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, this is nonsense, right? Obviously, this whole thing is nonsense. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbour, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
So, I want you to look at these two realities.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation.
It's a mirage. It's refracted.
So, if I would actually be allowed to finish.
She's like, Maggie, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to see the next one.
As long as he's banging her at 9.8 meters per second square.
Let's give Maggie a chance to respond.
You have to get
I'll give Maggie a chance to respond, but I want you to respond to Crypto's question here.
So what was Crypto's question?
Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
That's absurd.
Okay, there we go.
Absurd.
Right,
So-
Pagus, quickly, tell us what you imagine that model might be.
So one possible model that it might be is that she went onto Amazon, and there was one dude who had invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica, but then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room, and I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like the next door neighbor.
This is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So it
Pagus, how did you verify that?
So then look. But when I am looking at the thing, then I see, she's banging something. It could then be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And I can have no way to differentiate. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? There is.
But you can verify.
But before I've verified.
We're not talking about before. We're talking about after verification.
Let me finish. So, as you said, which is more likely? Yes, it's more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor, but there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model is false. But before I have verified that, I can't know.
Let me try and tie this back very briefly, right? So when you enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, and you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor is banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, I disagree with this. What I see is not that my neighbor is banging my wife.
This guy coming in the room and he still wouldn't recognize you banging his wife.
Hold on. Hold on. Sasha. He said he's not observing his wife being banged by the neighbor.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Because in this example, we observe the earth to be flat, right? You need to observe your wife banging someone.
Yeah, the premise was you walked in on your girlfriend cheating with your neighbor, and you were trying to construct a model to excuse that, so you wouldn't believe she was cheating. It was just, they happened just to be naked under the covers. It was just a coincidence. It's just, yeah.
Right, but let me just, Pagus, the point is, you come in.
Warm up.
Sorry, you want to finish?
Go on, Drace, go on. Drace.
It's all good. I just wanted to continue the example, but it's fine.
No, sorry. Well, you finish up if you want to. I just want to bring it back to the observation, right, and the logic of the observation, right? Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-spec sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh, wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded. She was really looking into those sex dolls. There's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, what I am observing... Let me finish now, please.
Yeah, but no.
Before you speak, please let me finish.
No, because fundamentally this is a red herring anyway, and so this is what I wanted to address before.
A funny one.
Because you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You could just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human. So obviously my question wasn't, you've done well to obfuscate the point, but this is about after the fact that you verified it's a human, coming up with the model to explain that away. That's what the point is.
What I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flat earth.
Citing that it is a robot.
Sounds like you're a cuck.
When you get up in the morning,
please, I can't even finish a whole sentence. This is insane.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning and you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
So, because let me finish
respond. Please let me respond.
Again, no, because we have to stay on point. The point is that we verified it is a human. Any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And I am going to respond to that, but I can't even finish a whole sentence, so it's a bit hard.
But how about you actually go for the point that I made and not a red herring?
So, what I explained was that there could be a model explaining and giving another reason for anything else.
But inventing a sex robot that doesn't
when you then go and verify, look, he didn't have a battery pack. The another model.
I'm sorry, man, but you sound like one of those people that, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell, and somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense.
Yeah, we can make a model for that.
That makes sense to you.
I'll have to get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
So yes, that is true.
Yes, that is true. Oh, man. Bro, your man card back. Brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where it went.
This would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed.
Guys,
this would have been over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is an infinite regress fallacy.
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think to be fair to Pagus, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll. when he's getting the super dog.
Part of the example.
Please do.
No. Actually, Crypto's right. Because
I know.
First of all, robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them. If this was to be analogous to the conversation, there would have to be something that no one has ever actually experienced, like space. That is right.
Listen, this, if you behave like a robot, a particle which we have found that exists, yes, which is like distorting our view of reality.
Okay, but what Crypto said you could verify. Go and check the battery pack, and it's it's not a battery pack.
So yes, I'm going to that. But then, as you said, there could be another model. Then we know the old model was wrong. Then you have a new model.
Wait. No, this I need to get. So Pagus, right? You've checked the battery. The battery is not there. It is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model. Could you tell me what that model would be, please, Pagus?
So then that model could be like, he fell. He fell and
he went inside.
Actually had an accident went inside him. So yes, but was this model?
It's not even Italian. It's not even Italian.
Pagus. So he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Pagus, I need you to be serious. Pagus, I need you to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the falling. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I say, it's very unlikely that they fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor and therefore I am divorcing my wife.
Okay.
But I will still always know that there was a small, extremely small
question. You still haven't answered the question.
This is what the globe does. It allows you to accept lies like that.
Yeah, we are 30 minutes into a question that you still haven't answered. Okay, so we'll try again. What model could you construct that your wife could then prove with this model that she didn't cheat on you after objectively having sex with a man next door?
But the problem with that statement is that we don't know. She is technically not objectively we can't know that she's objectively having sex with a man next door.
Wait a minute.
We can, because we verified it.
No, but the verifying, there might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened.
Yeah.
And now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
As a matter of fact, your wife just said. As a matter of fact, your wife just said, "Oh my God, why are you here?" Does that convince you that that's your wife?
No. Pagus.
There could be.
Pagus.
Please, can we keep him on the question? Don't allow him to red herring and squirm and answer whatever question he wishes I asked. I asked a very specific question. He hasn't provided an answer because he can't. I just want him to accept this. Any obfuscation is very irritating right now.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't give you an exact model, because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge, which is affecting this thing. So, for example, when I checked that the penis is in the vagina, it could have been. Let me finish, please. It could have been, like, say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's.
Descartes' evil demon. Right, okay. Sonny, what were you going to say?
And then we look, this model, it's an explanation, so it's actually likely, but it's very unlikely. It's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
therefore we don't look at that.
Go ahead. Pagus, you embarrass embarrassing yourself now.
Pause. Hey, Pagus, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head. Move on.
Yes, I believe there is.
You
But
just
I don't
killed
believe
yourself.
we
You
can't
just
figure
killed
it out.
yourself, bro. Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger,
Oh, wow.
as you said,
Then you're a psycho. Well, we have
Well,
no
then you
business
can't
talking
objectively
to you.
know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And really have a little moment of silence for the globe there.
I mean, these people are insane. These people are insane.
Well, Crypto, that's one of the best clips we're going to have in years, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pagus. If there's no objective truth, you cannot prove your globe, right?
Yeah.
It's done.
Pagus, I've just put you on pause there, by the way, so I think it's just time you maybe took a step back and have a reflect. Oh, is he gone?
I don't even believe he really said that. You don't even know if you're objectively here having this conversation. I mean, do I give you any credibility after that, or do I just classify you as a psycho? Why should I even speak to you after that?
What he was talking about was part of Cartesian philosophy, which is called Descartes' evil demon, which is the idea that you don't know that anything you perceive is real because there might be an evil demon controlling your perceptions, right? Which, of course, is completely unprovable and wouldn't actually matter anyway because science is generally based on verification, but repeated verification by multiple people. So...
Yeah, we have a new person here, Yellow Weasel. Do you want to open your microphone and talk to us? I just unmuted you.
Hello. Oh, yeah. So, no, a friend of mine said, like, he got into Flat Earth and he said I should check it out. But I'm not really that convinced yet.
Yeah, well, to be honest, we're not here to convince you. We're just, let's, before we get into all that, how did you find this story? You said a friend invited you. Have they been here before?
No, he said he sometimes watches your live stream on YouTube.
Okay, cool.
And he said, like, maybe if I have questions, I could come here and see what you have to say.
Okay, cool. So do you have any questions to ask us about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused in the sense of that I hear of so many different models and versions. So, for example, it's like my friend. He's like he believes that the moon is a hologram, but then also I've heard of other people who believe that it's a flat surface, and then like other people say it like crumples up when it gets like half moon and stuff. And I'm just a bit confused to like what exactly.
Hold on. We all see the moon the same way. We experience the phases. Now, what and where and how that works, we have no idea. That's a really good question because the moon is very mysterious. I mean, it's still mysterious to us. I mean, in the astronomers' ideas, right? They are like, well, it's a rock and it's affected by Earth's gravity. We're the third rock from the sun, and it's traversing the sun or traversing Earth. Held by Earth's gravity, and the reason you see the moon phases is because of the way that the sun shines and the different times of the month and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean that's a standard story. We all see.
I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. I don't know.
Sure, it can, but it's not the only explanation for what the moon is. You know what I mean? Because you explain it another way. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
Yeah, but like I guess you also don't believe that we went to the moon.
Well, I've never been to the moon, but I don't think anybody else went there either. Yeah, you're correct on that.
Yeah. You see, because this is something that when I was younger, I investigated a lot. because that started like with all this. It started with 9/11, and the conspiracy surrounding that. So I would say I was a 9/11 conspiracist. And then like I got like sucked in a bit into the moon landing conspiracies. But I don't know, like from what I researched, I deducted that the moon landings happened. And so then that sounds like if I'm correct with that, and so we would know a lot about that. I looked into the moon landing, yeah.
Well, you looked into 9/11, but you can said you were like you came to the conclusion that the way that the official story of 9/11 is true or not true, or there's some questions.
I'm not completely sure, but I would say it's more likely to be true, because the problem with the official story is that if they were looking for a reason to go into Iraq, they would have made Iraq the culprit for 9/11.
Yeah.
And that just like sounds like very weird to me. And also like the way that the buildings collapsed is sounds expected. Looks expected.
Sounds like you've done your work on that one. But you were questioning moon landing, and then you came to the conclusion, yeah, they probably did go.
I'm really
after
sure
looking
that
at
they did
some of
go.
the 9/11. Well, cool.
I'm just saying so that, because that is like when it comes to, for example, the different ways that people think that the moon is, then that doesn't really compute with, like, I don't know, like if I'm quite sure, I would say like 99.9% that the US landed a few astronauts on the moon multiple times.
What makes you 100% sure about that?
I said I'm not 100. I said 99.9.
That's pretty close to 100. Come on.
That's pretty close. You're completely right.
The closest you can get to 100.
Right.
Yes.
The thing is that at the time it would have been more difficult to fake the moon landing than to actually do it.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
So the kind of cameras you would need, the kind of, I would say, slow motion cameras didn't exist yet. The problem is you would have with the live transmissions.
Cameras. Yeah, we didn't have slow motion cameras, but after you shot a video, you can replay it at a slower feed.
But not with you, and if you shoot. That's the thing, If you replay it with the lower feed, you can see it in the video that the feed rate has been lowered, because it's only been shot
How can you see that?
You can measure the difference between each picture, the time difference, and that means like how many pictures you have like per. You can measure the amount of pictures you see per minute, per second.
Wait. To establish that, you need the original video. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering which pictures you're talking about specifically.
Can you point me to the original film? Yeah, it was a roller. Yeah, with physical film rolled on it. Can you show me the original one?
I don't have it in my possession now.
Yeah, NASA officially is saying that the original doesn't exist.
Yeah, they don't have.
I think they said some of it was lost.
They destroyed. No, it wasn't lost. They destroyed it.
Well, that was the technology to go, but as far as the pictures and images, I mean, you can go on NASA's website right now and look up the moon landing pictures from they had like chest cameras. They had a camera on the capsule. And these were certain types of cameras. But are you familiar with how they captured this footage?
It was all analog film, and this is also the interesting part, is that if you look at that's the thing, I'm going by the difference in live transmission versus captured video that was recorded and captured pictures. And if you look at the live transmission, there's not a single speck of dust, not a single weird blip, not a crack in the film like on it. And then when you look at the captured images, the original ones, then you see that you have influence of the radiation, you have dust on there, you have like standard analog picture problems. So that means that the live transmission couldn't have been recorded. The live transmission couldn't have been recorded beforehand. That with the technology of the time, it would have been nearly impossible. I would even argue impossible to have this.
Or are you talking for yourself?
I'm talking from myself.
Sounds like you're reading a script.
No, that's cool. I mean, check this out. Here's something to think about. Maybe something you haven't considered.
Go ahead.
Check this out. I mean, we're, in the globe idea, we're in the solar system, third rock from the sun, right? The only reason that we're not burnt to a crisp on Earth is because of the atmosphere, right? In the heliocentric model.
No, it's the magnetosphere, actually.
Say that?
That does most of the work. The magnetosphere.
Okay, well...
You know that the Earth, like that, when you have a compass, it can...
Hold on.
Yeah?
Go ahead and explain that. So the magnetosphere, instead of the atmosphere, actually prevents most of the UV rays from frying.
No, most of the high energy particles, which would over time destroy the atmosphere. So, like, look at Mars, for example. Doesn't have an atmosphere. Why? Because it doesn't have.
Are we looking at Mars? I'm talking about Earth, bro.
How do you know Mars?
Okay. Yeah, because of the measurements we've done with space probes we send out. But if you don't believe that we send out anything, if that's all fake, then of course.
Are you telling me that drones can fly in vacuum?
Well, what do you mean with drone?
Yeah. Can a drone fly in a vacuum?
What is a drone from your point of view? You mean like propeller powered, or what do you mean?
Those bullshit drones, with propeller powered, drones.
Oh,
Don't you know what
that can't fly in a vacuum.
If they have propellers or propulsion engines,
control.
But they have to have atmosphere for anything to fly.
No, but a rocket motor doesn't need an atmosphere.
And you said, if you look Mars, I'm looking Mars, and I cannot realize if his atmosphere there and if he's not. How you realize that?
Oh, that's actually also something you can do with a telescope yourself.
With the telescope.
See the atmosphere of Mars with a telescope.
Are you saying that you can see the Mars and you can see the atmosphere, or not see the atmosphere of the Mars? Or you can see birds or whatever. You can see the rock passing. Or whatever.
No, but you can.
Really
so
cool. I saw Venus, Saturn, and Mars in the sky tonight. They were like right next to each other, like Venus, Saturn, and Mars. I didn't pull out a telescope, but I'm pretty sure if I did, still wouldn't see the atmosphere of any of them.
Yeah, and
you can see the atmosphere of Saturn.
Wait.
Man, how you can see?
Sasha, I didn't finish explaining.
Sorry.
I started this argument with him. I need to clarify and end it.
Go ahead.
His claim was, he said that there's no atmosphere on Mars, but NASA showing us that they are sending a drone and it's flying. Yeah, but you were saying earlier that Mars has no atmosphere. You said it.
I said it slowly rips away the atmosphere, which is what's happening to Mars. And I'm saying it's not. I never said it doesn't have an atmosphere.
Live stream because you said Mars has no atmosphere.
No,
Earth.
I don't think I've said that.
Let's say that you
anyway, if it came out that way, I didn't.
Because he doesn't mean that now.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't. It came out that way. I don't mean it.
So what do you mean then?
But you mean that we can with telescope see what is going on Mars?
All right. So if you want to find out what gases are somewhere, you can see of the light.
Or if you want to find out what gas is doing, look into and find me where we can have gas pressure without container, and then we will speak about Mars and everything.
Okay, so the thing with gas pressure without container is, like, to me, like, for example, look at the ocean. You see, like, there's at the bottom of the ocean, you have a lot of pressure.
Ocean is not a gas.
Water is not a gas. Water's not a gas.
Okay, so if it if it doesn't work with gas, then
what?
Well, if you don't believe in atmosphere, if you don't believe in gravity,
I don't believe in anything. I don't believe. Listen, this. I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in atmosphere. That's for sure. Do you believe in atmosphere?
I know it takes guts for some. Hey, listen, you probably. It sounds like you've. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It sounds like he's familiar with our arguments. So let's, like, you know.
No, I'm familiar with my friends' arguments, but they don't, like, to me it doesn't sound that right. And he said I should come here because you guys can explain it better than him.
We also don't need to bombard you and you know.
Question: do you believe in atmosphere?
Like in that we have an atmosphere around me now, or like that there is no atmosphere in space?
Do you think that what we call what is around us it's atmosphere?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. How gas taking the shape of the sphere? Can you tell me? Because
it is pulled to the sphere by the force of gravity.
Wow.
What can you provide the academic citation that the gas is pulled by gravity?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Both of the people who are talking to you now, hold on. Everybody here used to think. Hold on. Everybody used to think gravity was a thing before, so don't just try to take the piss at him because he thinks gravity's real.
Yeah, come on. I'm not angry at him.
Man.
Actually,
explain how we found out that this cannot possibly be true.
All the arguments. Yeah, I want to get with him through all the arguments.
I hate when people do that shit. When new people come in and just like, you know, and just like, oh, you think gravity? Then just freaking jump down their throat about gravity. I mean, it's like we all think that shit was real too.
Yeah, first thing first, I need to explain is, you know, I welcome to this server. I want you to know that you don't know about the stuff that we know. You think we have beliefs and things like this, but actually we are extremists. We do not accept stories for explaining reality. When we deal with reality, we stick with science and its scientific method. And if something is not, if a story is not a scientific theory, has no experiment to back it up, then we will not accept to blindly believe that story because just someone thought of himself to say this nice story.
I'm completely on board with you. Yeah, I'm also, I want to believe as much true stuff as there is.
Yeah.
And there's the least false stuff. So.
Yeah, the globe model has a ton of positive claims, but none of them have been demonstrated or empirically proven. Yeah.
But like, for example, when we want to come back to gravity, let's say, okay? Because like...
Gravity. Let's take it from the start. The first theory of gravity is Newtonian. Gravity, mass attracting mass. So
yeah, let's stick with Newtonian. I'm completely fine with that.
And this includes also Newton's laws of motion. So, do you think they are real?
Do I think what is real? Sorry.
Do you think that theory of gravity, the Newtonian theory of gravity, is actually functional? It is real.
It is functional. Yeah, until you get into like the high velocity stuff where you need to go with special relativity.
Well, that's the problem, actually, because Newton's theory of gravity has been debunked and superseded, meaning it has been replaced
Exactly,
by
I completely agree with you.
Einsteinian, by Einsteinian relativistic gravity.
And I can also show you when you look at the
which for Einstein's gravity, you cannot demonstrate to me empirically the bending of space-time. So when I'm waiting the train in the train station 5 minutes, show me how you're gonna be bending my waiting for the train. How are you gonna bend that?
No, but this is not what bending space-time would even mean. I mean, so I can, you can. So, for example, look at. Oh, you don't believe in that? Okay, wait.
The train station is.
Let him answer, man.
In space.
Let him answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give him his rope.
Right. So let's say you're waiting for the train on the station, and you're just standing there. You're not really moving relative to, let's say, the guy next to you.
No, I am moving. I'm smoking a cigarette while waiting.
Okay, then you're.
Yeah.
Are you like spying on me? Get? Because that's like exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm at the train station.
So let's say if Earth was 20 times as heavy, like the gravity pulling you towards Earth
you have
was
to
a lot
bring
stronger.
Imaginary concepts.
Well, the problem is that in order to see,
can you show me a Earth 20 times heavier than the Earth that we live on?
No, I can't. So okay, let's stick with something else then. No problem. No problem. Let's take a clock.
Hold on. I'll ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you say gravity, you mean the cause of the effect? You mean the cause of the effect? Is gravity the cause or the effect?
Since gravity is just the effect of a formed, of curved space-time, because it's not really a force in that sense, if you want to go technical with it. But it makes sense to look at it from a force when you do like small Newtonian physics, in the same way as it makes sense to think of the what is it called? When you spin something around you in a you take a hammer and you spin around. It feels like the hammer exerts a force out from you, right? But this force also doesn't really exist in that sense. It's just the hammer wanting to go on in a straight line all the time, but you're pulling it in.
Acceleration.
Well, there's the reason I asked you whether it was a cause or the effect, because just that one question alone demonstrates that it's not actually a scientific theory. Because the causal mechanism for, say, things falling can't be demonstrated by experiment.
Yeah.
You'll have to say, I can't. Okay, so an experiment that has cause and effect has independent variables. Manipulate the independent variable and measure an effect on the dependent variable, right?
Yeah.
Independent variable is the cause. Dependent variable is the effect.
Exactly.
Right? So what causes things to fall?
You have mass deforming space-time, which then leads to other objects paths seeming to curve, although they still go on in a straight line.
Can you repeat that?
I was talking about that's what we're talking about. That's a story, right? So where's the experiment?
Okay, I can give you an experiment. You take a very, very, very heavy sphere. I don't know. Let's take a 30 centimeter diameter lead sphere, and then you take a smaller sphere or like another object. Let's say a 1 centimeter diameter lead object, and if you place them in a low friction environment, you will see that they will over time move closer to each other until they touch, without other forces put on them.
Yeah,
In a
good
vacuum.
example. Indio, I want to ask him a
You
question
actually
about.
have that experiment that you can show us. You can have that.
I've done
You
it.
have that
I've done it.
experiment.
Yeah, at my university.
You've done it. What
Yeah.
exactly did you do?
What?
Yeah, what exactly did you? Are you talking about the Cavendish? Is that what you're talking about?
he is.
Cavendish?
It's the Cavendish. Yeah, it's the Cavendish.
So I asked you what falls. There's nothing falling in the Cavendish experiment.
Yes, there is. You have the small ball falling towards the big ball in the same way as the big ball is falling towards the small ball.
Falling sideways.
Well, it's all just a point of. I mean, it depends on the point of reference, doesn't it? If you, if you think of yourself as the small ball, you would say I'm falling towards the big ball, wouldn't you? I don't know. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so we'll get into that. I think and I imagine. That's where I jump ship because we don't want to think and we don't want to imagine.
Yeah, the problem is we're using words like fall, which don't even make that much sense.
Fall towards the earth. Fall means the acceleration 9.8 meters per second squared towards the earth.
So are you falling right now?
Not yet.
But you're accelerated against the earth at all time.
Yeah,
really
awesome. But I asked you for the experiment which demonstrates the cause of that. I didn't ask you for an experiment that demonstrates
I gave you the Cavendish experiment that
nothing's
shows
falling
you
in the Cavendish.
that mass attracts mass.
I want to break down what he said. So you're accelerating against the Earth. It sounds like his English is not his native language, right?
No, it's not.
Accelerating against the Earth. Accelerating
towards, like you're at all times. The Earth is pulling.
Yeah,
Like you are being pulled.
Earth is not pulling anyone.
And I don't even think you did the Cavendish experiment because you didn't actually describe.
You take two balls and you have you take two big balls, two small balls. You have the small balls.
Everybody let Indio do this, please.
Okay, you have a laser, and you point it over a long distance, and you can see the movement until even both of the two balls touch each other.
And that's actually not what happens. So you're actually describing it wrong. So what happens is the big ball and small balls go towards each other, and then they oscillate. And then you measure the speed of the oscillation, and then you infer big G from that. So you're not even describing the experiment right.
They oscillate? What do you mean by oscillate?
They oscillate because they're on a torsion. They're on a torsion wire. So they bounce back and forth.
I'm getting weird noises.
Torsion wire has a.
Indio's got some background noise, but yeah, I mean, he's talking about a horizontal. Well, actually, what you're talking about you're both talking about a horizontal attraction, not a vertical attraction.
Well, the problem is that we can't turn off gravity for these two.
What the hell is gravity, bro?
No, I mean you cannot turn off. Like as long as we're in Earth's gravitational field.
Yeah, Weasel, you claim that you've been to a university and that's where you came across this Cavendish so-called experiment. Do you know this experiment in depth? Have you studied it?
Well, no, but we've at the end, not anymore. At the time, we've done the calculations on it.
You mentioned
we measured the gravitational constant.
Listen, you mentioned that you were using lead balls. Lead is a metal, correct?
Yeah, but that's not even what they do.
That doesn't work because.
No, I need to know what do you know about lead metal?
What do you mean? What I know about lead metal? At the beginning of the experiment, you let both of them touch each other in order to equalize the electric
I'm talking
forces.
about your knowledge about the lead metal.
Well, I studied 2 semesters of metallurgy, and I can tell you.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean? Like, it's What do you mean the properties?
Well,
in that
the lead. Yeah,
is
it has
non-ferromagnetic.
properties, electroconductivity, magnetic properties.
It doesn't have. It has. Lead doesn't have magnetic properties.
Let's get
What
to
do
the
you mean it doesn't have magnetic properties?
Listen, base of
lead itself. Lead is not ferromagnetic. You cannot magnetically polarize lead.
So lead, the metal, is paramagnetic, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not
good.
ferromagnetic,
Now,
but it's paramagnetic if you have movement.
No, I didn't say it's ferromagnetic. Stop.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't do
go
that.
ahead.
Don't gallop. This is the claim. The lead metal is paramagnetic. I know very well what paramagnetism is. So you don't need to explain it to me like a kindergarten. But I'm assuming that you also know. Now,
yes.
What about the lead atom? What are the magnetic properties of the lead atom?
What are the properties of the lead atom?
Yeah, the magnetic properties of lead atom.
None.
Not true. The lead atom is diamagnetic. And when it forms a crystal, a metal, when you have more lead atoms, they crystallize into a metal, and that's when they are paramagnetic. This element, now
wait, lead
has
lead has two
magnetic properties in the same time, and because of these opposite magnetic properties, the lead is always attracted to itself, to lead metal. So when you have tiny pieces of lead metal, they are attracted together. They conglomerate always.
No, they will get attracted to a other magnetic field, but not to itself, because that's why they are paramagnetic.
No. Have you ever seen these gold diggers? They use this ladder, where you pour water, and sand, and the gold deposits on the bottom, and the water washes all the dirt and sand away, but the gold remains because it's heavier, When you do this with lead metals, when you do this with lead, you will find that lead not only deposits itself into those crevices, but it also conglomerates itself into one place, one blob, one pile together, because the lead metal is attracted to itself slightly. Magnetically is slightly attracted to itself. So these are very well known magnetic properties of lead metal.
If you say so, I'm certainly searching for information on that because I'm not as well versed in that.
These are the most expert physicians.
Look in the live stream voice text channel.
The biggest physicians.
Excuse me?
Dude, we post everything in the live stream voice text channel. It's the text channel right above the voice channel.
Oh, I've never seen that one before. I think because before I wasn't allowed to talk, I couldn't see the text channel.
Yeah, are you VC verified now? You got the role?
I have no fucking idea. Wait, let me check.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'm verified. I can see.
Yeah, you can't see that channel unless you're VC verified because people will come in and try to spam and porn and.
I see. Because is that the channel you can see in the live stream?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into it.
Anyway, let's not beat gravity to death, because the whole point is that, I mean, even mainstream science admits that there's problems with the theory of gravity. It's not one of the fundamental forces, like in the standard model of particle physics. It's admitted that there's a bunch of problems with it. People come in here like, hey,
of course, yeah. I mean, there are like problems with everything, like more or less, like there is nothing concrete.
No, not with everything. There's no problem with boiling water.
Well, there actually is. There's a lot of stuff that goes into how, when, and where water will boil differently.
Listen, when you put water in a container and you add heat to it, it will boil. You will reach the boiling point by adding heat. So you have the cause and effect, 100 Celsius. The boiling
not everywhere.
point
Not
of water.
I lived at a place where water boiled
and
that.
in vacuum, the boiling point drops. Yes, we know.
Exactly. So it's not. It's not always.
I told you from the beginning. There is no problems in boiling water, like there are problems about gravity. And you said
there's a bunch of variables. Yeah, boiling water is a bunch of variables, but we know all the variables, right?
Yeah.
So we know the cause.
We know. I don't like. I don't know. I haven't researched into boiling water.
Pressure, temperature, salinity.
Yeah.
Number of air bubbles are in it. There's a whole bunch of variables to determine its boiling point. Typically, we only deal with pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I wouldn't be able to tell you that there isn't another thing that I don't know about that also influences it in a little way. Like that's I don't know. I wouldn't know about that.
Well,
I can tell you.
So let me tell you. Like, let me just go. Like, I want to go back to the beginning, kind of. So our point is, we base our view on experimentation, not things scientists say, not stories, not anything like that.
I don't give a shit what someone else says. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like I don't like, you know, if you read a scientific paper, it'll have an abstract, it'll have the experiment, and it'll have their conclusion. I don't even care about their the abstract and the conclusion. I only care about what the experimental results. So we know that we cannot we don't have a viable independent variable for determining the causal mechanism for things falling. Because if I take, in the example you used, if I take a 100,000 kilogram lead ball and a 1 kilogram lead ball, and I drop them, the so-called cause, right? The mass has changed, but they're both falling at the same rate. So according to the scientific method,
if you don't have a difference, a difference in aerodynamic forces of the balls, yes.
Yeah, so no error.
Right, like everything stays the same, just the mass is different. Right.
Yeah.
But
that's the claim. That's the claimed causal mechanism for things falling. Mass attracting mass, right? That's the cause. But there's no experiment that demonstrates that. That's the problem. But I mean, a lot of people come in here with gravity. They think that Newtonian gravity predicts a bunch of particles will form a ball, but that's actually not even a prediction of the theory. So they've run this in simulation, and they can't get an ensemble of particles to actually form into a ball. So it's a common thing that people just say, oh, gravity, so gravity is as a consequence of gravity, things will form into a ball. That's not even true.
Yeah.
Can you because that will be interesting evidence. Can you? If
I'll post in the live stream voice text. So what they did is this is an astronomical journal. Tried to simulate like formation of asteroids. So they used Newtonian gravity. They couldn't get the shit to stop moving around. So then they added like what they call the stickiness factor, right? So basically, when the things would, it was like almost like a glue. When they would hit each other, when the particles would hit each other, they would partially stick and then bounce. And eventually formed into something. It wasn't a ball. It was a freaking egg. And this is cheating. Even with cheating, they couldn't get it to happen. But I'll post that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because I didn't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny. It's just like something that they teach you in school, right? Right? Because it sounds good, right? Sounds good. Gravity will form things into balls. But no, who actually did the math to test that out? Is that a prediction of the theory? And it turns out it's not.
Well, then,
yeah, give me like 5 seconds.
I think so if you look at objects, let's say in the asteroid belt, but if you don't believe that there's an asteroid belt, then that doesn't count as evidence, so that doesn't work.
Well, I can look at the sky, at the night sky, and make a fortune telling. That will be the same with looking at your hand and predicting your future. Yeah.
Both bullshit, exactly.
Well, we'd have to look up there and speculate as to what's going on. And there's a bunch of different theories competing for speculative power. Quote unquote, gravity pulling stuff to a ball, electromagnetism, which I would go with, and other stuff like that. So it just depends on which theory you want to speculate with. But do we see this gravity thing pulling things into balls for a ball shape, say? Not really. We just look up there and infer and assume that that's what's going on.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
again, what I see is not flat.
You know, it's interesting. You can think in 3D, but you're living in 2D.
So you don't see see a curved horizon left to right. Yeah, I've got an image of it. Yeah, but that's not how I came to be a globe. I didn't. When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon. Maybe I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit. Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line. No, I don't see it as either. But you don't see it as flat or curved. With timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber? Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber. So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither. But you just I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it. You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved? Yes. So what do you see it as? Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved. Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right? I see it as neither. Yeah, so how do you see it? Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved. But does it look flat or curved? It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not. But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat? No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much. So it looks flat to you, not warped? No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell. So it doesn't look flat. How do you not understand this? Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved. Neither. Yeah. Neither. So what does that look like? A false dichotomy. If you were to draw neither on a piece of paper, what would that look like? Do I have a ruler? Yeah, you can have a ruler if you want, but then that would lean towards flat, wouldn't it? Exactly. If I have a ruler, it's flat. And if I take a ruler out to the horizon, as the images that I posted before show, the horizon will be curved. No. When you take a ruler and you put it up to the horizon, it's indistinguishable until you measure. Flat. We're not talking about I gave images. Dogs. Do you have any images that show with your eyeballs? Do you have any images that are of no. We're talking about how you experience square or horizon in reality, right? So I've told you I experience it as indeterminate. In the same way I experience timber is indeterminate. No. I'm asking about the horizon, not timber. Do you think saying no, and then repeating the same thing that I've answered again is like? No, but you haven't answered it. You haven't answered it because I have answered it. It can't be. Yes, because you presented a false dichotomy. Do you know? Dogs, I'm just going to mute you for a second because, listen, I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach? That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two What's the third option? And there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight. You can't determine what? Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need a measuring device.
Sir, that's a great point, because none of us...
Don't call me sir, be a big boy. We're all adults here. I'm not some, professor that you need to acknowledge with sir. Just say hi or g'day.
The Earth is not flat. We live on a spinning globe. It's amazing to me that I actually have to say those words in 2016. But there are a number of scientifically confused people that have convinced themselves and are trying to convince others that we live on a stationary, flat plane. There are a number of reasons for this resurgence of a long-extinct belief system, including literal interpretations of the Bible, scientific illiteracy, cherry-picking and other errors in reasoning, and a general distrust of government leading to imagined conspiracy theories. I don't for a second think that NASA, along with every other public and private space enterprise, and every other scientifically literate person in the entire world, are involved in a massive conspiracy to hide the truth from us. That's a claim that demands really strong evidence. But let's leave them out of it. I cannot prove to you that the images and videos from space are real, and you cannot prove that they are fake. But we don't need to believe them. We can prove the globe and the heliocentric model to ourselves without them, just as generations of people did long before NASA or anyone else went to space. In a series of short videos, I would like to teach you how you can prove to yourself with your own eyes and experimentation that we live on a spinning globe. Several things that we can see with our own eyes clearly demonstrate that the Earth is a globe and cannot be adequately explained by the flat Earth model, no matter how you try to twist reality. These include the apparent movements of the sun, moon, planets, and stars, moon phases, lunar eclipses, time zones, and many others. But in this first video, I'm going to focus on just one thing: the horizon. The most important thing to understand is that the horizon is flat. That's right. From our vantage point, even from a high mountain or an airplane, the horizon is flat. Flat earthers, and also many globalists, for lack of a better term, seem to think that the horizon should look curved to us. That's flat wrong. And I think this is the single biggest reason there even is a flat earth community, the biggest source of confusion. You are expecting to see a curve where there is none to be seen. You are looking for the wrong thing. To picture what I mean, look at this orange. If I take a thin slice of it, I get a round disc. The edges of it, where the knife cut through, is a flat circle. That is what you see when you look at the horizon, the edges of a circle. The edges don't curve side to side, they run straight across our view. And since we are always in the center of the circle, they don't curve down. When you can see the horizon in all directions, it is the same distance away in all directions. So when you spin around, it looks exactly like a straight line and comes back around to join itself. Think about that. If it were curved down, it would not come back around and join itself at the same level. Even from a high mountain or from an airliner, the horizon is flat, because the Earth is so big and we are so close to it. All we are ever going to see is a small, flat, round slice of the ball of the Earth. There's a handy website that will calculate the distance to the horizon for any viewing height, and it also tells you how much of an object will be hidden behind the horizon if it's past the horizon. The site is metabunk.org/curve. Let's look at an example. This is the view from the J.P. Morgan Chase Tower, the tallest building in Houston. The observation deck is 879 feet above the flat Texas landscape. According to the Metabunk site calculation, the horizon is about 36 miles away. So this is what the horizon looks like on a map: a circle with a 36-mile radius. As we zoom out, you can see what a small part of the Earth this is, under 1% of the Earth's diameter of 7,918 miles. And when we show it edge on, you can really see that it is just a small, flat, round slice of the large Earth. But getting back to the orange, you might be thinking that the slice of the orange is not flat. It curves down in all directions from the center. Well, yes, that is true for the orange, and it's also true for the Earth. And you can clearly see that on the orange. But on the Earth, it is simply impossible to see, because the Earth is so tremendously big. If you are 6 feet tall, and you stand at the shore of the ocean, or on a flat desert plain, the horizon is about 3 miles away, and the change in vertical height of the surface is only 1.5 feet, spread evenly over the entire 3-mile distance. You just aren't going to be able to see that. It's way too subtle. As an illustration, this is a Google Earth picture of the New York City skyline from Caven Point, New Jersey, just over 3 miles away. The Earth does indeed curve down away from the viewer in this picture, but it is just about 1.5 feet spread over 3 miles, so it is just too slight to see. The Statue of Liberty is in the picture, and it's 305 feet tall, and only 1.2 miles away, and look how small it looks. But if the horizon is flat, how does it prove around Earth, you might ask? It's what happens when objects are past the horizon that reveals the curve. Sailors, for many centuries, have noticed that ships sailing away from you in the distance disappear bottom first and sail last. If you live near a large body of water, you can easily see this for yourself with binoculars or a telescope. But here is a video you can watch of a cruise liner going over the horizon. See the link in the description for the full video. This only works on a curved Earth. The view of the ship is obviously going behind the curve, and you can always calculate exactly how far away this will happen, depending on how high you are up from the water. The higher up, the farther away the horizon. Flat Earthers try to explain this phenomenon away in a few ways. Some claim that the ships aren't actually hidden by the curve, they are just at the limits of our ability to see them, and if you zoom in, they come back into full view. But whenever they try to demonstrate this, they use a boat that is near the horizon, but not beyond it, like this one. Notice, he did not show a boat that was hidden at the bottom. This is just a blatantly wrong example to use. I don't know how they think this explains anything. The examples they use are always not beyond the horizon, but near it, or right at it. To show the effect, you have to show a boat partially obscured by the horizon, like this, not this. Some will show a boat in choppy seas and claim that the swells are causing the obscuring of the bottom of the boat. But again, that's a bad example to use. Do you think there are swells big enough to hide half of this cruise ship? Also, you will need a clear day and one without extreme cold. Cold air near the water can create a number of different mirage effects because the temperature differences actually bends the light. But you can usually tell when this is happening, and it only happens in certain conditions. Also, the sun and moon rising and setting beyond the horizon perfectly shows that the Earth is curved, and they are much easier to see than distant boats. They both emerge from or slide behind the horizon exactly as we expect on a globe, and not at all what we would see on a flat Earth. Flat Earthers claim that the sun and moon circle above the flat Earth, and the rising and setting is due to them coming in and out of view due to perspective. As explained, and I use the term loosely, in this clip from Flat Earther P. Brain.
Okay, here's a little illustrator or a little cartoon from a website called timeanddate.com. It's really funny that they would have a perfect illustration of a sun rising and setting on a flat Earth due to perspective. You'll notice that it rises from below the horizon and sets below the horizon. Now you might be saying, well, how's that possible? I can see now you're saying that it rises and lowers due to perspective, but how does it disappear below the horizon? Well, I got a theory about that. Because of the fact that all parallel lines and planes converge at your eye-level horizon, this is according to the perspective. I'm not making this up. If in fact, and they do, they converge at your eye-level horizon visually, then it makes sense that after that point, they diverge, meaning they then separate. So the sun would continue on a downward track. As you can see from my illustration here, the lines would go to your horizon, and then afterwards, they would spread out and separate, kind of like a starburst.
Two huge problems here. One is that he shows a sun in the animation that always stays the same size, which indeed is what we see in reality. But if it were disappearing due to perspective, it would be getting bigger as it rises and smaller as it sets. But in his animation, it does not. The edges of the circle of the sun would get farther apart and closer together, just as all the sight lines he drew in do. Why would everything get smaller as it moves away except the sun or moon? That's absurd. Here is what we actually see. The sun and moon slide behind the horizon and maintain their visual sides. That is not perspective. Perspective works both vertically and horizontally. Objects farther away appear smaller and closer together in both directions. If the sun and moon were just circling over the flat earth and getting too far away to see, then we would see them shrink and fade out of view as they set. But we don't. Flat earthers will show you videos where the sun appears to grow or shrink, but this is an illusion due to thick clouds. You can always see that there are clouds near the horizon when they try to show this. Normally, this illusion does not happen. The second way this so-called perspective matrix fails is even more ridiculous. The lines drawn in the illustration are lines of sight, and they correctly converge to the vanishing point, the point at which you can't see farther. But he claims that past the vanishing point, the lines diverge. What? What lines? It's a vanishing point. There are no lines of sight past a vanishing point. There is nothing to diverge. You can't have lines of sight past what you could see. And if it did work that way, we could see objects beyond the horizon and they would be upside down. Think about that. No, this is totally wrong. Another way to demonstrate the curve is with distant city skylines. A good example is the city of Toronto, viewed from across Lake Ontario. The city is dominated by the distinctive CN Tower, currently the third tallest tower in the world at 1,815 feet. There are many pictures online of the Toronto skyline, viewed from Niagara-on-the-Lake, New York, 30 miles away. With the Metabunk calculation, we see that 486 feet of the tower, or about 26% of it, should be hidden behind the curve of the Earth from that distance. And this is exactly what we see, as you can easily tell when compared to an image of the full tower at the same scale. Flat Earthers sometimes show cities in the distance that, according to them, should be below the horizon but are clearly visible, and claim this proves the flat Earth. This can be difficult to disprove because you never really know where the picture was taken from. They may have gotten the distance wrong, or the height of the observation wrong, or the calculation wrong. One example they use is the Chicago skyline seen from 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. At a viewing height of 6 feet, we calculate that 2,166 feet should be below the horizon at 60 miles. So they are right that the entire city of Chicago should be completely hidden. And it is hidden nearly all the time, but sometimes it can be seen from that far away due to a type of atmospheric light refraction phenomenon called a superior mirage. A superior mirage is caused by colder air below warmer air, which bends the light around the curve of the Earth. This event sometimes makes the news for the very reason that it is a rare occurrence.
Until I found this photo from Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline.
You can tell that it's a mirage because there is lots of distortion. The Willis Tower on the left is clearly elongated. And also, there are videos of this same view that show the buildings dancing around, changing shape, and even disappearing. Even though this is a mirage, the bottom parts of the buildings are clearly still obscured from view, just as we expect. If the Earth was flat, you could see the buildings on any clear day, not just rarely when the conditions are right for refraction. Flat Earthers use these rare events to try to prove the Earth is flat, but that makes no sense. It's called cherry picking, a favorite trick of all types of science deniers. You don't get to pick the anomalies that seem to agree with your views and ignore the common observations that don't, and still call yourself an honest investigator. That is intellectually dishonest. As I have shown, the horizon is all we really need to know that we live on a sphere. But there are other observations you can make yourself that all perfectly fit the heliocentric globe model when you understand it, as I will explain in future videos. Thanks for watching.
From the globe. So we could just say that it's a belief that you have from the measurement, right? That you trust whatever source gave it to you, that you're saying, okay, well, it's legit, right?
No, I could go out right now and test it if I wanted to, but
right but
now,
you haven't, right? But you haven't, so it's still a belief at this point, right now.
Well, sure, but I mean, I'm listening to like the biggest scientists on the planet. They're not just lying to you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just gathering what you know. So point number one, the Earth curvature being measured would be just a belief in your mind for right now. So we'll move off to point number two, which is axial rotation, either being measured or tested to be true. Is there any way that you know that axial rotation is a reality that can be measured, like that you know that the Earth is spinning?
Well, we know the Earth is spinning because it spins at 15 degrees per hour. We already know that because of Bob.
Oh God, I knew that was coming.
Yeah, hang on, Bob. Hang on, Bob. I know you're in the chat. Just hang on. Let me get through here with this guy.
So he said he's not new.
Okay.
Well, I'm in high school, so I should know this now.
You name dropped somebody you didn't know was in here, but Mickey's going to finish the conversation with you real quick. Please just be honest and concise.
Well, I didn't know this was filled with like the biggest flat earthers, but whatever.
Let Mickey do it.
Just let me. Okay, so you said that because Bob presented some information, and you didn't get this from any source like a textbook or a teacher told you. This was strictly from a Netflix video that you saw. Is that correct?
From multiple sources, yeah.
Okay, so what would be the primary source of your knowledge from the axial rotation of the Earth spinning, Spooky?
Well, from the textbook, first of all. I already knew that from class.
So you read some. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was laughing at from physics class. My bad.
So a teacher told you this, or a physics class that you took, some information that you gathered that the Earth is spinning on its axis is how you obtained the understanding that it is spinning on its axis, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, your model, it doesn't really work out with day and night.
Model?
Sure.
See, the sun...
Yeah, one second, guys.
See, the sun...
One second.
The sun
Go ahead,
is...
Spooky.
the sun is round. And in your model, it only shows half the Earth illuminated, which doesn't make sense because the sun is a ball and...
All right, cool. I understand. But we're sticking to like what you know and information. Just give to me what you know from how you got the understanding that the Earth is spinning on its axis. That's all I care about. I don't really care about anything else but what you know, the information that you can give me, how you know the Earth is spinning on its axis. And from what I gathered, it's from some physics class that you took, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not any direct measurement that you have done, but somebody somewhere on that you got told from your physics class gave you the information that you know that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So what I'm alluding to here is that it's a belief that was given to you that you haven't verified thus far. So right now, the understanding that the Earth is spinning on its axis was given to you from a teacher, through a textbook, however you got it.
Yeah, but those were done through experiments from other people. They're not.
Sure, right. So what you're doing here is you're taking information, on face value that they've done their due diligence and they gave you that information via some kind of experiment or something. So right now you're trusting these sources, correct?
But why wouldn't I trust these sources?
No, I'm not. Scientists. Yeah, I'm not. Hey, I'm not disputing that. So the information that you're gathering right now to you, as far as you're concerned, is just a belief because you trust them. It's a whatever you want to call it, justified belief or whatever. But the root of it would still be considered a belief because you trust whatever.
No, it's a known fact.
No. I'm talking about what the information that you've gathered is a belief.
The information that I gathered is a known fact.
Okay, sure, whatever, but it's still a belief because you haven't measured it. You haven't verified it yourself.
That's what I'm verified. 10 other people besides being verified.
Right. Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not debating with you on this point. What I'm trying to establish is either it's verified by you or it's a belief that you have. So right now it's just a belief because somebody else did it. So that's all I'm getting to right now, just the information that you know. Spooky, I'm not debating with you. I'm just saying,
stop trying to debate him. He's not trying to debate you, man.
Yeah. I'm just getting the understanding that from what you know, it's just all belief right now. It hasn't been something you verified. That's all I'm just getting to right now.
Yeah, I guess so, because I don't have 15,000.
All right, cool. Yeah, thanks. No big deal. No big deal. You don't need a reason. It's all good.
All right, so point number 2.
Let Mickey do it, will you?
Point number 2 is that axial rotation is just a belief you have because via whatever information you gathered that you think it's spinning on its axis. So point number 3 is that the vacuum of space is a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists. Now, is there any information that you could give me? Remember, no right or wrong answer, just what you know as to how far you can verify that when you look up at your night sky, that it's actually a vacuum that you're staring at when you look up.
Well, we could see that because we're not talking about a vacuum cleaner here. We're talking about vacuum means emptiness in our case. So there's nothing there.
Okay.
Yes, so it's a physical place we could travel to, yes. Because there's nothing, no air, no oxygen molecules, no nitrogen molecules, nothing like that.
So. None at all?
All right, so everything
maybe 1 or 2, per 1,000 kilometers, maybe.
Sure.
Around.
So all this information is verified by you said? Like you verified it to be true that when you stare up in your night sky, that's indeed a vacuum. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, because I have a telescope, like one of those 10-inch wide telescopes, and I've watched the International Space Station fly past the moon. I'm just saying.
So you're fake. Right. So you're seeing things from the ground, and you're believing that the sky is a vacuum. Look, what I'm saying is, have you verified that it actually is yourself?
Well, I haven't been to space, so no. I can't.
Okay. So no would be
you can't either.
Right. Well, I'm not disputing. But this is the thing, Spooky. I'm not debating you. I'm just gathering the information honestly from your point of view as to what you know. So yeah, you conceded. You said I don't know. So right now, the vacuum of space being a reality to you is just a belief. So it could be that you're trusting sources or astronauts or whoever it is, but it's just a belief that you have that the vacuum of space is a reality and it's a medium that people can travel to. So I'm going to go ahead and round off the 3 points that I propose to you right now, that the curvature of Earth being measured either in ancient times or now is just a belief. Axial rotation, that you trust in sources.
But now you're twisting my words. Now I didn't.
No, I'm not twisting.
Hey, he's talking, man.
Let me finish real quick, Spooky. So this isn't, like I said, this isn't a debate. It's just gathering information from what you told me. So that's all I'm doing, repeating it back to you. And I'm kind of making it to where you can see all 3 points together. So the axial rotation point you told me is also something you learned from a physics class, and you trust those sources, so it's a belief. And the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists, is still just a belief. So the paradigm of the globe Earth as presented to you throughout your whole life has been a belief that you held strongly to, but it doesn't have any basis on known reality. As in, it hasn't been measured, you haven't detected it, and you haven't been there. So there's nothing that you could actually say right now that would justify a belief that you have in your mind.
Well,
so when you would move forward in the conversation, because we're going to open it up so you can ask any questions you'd like about flat Earth. But if when we open up the conversation and you revert back to trying to justify it, we're gonna let it known that what you're trying to do is assert your belief once again when it's already been known that you just believe it to be true. You follow me, Spooky? So it's not something that you could test and verify because you haven't done it yet. So you're just asserting a belief. So when we get into a conversation, which I'd like you to have with us, don't revert back to like, well, what about pictures from space or something? Because all these things are just rooted in your mind as just beliefs. So,
well, I have a couple.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I'm just going to open up the conversation now, but just to let it be known to everybody here that you did concede and said it was just a belief. But so if you cannot, try not to go back and try to justify these things as if they're actual known reality, because just right now you conceded to yourself that it's just a belief that you carry. That would be it. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up, and you can ask any questions to people here who would take any questions for Flat Earth. And if you want to know,
you mentioned Bob. Why don't you start with Bob?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I have one question only.
I didn't
fast question.
Bob here.
I only have one question fast. fast about Bob.
Yeah, no, I think he's right. We should let Bob cover that attack on him if he wants to.
I'd be more than happy to cover it.
Without interruption, please.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. This is going to be awesome.
Okay, so so obviously you don't know me, right? You only know me because of what you saw in Behind the Curve, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and from what I said in Behind the Curve, you took that and interpreted as, you know, what I was saying is that the Earth was spinning, right?
Yeah, you said 15 per 1 hour and 15-degree drift.
That is correct. That's exactly what I said. And you know what? I wasn't lying. That's exactly what we registered. The problem is what the producer interpreted that and actually cut the editing to make it look like. So would it surprise you if I told you that, you know, I completely agree with everything you just said. I absolutely did say that. But unfortunately, because of the way the producer twisted that around, I was not saying 15 degrees per hour of Earth rotation. Now, do you want to know how I know that?
Because your gyroscope, your like $40,000, what was? Like, how much was it?
Well, first of all, it wasn't my gyroscope, and second of all, I didn't do the initial test, but I got credited with that, so I'm just gonna wear it, okay? But we took that gyroscope, and like I said, when we first plugged it in, we got a 15 degree per hour rotation, and actually, it wasn't specifically 15 degrees per hour. It would be an interpolated value, taking the sine of the latitude times 15 degrees per hour, which would kind of equate out to that. Okay, so let's make that perfectly clear for one thing. But secondly, when I was in the movie, yeah, at that time when I stated that, I had no idea. You know, I was just as surprised as anybody else, and yeah, I was very reluctant to accept it because I was trying to interpret, you know, exactly what we were seeing. And I came to find out later on, and by the way, I did tell the movie producer this, exactly what we were seeing had actually been measured and discovered over 100 years before in what was called the Michelson-Gale experiment, right? The rotation of the luminiferous ether. So at that point, then what we were faced with is we had the challenge of, well, how do we prove that it is not Earth rotation and was in fact the luminiferous ether? Now, some people, and I'll even say even in this panel, don't believe necessarily that the luminiferous ether exists, but there's also a lot of Nobel laureate, you know, physicists that say that it does, and it's, you know, there's a big debate on it. Let's just put it that way. But by using that very same gyroscope, whether you believe in the ether or not, we actually devised a way to tell us whether or not it was in fact Earth rotating, okay? And it was really pretty simple, right? So first of all, do you understand at all how the fiber optic gyro works, how laser interferometry works?
Well, not really, but I mean, I get the gist of it. I get how a gyroscope works and how the gravitational pull works on it. And then when there are spins, there's different, it marks one spot and then it goes to, it calculates the time interval it takes. Then it calculates the angle, how much is, the angle is like changed.
Well, that would be for a gyroscope, yes, but a fiber optic gyro works a little bit differently. It works on something that's called the Sagnac effect. And the Sagnac effect is basically, it goes under the assumption that if light is traveling through a medium, right? In other words, they speak of light as a wave, right? So you have to ask yourself, well, what is a wave? What is it waving, right? What is it traveling through to cause that wave? What is the medium that light is actually waving, right? Well, scientists have been saying for centuries that it is in fact this luminiferous ether. And that is what I actually wound up claiming that it was that was actually rotating, the luminiferous ether. Now here's how and why I came to that conclusion. So we went back and we looked at these experiments from over 100 years ago and the assertions about the Sagnac effect and laser interferometry. And it turns out that what they say about the luminiferous ether is that it rotates very much, or it behaves very much like a magnetic toroidal field. Are you familiar with a toroidal field in a magnet?
Yes.
Okay, so the ether very much behaves in the same way. It actually is moving. It's not a stationary thing. It is moving, and believe it or not, it propagates vortexually, right? And it just so happens that that vortex rate is about 15 degrees per hour. Now, again, how is it that we were able to figure that out and that it was not Earth rotation? And the answer is really quite simple. So if I'm taking, and this is, by the way, exactly what we did. So we took the fiber optic gyro and we went to a place in Colorado called Pikes Peak. And Pikes Peak is at 14,125 feet above sea level, okay? And we did our measurements there, and we got essentially our equivalent to the 15 degrees per hour rotation rate from Pikes Peak. Now again, whatever you want to call it, you can call it the ether or you can call it Earth rotation, whatever you want to call it, that's fine. But what we're trying to prove here is that it was not Earth rotation that we were picking up. So we did that measurement at Pikes Peak and we got a value for it, okay? And then we went down to eastern Colorado following the exact same line of latitude, right? And why we followed the exact same line of latitude, I'm going to tell you here in just a second. But we went directly east in Colorado on the exact same line of latitude down to just over 4,000 feet. And then we did another measurement, okay? So would you agree that if I am measuring something that rotates, or that measures spin, right, or a rotational rate, that it should not matter whether I take that rotation rate at the bottom of a device or at the top of a device, especially a spinning ball? It would be the same whether you took it right on the globe or an inch above the globe. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and you would be absolutely correct. It would not vary at all because it doesn't matter where you would be, high or low, on that same latitude line. It is going to rotate at precisely the same speed. Well, here's the problem with that. What we found was that when we did the measurement with the fiber optic gyro at the 4,000 foot elevation, we had about a 1.3, 1.4 degree per hour variance from that done at the 14,125 foot elevation on Pikes Peak, okay? So we thought, well, that's pretty interesting because that actually equates to be 26, 27 degrees per day, right? That's a huge number. So we did it again at a different place, Guanella Pass, and again, and again, and again. And we did it in several different places in Colorado, and again, each time we then went to its corresponding latitude line at a lower altitude, and every single time we got a greater than 1 degree variance on the two measurements. Well, why would that be? Well, if you think back to what I just said about how the luminiferous ether was always said to propagate, and this comes from the people that coined the term, Newton, Maxwell, Clerk Maxwell, all these people that talked about this originally, then all you have to do basically is visualize it as a vortex, i.e. like a tornado, okay? So if you are looking at a tornado and you look at it on a z-axis, right, then at the top of the tornado, right, it's rotating fairly slowly, and as you go down that z-axis down towards the ground, it rotates faster and faster and faster, right? So you have a considerably faster rotation rate at the ground that you do, from high up in the air. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Did I lose it? Okay,
yeah,
good.
No.
All right. So that, again, is exactly what we are saying that the luminiferous behavior is propagating as, right? A vortex. So the problem here for the globe is that when you get a 1.3, 1.4 degree per hour, which equates to 27, 28 degrees per day, something like that, difference in rotation, then that pretty much tells you unequivocally that what we are picking up is not Earth rotation. And it is more commensurate with that vortexual behavior that science has always told us that the luminiferous ether actually behaves in this vortex, right? So we did this multiple times, and every single time, we weren't expecting such a huge variance. But, when you're talking 1.3, 1.4 degrees per hour, that's actually huge for 10,000 feet. So we can only imagine that number grows even greater if we were able to go higher and lower. But the most important thing is what it proved unequivocally is that what we were picking up was not Earth rotation. And do you see the logic behind that as to why we know that it wasn't Earth rotation?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. So whether or not, anybody wants to accept that it was in fact the luminiferous ether, as I claim, and as other people claim, that's up to you. But the primary goal here is to prove that what it did pick up was not Earth rotation. And in fact, when they did this over 100 years ago in the Michelson-Gale experiment, they had to do another experiment called Airy's failure to try and determine what exactly it was that was spinning. Was it the Earth or was it the sky? And so what they did was they devised a very simple optical experiment called Airy's failure, in which they measured the rotation rate optically with the telescope, and then they filled it full of water, and theoretically that would slow down the propagation of light through the telescope. And then the idea was that if they had to tilt the telescope further forward, then the light would not be coming in at the correct angle. However, if they didn't have to tilt the telescope forward, then the light was already coming in at the correct angle of 15 degrees per hour, indicating that it is in fact the stars that are rotating and not the Earth. Well, guess what? Airy's failure, same conclusion. It concluded that it was in fact the stars. So now not only do we have the FE Core's version of testing whether or not it was Earth rotation, but we also have Airy's failure from back in antiquity. And to this day, you still have people saying, well, we built these gigantic laser interferometers that are stationary and sitting in one place, and of course they are going to be picking up a rotation just like we did. But the problem is there's no way to falsify that if you cannot move that detector up and down on a z-axis to see if whatever it is that you're measuring is changing velocities at different altitudes or different z-axis. Okay, so that is how we know unequivocally that what we were not measuring was Earth rotation. And of course, because the producers of Behind the Curve did not want that information to come out, they skewed it and made it look like, wow, dummy flat earthers, they proved it, with their own equipment, and then sit there and keep denying it. Well, they didn't include the rest of the story, and that's kind of the problem that we have with Behind the Curve. And that's all I have on that, unless you have any questions.
No, I'm just wondering why. I mean, it's just weird why they wouldn't include it.
I'm sorry, it's weird why they wouldn't what?
Include it, because lots of people, I don't think you've told this to many people.
I have told this countless times. It doesn't get any press, and I told it to them, and I'll tell you why. And the producer even said it himself. They were all for giving Behind the Curve a fair representation until they went to the 2017 Flat Earth International Conference in Raleigh, North Carolina. Okay, then at some point I don't know, either primary or junior high school kid got up, expressed his beliefs in flat Earth, and he said, Clark, whatever his name was, Mr. Clark, that did the documentary production, said that he and Caroline decided at that point in time that this was too serious and they had to stop it. And they decided at that point in time that they then had to change around the theme of the movie to make it more of an anti-flat Earth propagation piece. Now, they said this in their own words. Daniel Clark, by the way, is his name. He said it in his own words, and he said the same thing to us. It's like, okay, now this isn't funny anymore. You've got kids taking this in, thinking that it's serious, and so now we're going to turn this around on you, and that's why they didn't include it. That's exactly what they told me, and that's what they are actually in public saying. Okay, so in other words, this flat Earth idea, this paradigm is so powerful that it will change lives. It will change everything about this world, really, that you ever thought you knew about it. And it exposes a lot of things, to a lot of people that they simply are not ready to handle yet. And so that is why they decided not to do that. And that's exactly what they told us.
All right, Spooky, Elon, did you have any questions for Flat Earth that we might want to engage any discussion on? Or
that was awesome.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, guys, thanks for letting him talk uninterrupted.
We get that all the time. Don't you see how crazy that is, bro? Like you said, your instinctual response was, why would they do that? He explained their little story for it, but isn't it interesting that you came in here having a complete misrepresentation of what the actual stance was? Because if what they told you about it was true, which is that it's archaic, unfounded, and just preposterous, stupid, then they would never have to do that, right? And you've now got the context of just one of the misrepresentations, which was a Netflix film. Firsthand, you couldn't have got a better explanation, but this will be a reoccurring theme. This is because there is no debate against Flat Earth. Flat Earth is objective.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to ask Spooky Elon is if what Bob said is 100% true, and I completely obviously believe him, why did they have the opposite reaction that they should have had? So if this is true and it's serious, why would that force them to make it anti-Flat Earth? Surely, as a well-meaning producer, when you discover that something actually isn't a joke, you should want to push it out more.
Well, I think a lot of that goes back to, people's cognitive dissonance. I mean, let's face it, Flat Earth is an explosive subject. It completely screws with people's realities, and they simply, I hate to coin the term, but, it kind of goes back to that movie where Jack Nicholson says, you can't handle the truth. Well, a lot of people can't handle the truth. I mean, because this, what Flat Earth actually represents is a change in paradigm that is so severe that it literally wrecks everything we've ever been taught for our entire life, And as Flat Earthers, we, it's much easier for us to understand things like, that these frauds are going on, like Sandy Hook being a fraud, like Boston bombing being a fraud, like 9/11 being a fraud. We see it over and over and over again, but this is a big one. When they're talking about, wow, we're not in outer space, we're not on a spinning ball, that there had to be somebody that actually created this place for us, which is a very logical and sound conclusion. It's just something that a lot of people can't handle. And by the way, there's a lot more evidence, to kind of support, not support, there's a lot of evidence, period. In fact, all the evidence pretty much supports the Flat Earth position. I always talk about what I call the preponderance of evidence. And, when you look at the preponderance of evidence being that, we cannot measure curvature anywhere, we cannot measure spin rate anywhere, we cannot measure these very slight changes in inertia between perigee and apogee. People will say, well, of course you can't feel that with your senses. And maybe you can and maybe you can't. But one thing that they neglect to say at that point is that we have instrumentation that is absolutely capable of measuring those very, very subtle changes, right? They're called accelerometers. You have one in your phone, and they are so sensitive. Look into them. They are incredibly sensitive. And so we have all the instrumentation. It's not just the fiber optic gyros that are giving us this information. We have several pieces of test equipment that are, giving us this information. And going on behind that, then when you look at NASA and all of the frauds that they do, all the CGI, the fake pictures of the globe, the fact that we didn't even get a picture of the globe until like Apollo 17, right? You'd have to ask yourself, why in the world would that be, right? Why would NASA, admit to making CGI composites and not even giving us pictures of the globe when, if you and I went out to outer space, the first thing we would do is snap about 1 billion pictures of every leg of the journey, I mean, everything that NASA is doing is completely non sequitur. It doesn't add up. And when you start looking at it through the paradigm of, well, maybe because we can't go into space, and that the Bible just may be accurate in that there is a firmament up there. And I am a person that believes, that there is a firmament up there. And I say that not because of any religious belief, because I'm not a religious person necessarily, but because of the evidence. When you look at things like sprites and elves and discharges, and everything seems to cap off at this 100-kilometer or 62-mile limit, and all kinds of strange things seem to happen around there, you really have to begin wondering. And then, of course, there's also the NASA and the Army documentation that talks about the firmament that, of course, the ball earthers will want to, completely set aside and dismiss. Great, so set that aside, dismiss that, whatever you want to do. But there is still a mountain of this preponderance of evidence to follow to prove our position in flat Earth. And we can take apart the globe argument at every turn. So this is why. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, gas pressure without a container. Well, obviously there is a container. It's called a firmament, and the evidence for that container is quite abundant, frankly, and I've done several shows on this. So, there you have it. And that's just my take. I'm going to let some other people talk about this, but, that's just, my take on why I've gotten into this.
Bob, can I ask one question?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you know that somebody in human history made some similar or the same measurement you do on that movie, and if you understand, my English is not good.
I guess that's the end of that. How is it there's more people in here at 3 a.m. than 10 a.m.? Hey.
Good afternoon. Or morning, I guess, still.
Good morning. What's up, man?
Too much. Watching a gun show down in Florida last year.
Yeah.
Good to keep abreast of what's new.
True. Stuff from last year, yeah.
How are things in your part of the earth?
Texas, good. It's nice. High of like 80 degrees today, so pretty nice.
Ronald. We got rain up here in Canada. At least in my part of Canada.
Well, at least it's not snow.
Yes, that's gone, I think, for good for the rest of the summer now. Now that I said that, tomorrow we'll get a half-inch dump or something. Melt away before the afternoon.
Texans love snow, but we barely get any. That's why we love it, though.
For sure.
Everywhere who gets snow says that they hate it.
Oh, I don't mind it. I was loving it up until I snapped my leg on the ski hill, and
oh shit!
Haven't been able to enjoy the ski hills as much since.
I'm never gonna do extreme winter sports. They're so dangerous.
Oh, so I shouldn't talk about jumping out of airplanes with you then.
Well, I'm not scared of hearing about it. I'm just not gonna do it.
Oh, it's so exhilarating.
I bet. I like roller coasters because they're on a reel.
Yes, I enjoy those as well. I think the drop zone was very interesting to experience free fall for a moment.
Do you see the curve of the earth from up there?
Never, ever. Nope.
What?
That's in Narnia. That's
you moving gloves?
That's where that's in a place where gravity is real.
They're like, what do you mean you don't think gravity's real? I'm like, oh, well, I believe in buoyancy. And then they get so mad at that, and they look it up, and they're like, well, maybe gravity is just a theory, and buoyancy is a law, but gravity is the cause of buoyancy. It's like, so you're saying that something unobservable is causing what we can't observe.
The only thing that I will give them is man-made gravitational force or pull. So, for an example, when you're on the roller coaster and you're getting thrown in this direction and that direction, or when you're in a car and the $100 bill's on the dash and the guy says, if you can grab it, you can have it. But when he hits the gas, you're being pulled into your seat so hard, you can't reach the dashboard to get the $100 bill. That's man-made G-force. Or when you're in a fighter plane and you got the fighter suit on to push blood to your parts of your body so you don't pass out because of the G-force. That's man-made. Without the engine, they wouldn't be experiencing that.
Yeah. Well, it's not gravity. They just call it gravity.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Man-made G-force. That's the only thing I give them.
Mm-hmm. Of course, they dream of having artificial gravity in a space station.
It was hard to do, but I watched Gravity with Mom the other night, and it was a rough one to get through, but
is that a movie?
Oh boy. Yeah. Sandra Bullock and
that one. Yeah.
130 million. I think they spent 130 million on that, and it's like I watch it and I'm just thinking, what a waste of 130 million fucking dollars.
Oh man, even aside from the space stuff, that was like just painful to watch. Like the painfully obvious like symbolism where she's like curled up in the fetal position.
Oh yeah. I pointed that out to Mom right away. There's the baby in the embryo scene imagery right there. Child in the womb. Even with the umbilical cord was there and everything.
I know, it was impossible to miss.
And then as they were going from like, I noticed certain things that jumped out at me big time, like the Marvin the Martian thing. Like, oh, that was important to have on the space shuttle. When she gets to the ISS, there's chess pieces floating around. I'm like, oh, that was important to have on the fucking ISS, you know? Like,
yeah.
Certain things jumped out at me now that probably wouldn't have then. That were like, really? This is what they're doing up there, playing fucking chess? Yeah, that's science, all right. Like,
Yeah, you'd think they'd just be watching TV. I mean, they're up there next to all those satellites, right?
Jesus. And then I point out to the blue pillars or the globies when they're in here. I'll say, you ever notice if you go to your 24-hour live feed from NASA, if you start asking questions, like at first, act all like, oh, wow, look at that, amazing, and act all, blown away, and then start asking some logical questions like, how come we can't see any satellites or airplanes or between the surface of the Earth and the ISS, and watch how fast they block your comments.
Yeah, really.
Because it's happened to me. So if that doesn't make a light bulb turn on, nothing will, right?
Yeah. Well, what's been working a lot lately, like giving me a lot more ground than I ever had before, is just like pointing out how heavily censored we've been and how like they put their fake shit out there and then they disable comments. I'm like, if that's not evidence of a cover-up, I don't know what is.
I can feel myself on the outside. I feel different when I feel my mind trying to self-censor, because I know I'm in a, like, for example, a Discord room, whichever the room it is, and you gotta speak in code and stuff. It's like, ugh. Drives me nuts. Wow, that's a nice gold-plated 1911. Probably a few bucks, though. It's only money.
People are more likely to believe that which they have to work for to find out. I wonder if there's some sort of like rabbit hole we can send people down.
For the censor topic?
No, for Flat Earth, but...
Oh, a rabbit hole for Flat Earth. Jeez.
Maybe start with the moon landing or something.
Oh,
more
yeah.
People.
One of my biggest styles is like, oh, yeah, sure, there's rovers on Mars, and just pointing out the obviousness of the stupidity of the space agencies and shit. And like how it's over 1 million a day taken from each state in the States. For what?
Wow.
When there's families being thrown out because they're a few months behind on a mortgage or whatever the reason they're being thrown out. Really?
Yeah.
There's towns in Texas that are becoming ghost towns because there's not enough population. People are leaving those towns and moving to other places. And
there's fires that are causing ghost towns, but overall, Texas has seen the biggest growth of all the U.S.
Well, I'm going from one of the YouTube channels, Nick Johnson, and it's the upper part of Texas.
I'm in the upper part of Texas.
There's a few small towns there that, like, let's say there could be 250,000, a population of 250,000, and it's down to like 60,000 now.
Like where?
Oh, I'd have to go back to those channels and get the names of the towns.
Because I'm also in the housing industry, and we're definitely having a way bigger influx than out.
Weird. For me, it was breaking my heart thinking about the people living on the streets, and there's all these empty homes and empty businesses. And
yeah, we don't even really have, well, maybe in Dallas, but the Fort Worth side of things, we don't have a bunch of homeless people.
Yeah. And then even in these towns that are dwindling in population, there is only a certain percentage that are below the poverty line. Whatever that is considered down there,
Right.
But it's weird, man. Some of the towns, the populations are so small, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, there's like a crazy amount of small towns in Texas. So many.
And the houses, you can buy a house there cheap. It's going to need some work, though. It's sitting empty for a while. And you're moving to a town. You're moving to a town with a population of what, 3,500? Like, I mean, if you have that small town, that's cool, you know.
3,500 is not even that small. It's like there's lots of cities with or towns with only 300 people and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was surprised to find out the amount of towns like that, even up here in Canada. I watched a YouTube thing. This guy was traveling on the train, and as he was going through towns, he was throwing up the populations. I'm like, oh my God. I know about Wawa. Wawa's a really small town with a small population. But I didn't really realize there's so many other ones with such small populations. It's wild.
Yeah.
I've grown up in both the big city and the small town, so.
Oh, really? I grew up in the suburbs.
Yeah.
I was living in the country the last couple years until this year.
There's pros and cons to both, I guess. Like, for me, what I enjoy about city living is convenience of, say, for example, a 24-hour convenience store or gas station, right? You want bag of chips, chocolate bar in the middle of the night, you can go get it. And the smaller towns, no action. It's so quiet. It's so dead in a way, right? I don't know. Sometimes, I've done contracts where I've been in a warehouse far out of town, very quiet, rush hours, 3 or 4 cars. And it's it sounds weird, but I miss the fire truck sound or, whatever, the city sounds, a horn honking, it's
right.
Weird. Yeah.
Yeah. It is nice out in the country though, because of the lack of sounds. It's just calming.
Yeah. No, I know. I do love nature and all that. It's just being
right now,
living having that city life in my blood, I guess. It's something I miss too when I'm out in the woods for too long. Cabin fever, I guess, is that what it's called?
Yeah, I think so. Well, cabin fever is when you're stuck in a place too long.
Okay.
It says in Texas, there are 970 cities, 228 towns, and 23 villages.
228 towns, wild. How many villages?
23.
23 villages, wild.
But 970 cities is a ton because there's really only 4, 5 main ones. You've got Austin, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Those are the main ones. Then you've got and Waco. And then I guess Decatur. But there's only so many really metropolitan areas. So these cities are representing the cities that are all crammed in around the big cities, and then all the small ones that call themselves cities.
Yes. Yeah. And then I really started disliking city life when they started doing all the, what I'm referring to, Can't go here, can't go there, can't do this, oh my Lord, really? And then seeing some of the things I seen, what?
Yeah.
How do you put that costume on daily and think you're doing something good when you've treated citizens like you have? Or forget about the title of a citizen. They're human beings, man. These are people.
Mm-hmm. It was better in the country. Way fewer people were abiding by the laws or the rules. But when I went to Colorado, an old woman publicly shamed me for not wearing the appropriate attire.
She Karen'd you, did she?
She did. She walked straight by me and she looked at me and she went, "Shame."
Crazy.
I'm glad I'm in Texas.
Yeah, like me, when I see a dude with a man bun, like in my mind, I'm thinking, how are the samurai classes going? And or, oh my God, how lame. But I would never dare to why do you got that in your head? And why do you wear that? Like, be yourself, I guess. But worst fashion statement, it's not a manly thing, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, I know what the worst fashion statement is. Hold on, let me go grab it.
And then I found myself doing it, watching some basketball footage in the halftime show. I was like, what the hell? Am I the freaking fashion police? Because the one guy's wearing a nice blazer, but he's got a totally casual shirt. I'm like, that does not match. And then the other guy, a gentleman, had a really nice dress shirt on. I was pointing that out. Like, on the top collar, it had some, like, 3 lines in the top collar that were, I don't know how to say it. It was the collar itself, but they were like folds in the collar on each side. Never seen that style of a dress shirt before. And then I'm like, after a few minutes, I'm like, what the hell? Am I the fashion police today? What am I doing?
See, this is the worst fashion statement.
Oh, sorry. I got to look on here. I'm just listening. Oh, yes. My nephew bought me one for Christmas, though, and I do wear it once in a while. It's got the shuttle on it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
All those people I see wearing it, I'm so tempted to just, like, ask them if they're wearing it ironically,
I rolled 3 fat crackers. Well, one really, like, king-size one, and 2... really decent sized ones, and then like I put the 2 on either side of the bigger one, and I even posted it in here way back when I did it. I'm like, this is the only way to get to outer space, in my opinion. Like, smoke those 3 fatties. Anyways, I shared that image with my nephew too, so I guess maybe when he was shopping for a gag shirt, he decided to go with the one with the shuttle on it. And then when I sent him the picture, he texted me back, Houston, we are go for liftoff.
Oh, so embarrassing they put NASA in Texas. Get out of here. They were also going to put an Hadron Collider here.
Wow.
They canceled those plans, thankfully.
It's so weird, the things they want to spend our money on. I know you're down there and I'm up here, but I'm talking about our quote-unquote authority figures and officials, right? Like,
oh yeah, I mean, Canada's worse about it than the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they're making everyone pay for all medical procedures. Let's not forget they're making you pay for transgender surgeries.
Yeah, my mom's ex, he's might have passed away just a few weeks back.
Who did?
Anyways,
your mom?
One of my mom's ex, he was a welder and he worked on the Canadarm.
Oh, the what?
The Canadarm. It was an arm that Canada built for the space shuttle Columbia or something. Probably on the one that blew up or whatever, the first one.
Challenger.
And it was for, like, when the bays would open up, the arm would come out to grab a satellite or whatever and pull it in so they can work on it. And you'll see it when you watch their footage, if you ever watch any of their footage.
I was about to say, I don't really watch that shit. Like, I don't have to watch the new launch to know that they cut out before they got to, outer space.
Oh, yeah. How anyone watches that and thinks it's real is beyond me. It's like, dude, look, they just cut out. Look, it's a computer image now.
And it's like, why do we need so many graphics when you should have like millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of hardware to show us?
And don't you love the word they use and repeat over and over and over? Nominal. Everything's nominal. It's nominal.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't that recently they started, like, going heavy on that word?
What the hell? Oh.
No, it was something else that they started saying all of a sudden all the time. I don't remember what it was. Or maybe it was that.
And I also loved when they started using the term water ice for the South Pole on the moon or whatever.
Water ice. Wow. They didn't want to call it ice water.
Excuse me? Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, really. You made me just spit out my water ice. Funny the links they'll go to keep us from seeing what's right in front of us.
Mm.
It's like, I know it looks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, smells like a duck, walks like a duck, but trust me, that shit's a dog. Like, and we know because we know how fast dogs run, and we know what dogs sound like. And if you modify the sound of the duck, you will get something that sounds suspiciously like the sound of a dog.
I'm thinking more and more. I'm watching these gun shows. I gotta move down there.
Oh yeah, Florida is a great place to live.
I mean, yeah.
I think there's a reason everyone retires there.
Mm-hmm. I know one gentleman. He's got a home down there. Goes down every summer. But me and my other buddy aren't too sure about him. He might play for the other team.
Oh yeah.
I made jokes with him one time. Well, he was telling us something about some person, like he brought a guy to his place from the bar, and the guy freaked out and laughed. And I made the offhanded comment about, well, don't hit on him the first time you invite him over then. And he didn't really say anything about, like, why would you say that? Or, you know what I mean? I don't think that's why the guy freaked out, but it's just like, we haven't really seen him with a chick or.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, one of, like, my husband's best friend, his roommate, we've been playing D&D with them both for years. But forever, it kept being speculated that maybe the roommate was gay, because we never saw him with any girls. We never even saw him talking to girls or talking about girls. But all of a sudden, he, I mean, I guess not all of a sudden. It feels like all of a sudden. But he ends up with this girl who he only has a relationship online. And I guess it's already been a year and a half or 2 years or something, but he moved out to California with her. You just never know.
And she was real. It wasn't a catfish.
Oh, yeah. No, she came and visited and stuff.
Oh, cool.
It's like, she's like a really needy person, so I'm not sure how great the relationship is, but he's not gay.
Yeah. No, I don't care if, do what you want, but yeah. It was just odd, you know, if that was me telling the story, you know, I'd be like, what do you mean hit on the dude? I didn't hit on him. And, you know, you forgot about this girl, that girl, that girl, that girl. I've been single for a while. Is it you that gave me that term, single like a Pringle?
I don't think so.
Okay. Am I speaking? It's Flatsy Klein right now? Oh, no.
No,
Pumpkin.
Yeah.
Okay.
My sister has a dog named Pringle, so she'll like that, though.
Nice. I've been single for a while, and it's by choice. I want to have kids. And I don't know. I'm a little old to start, but
School is calling.
I want some, and
Hold on.
I'm gonna wait. Being selective. Oh, give me a moment. I think something might have happened with my audio. I'm gonna drop out and come back in.
Okay. Sorry, do you leave? You still here? There you go. You back?
There we go. That's better.
Yeah. It's fine. I was worried that he had an accident or something, but he's fine.
So yeah, so the young man moved out west.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Nice.
Yeah. We'll see how he does out there. Christian conservative country.
Even if the relationship doesn't work out, at least he's going through the first one.
Right. Yeah. He was in the army before, but I guess he never had a serious relationship. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, it becomes not just a career, but a lifestyle, right? So, and then you kind of separate civilian from military life. You got to climatize back once you're out.
Yeah. In a way, it wasn't that hard, I think, because those two went to high school together, and then our friend was like near dishonorably discharged for like drug related stuff.
Yeah.
So he had to go to like army jail.
Yeah.
And so they weren't all like super into being indoctrinated at that point,
Okay.
I think it did take a while when we first got to know them for their trauma to start to wear off, though.
Yeah. Well, I've done a little bit of that myself, and I find as a civilian, as an observer, outside observer, I find there's cops, crooks, and everyone else is going to an appointment or shopping.
What are shaman?
There's cops and there's crooks, and then everyone else is shopping or going to an appointment, or you know what I mean? That's how I kind of see the civilian world, right? Like,
well, we work too, but
no. Yes, of course. But yeah, that's they're thinking about paying their bills, and they're not either trying to catch the criminal or avoid being caught, right? Like,
yeah, we have our few basic things we do to avoid criminals, and that's it.
Even when it comes to that whole idea of criminal, really? I heard something about, I think, I'm pretty sure it was down in the States. I'm not sure exactly where. It could have been LA, California. But actual task force going after hair salons that are doing hair braiding off the books. And I'm thinking to myself, really? Like, that's how broke Uncle Sam is? If somebody can't even make a few bucks on the side braiding hair, like, I don't know.
Yeah, their number one thing is going after people who can't afford it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Hey, Migs.
That's a nice little handy device for loading your mag.
What's going on, guys?
Just
commenting on the state of society.
How's
and
Miggy?
the degradation of their end, huh?
Mm-hmm. Y'all ever heard of decadence? People think decadence is a good thing, but it actually means decay.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking of it also as like excess, like instead of moderation.
Right.
Like overdoing everything.
Yeah. Let's see. Definition. Decadent. Yeah, characterized by or reflecting a state of moral or cultural decline.
Yeah.
And then the second meaning is a person who is luxuriously self-indulgent.
Okay. Oh, that's neat. A trainer AR. Sorry, guys. I'm still watching this in the background.
Good. Maybe working today. What should I do?
No globies. And when I joined up, when I hopped in, there was only 4 people in the room. The bot was going. Yeah, rest in peace, Bob Nodell, man. I was watching Jeranism's memorial last night. That was pretty heavy. I talked to him on the phone once for a little while. I felt like we were sort of like twins in a way, because we had similar educational experiences.
Ooh, trying to get hungry. Who had similar educational experiences to you?
Bob Nodell, I believe. Like when we were speaking on the phone for one time when I spoke with him, we seemed to have similar experiences with the schooling system.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, geez. He was a big part of Globebusters.
Oh.
Yeah. That's who was. There was the Flat Earth Robot was playing a clip of him. He was in the room when somebody was talking shit about him, and they didn't know he was in the room. So he unmuted and started talking to them. Yeah. He passed away January 6th, or April 6th, sorry. April 6th. Day after my mom's birthday. Yeah. So they had like an online memorial for him. You know Alex, music conspiracy guru?
No.
You know Jeranism?
Vaguely.
Who else is on there? Karen B, Mark Sargent.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Mark Sargent a little bit.
Yeah. They were all online doing it was like a 6.5 hour long memorial and remembering his life. He was a gentleman who, the preponderance of evidence towards flat Earth is much greater than the heliocentric model, and you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Very, very calm person to talk to. And, yeah.
Yeah, I almost jumped in when you were playing that clip earlier. I was like, very compelling. It was. I think you got a text.
Actually, it's a flat Earth notification from Trinity Loves You. Who was Bob? Oh, they're asking in the live stream, I think, who was Bob. I'll go back here. It was playing. I can repost it. There it is. I think I can. I think I can. I'll try that and then try this. Will this work?
Yeah, those are the things that we have here at 24/7. We came across all those guys that you mentioned the most prolific people in Flat Earth we've talked to in this server. And we've had a chance to at least meet with them and talk with them and their perspective and all that. So we have with us in this group combined the people who are been here the longest. Just the conversations that we had with these guys. Whether you agree with them or not, they still change the landscape for people coming to the truth of Flat Earth. So they do have however, I don't agree with everything that Bob Nodell was saying. I still, however, respect the fact that he had a large audience and that he brought into the conversation of Flat Earth.
Yeah.
A large audience.
Sorry, Miggy. Same with Rob Skiba. Yes, he passed a year ago. Is it now? Little more, maybe.
Yeah, that's why from that perspective, that's what you honor, their memory of what they've done, A hallmark of actually doing that, leading groups of people to a greater knowledge of the truth. And from there, wherever they landed, then we started to have the discussion. But first, there was the initiation of them knowing about Flat Earth.
Yeah, Rob Skiba was out on the boat doing experiments, bringing in skylines, city lines on the horizon. Yeah.
Rob Skiba's, some of his videos brought Mimas Aurelius into the Flat Earth. Mimas even, he's the reason why I'm here. I saw one of his videos.
Yeah, both those guys, I'll always remember them. Shit, I won't forget none of you guys. Battle Mod, fuck, none of yous. Mary Mom, Damsel Medic. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Happy to be here. I love, sometimes it's just sitting here quietly on mute and listening, man. The conversations are amazing.
Yeah, these are the moments and the times that we can't ever get back, because, time is fleeting. So what we have is, the times that we share with each other. Those are the things that we say when we cherish these times, as a group. And sometimes people take it for granted. They want to do their own thing, go their own way. And it's we look back at those times where we see Bob Nodell and Skiba and, when they were all still here. And what a force are we? But still, we have to carry the mission forward and keep telling the truth and waking more people to the truth. And I think that's what the mission is now. It's even more clear,
Sorry, most definitely, Miggy. And I love that Witsit and Kai have a little one, and the community, the truth is growing, right? That's awesome. Same with Jaren. Jaren and Missy have a little one too. Maverick. He does that this Maverick moment. It's hilarious. Little clips of his son growing up.
I showed my daughter a video of the trees, the cut down trees, the mountains, and boy, she loved it. She was like, "I feel like I'm dreaming." She's 7.
Nice.
Started out, I said, "Okay, I want you to choose out the ones that are trees and the ones that are mountains." And then after 10 or 20, I told her what the deal was.
Yeah, I'm just being patient. I'll know when the time is right. I'll meet the right woman at the right time. My uncle, though, stopped by to visit me earlier, and he's laughing. He's, "You better get at it. You'll be 60 years old trying to play catch."
Yeah, it's
How
true.
many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Perfect.
Right, these
Did you hear the
pictures in that video.
Did you hear the latest one? The guy that was in here maybe a week ago now, week and a half ago, talking about balancing the egg on a nail at the equator. Oh my god, as is proof for the globe. Oh my
like that's something you can't do anywhere else on Earth.
Oh.
As a young kid,
These three were.
I think that was cap. In other words, that's just a bunch of bull. Yeah, I don't think it really. You know, I'm trying to stay up with the latest words, CB. You have to keep me on track with that, but bro.
Yeah, these were our favorite. Our favorite video.
You're breaking up, Pumpkin.
It's like a discotheque.
All right, how's that?
Better.
All right. So these were our three favorite pictures from that video.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, pretty fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Funny how if you show
with the water in it.
Right.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, I see. Wow.
It's funny if you show these to people who don't know, they're like, so it's cliffside. Like, oh yeah, wow, that cliff fell down in front of that road there. Pretty crazy. Also love this first one though, because it just clearly looks like a mountain made out of wood. Just very clearly.
I still, when I see them, I'm just thinking of jumping off of them with a wingsuit.
Well, I'm in Arizona, and there are a lot of mountains and things in Arizona that look fake.
Imagine building a home on top of that one flat part. Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, that wouldn't work, sir. You can only build on curved and rotating surfaces.
Whoever says that?
Oh, well, no one really has to say it. It's just a known fact.
Okay.
Unless you disagree, Brandon.
I didn't say I disagree.
All right, so if you guys are out there listening right now on YouTube, go ahead and click that link on the description or Nightbot and come on in here and have a discussion with us. We got a few people on the panel that would like to talk to you. If you want to talk about the shape of the Earth, that'd be great. Happy Monday, everyone.
Yes, sir.
How many people are in there?
For the panel. I can answer that. Let me take a look. Probably the usuals. I was listening to you and Flatman cook up. Gotta give a shout out to you two for getting the stream going. Y'all got the coffee brewed, the doors open, unlocked. Got the cafe swept up.
Yeah, it's business as usual on the weekdays.
There's 13 people on the YouTube. Let's give a small clip I found. I want to show you guys. It's from a song I was listening to on my playlist.
Rich, go that crusted crown and shit, the golden road is promising. Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? Like fuck it would've changed. Like Kobe, I got an 8 for you, you pray for me, I pray for you. They say the world 360, but what if it's flat? Breaking down, I'm breaking too. Say you don't wanna change, but keep changing it back.
They say the world 360, but what if it's flat?
Who is
That's Juice.
Dally Austin. I'll post a link to the song.
I wonder if Uluru is a melted building, because it's just doesn't look like any rocks. Doesn't look like a tree either.
I'm just gonna mute for a while and listen because I'm might be making a bit of noise for a minute.
Okay.
All I'm saying, folks, is this stuff is out there. It's up to you to catch it, type of stuff. You know, it's in the music, it's in the commercials, it's everywhere. But you have to have the ear for it. So I'll post a link to that song. Yeah, Dally Austin from Chicago. He's worked with Mick Jenkins a few times. There's a link. They say the world 360, but what if it's flat? Yeah. I have another clip too. It's like a 1-minute clip we can listen to. Fast. And if you haven't heard Jesse Gordon before, this is kind of what he sounds like, but a better version.
Nothing is what it appears to be. Surely you've noticed that. That's A, right? A is nothing is what it appears to be. Well, therefore, complex, difficult, tricky, and mercurial things are even less likely to be what they claim to be than other forms of reality. So, confronted with the endless whispered rumors and doctored photographs and breathless testimony from the denizens of trailer courts and so forth and so on, what is one to make of all that? Well, I think the message is return to basics. The information matrix has become compromised. The data stream is now suspect. Return to first principles. What are first principles? That's what the 20th century is trying to figure out. Yes, what are first principles? I'd like to suggest to you that a place to begin is the body.
I have an answer. Touch,
go ahead.
Smell, hear. Those are basic principles. And if we're not using those, then we're not discovering that the earth has always been telling us what it is self-evidently saying every day.
It's almost exactly what he says. He says go back to the body. If you listen to what he said there, he said, it's pretty obvious that things aren't what they appear to be. And I wrote in the chat just some things to kind of keep track, aka the horizon, the experts, even the earth as they claim it to be. It's not what it appears to be. And so he said, like, through endless whispered rumors, breathless testimony, and doctored photographs. Does that sound familiar? We're having breathless testimony from
NASA.
Yeah, exactly. And whispered rumors and doctored photographs, exactly. So he says what we need to do is return to basics. And he says he suggests the body, and that's exactly what Miggy picked up on. Touch, taste, sight, smell. Yeah, return
That's
to
first
basic.
order, bro. Like, definitely, if we go back to that, we can't go wrong at all. That's where we gain the best information, is when we start to investigate with our own senses and then ask somebody, what do you think about this? And then that person investigates with their senses, and then we come up with a formulation of the hypothesis. And I think then we can start to discover the real natural world around us versus what somebody puts in a theory. Like, if you said something and I'm like, I don't know, let me check it out, and I can, test and verify what you said is true, then we run it through the scientific method. It's not like something, or even if it doesn't go to a scientific method, if it's just like a measurement, you said, my foot is, 10 inches or whatever, and then I'm going to measure it and it's like not 10 inches, then I'm going to find out that what you said is not true. And I'm going to measure it and find out how big it is actually. So that's how the checks and balances happen when we actually start to use our senses. And, the stuff that the globe has to offer is none of that.
Yeah, I was just writing down how at the end of the clip there, he also mentioned how the information matrix has been compromised. So say you just want to rush off to Google and get some answers, even there, like, the information has been slightly compromised. And they'll admit that. They'll say there's misinformation, disinformation, and stuff. So that seems to be a common thing nowadays. But yeah, go back to basics. You're it's not like your eyes are going to be giving you like disinformation or whatever, right? Or rumors or conspiracies. So it's your neighbors who will do all that stuff.
I was going to say, yeah, but people will. They'll tell you a story.
Absolutely.
Jedi, what's up, homie?
Oh, what's up, Miggy? How you doing, my friend? You good?
Just having a little brekkie.
Good stuff, mate. Starting the day off well, I hope.
Oh, yeah.
Good, man.
I made some pulled pork with some carrots.
Oh, nice.
Little something. I had a Instapot, so I used that thing. I love my Instapot. But we're waiting on some glowers because last week was pretty eventful. We had a lot of stupid things that they said, so gotta capture all them good clips,
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see what this week brings, mate.
Yeah,
Creations in the house. Just saying hello to Creation Bear, mate, that's all.
Howdy.
Hey.
The man of 1,000 voices. Yep.
Yeah.
Bumblebee.
And even more sound clips.
I'm looking for another clip. I was just gonna find another one where there was a slight reference in media. It was a commercial that I found a while back, but it's been pulled off the internet. So I'm scrolling through my endless scroll of content on my phone to find it. But it's only like 30-second commercial. So once I find it, I'll stick it up at the bottom. We can listen.
So I posted some pictures of Uluru to, build a case that it's a melted building. I mean, that's all we have, those just pictures, so. But here you can see it looks like the door melted out of the wall. Do y'all see that?
Yeah, I see it, mate, but I'm probably a little bit late to the party, so what are you showing everybody? Are you melted buildings? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. I get you.
Yeah, I was just thinking that Uluru was a prime candidate for that since it's not anywhere near other mountains. It's kind of a weird shape. It's not shaped like any rock. or wood, and it's got all these holes and crevices and stuff.
Yeah, we'd like to reserve those topics for a speculation day, so that's kind of why we don't usually keep them business as usual on the weekdays, Pumpkin. Because usually people can swing one way or the other with those.
Right.
And have to keep it on topic on the weekdays, just so that we can keep it like to where people are listening to us at all times and knowing that the content should be directed towards what we can verify versus what we can speculate on. Because we can talk about those things, but they're not as verifiable as, something like the Earth curvature.
Right.
I've got a good one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, 12 hours too late. What were you going to say?
I've got a good one for next Sunday's speculation. I forgot to join in yesterday. I was a bit busy.
Yeah. I joined in late, but it seemed like they were already past Speculation Sunday, so.
Yeah, they were actually talking about stuff yesterday from what it sounded like, so yeah. And the reason being is because there's so many people that we think already know about that flat Earth, and there's a lot that still kind of have questions on it, so we try to keep the content as much as possible about flat Earth. But it does veer. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
We don't know that, but
well, this topic is amazing because it does veer into so many other things.
What I have saved, it will apply for whichever way you're thinking.
Nice.
Mishu just joined the chat. What's up, Mishu? I'm gonna switch microphones and come to my workstation.
Bye, Mishu.
All right, then keep your secrets.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to click on Mishu to figure out what their roles were because I'd never spoken to them, and then they just fucked off like gas that was uncontained. It's crazy.
I've known that they would be under immediate attention.
They broke the barrier of the second law of thermodynamics.
What is that? Equal and opposite force? What is that?
The pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container. Second law of thermodynamics. You can't have it without a container.
That's not technically the second law of thermodynamics. That's two ideas that when you put them together make a decent argument if you're a flat earther. The second law of thermodynamics is the direction of entropy. The gas law requiring containment is an antecedent consequent relationship. If you contain the gas that was going to fuck off according to entropy, the consequence would be gas pressure.
Correct.
Not technically the same.
Yes. Okay, yes.
That always annoyed the heck out of me. How can you sit there and tell us with all certainty that the law of the universe is chaos? I mean, just how stupid are you? I mean, it's just, come on. Chaos theory, indeed. They're like, oh, it's entropy, so that they can call it chaos without calling it chaos. Like, as far as I can tell, this whole world is based on order. Like, you have lots of random elements, they'll become ordered. Even under their own, idea of the Big Bang, it's really the world or the universe organizing itself. I think Mishu is here all the time, guys.
Apart from now.
Yeah, I've seen
they're muted as well. Yeah. So I just wanted to see if they wanted to be unmuted. But they've gone, so.
I'll put an image of the legendary wig snatchers. They're in this Discord and live stream voice text.
I found that commercial I was looking for. It's only 30 seconds, folks. I'm just gonna stick it on. Listen with your your keen ears open. See if you can hear what I heard.
Is a masterpiece. It comes loaded with toppings all the way to the edge. For the crust, let's keep it real, thin, and crispy. They might not be able to see it, but we'll know it's there. It'll be our little secret. And to finish it off, a delightful sprinkling of garlic and herb seasoning.
I really gotta get going, man.
Tell your manager you took it to the edge.
I don't know that he'll accept that.
The Edge is back with 4 new recipes. Get it before it's gone. No one outbeats the hunt.
He goes, tell him you took it to the edge. He's like, it'll be our little secret. No one has to know. Like, wow, like, y'all really think y'all slick, talking about going to the edge, huh? That wasn't slick, but let me drop the visual to the video in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, that's the list of the legendary wig snatchers right there. The ones who made people actually not have a rebuttal. It's very rare that someone actually gets a Glober to do that, but when it does happen, these are the guys who've done it.
Now, I respect the list, but I'm going to call everybody out on this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. That list needs to be longer, much longer, right?
Of course, yeah. I actually want to see that happen. Which is the challenge that I'm talking about every day. If you guys get a sound clip of you not having the guy a rebuttal back to what you're saying, clip it. It's gonna be a gold bar, and I'll add it to the wig shop. Because from this point forward, that's gonna be the thing that is. It's almost like hunting a lion. Once you capture it and you've got it, you gotta store it, and then we'll make a trophy case out of these guys. It's a video series called The Wig Shop. The first one that was posted up is Heretics.
That's not what I thought you were going to say. That's when I get a lion, the first thing I'm going to do, I wouldn't think of storing it. I guess if you count like a pin or something. It's funny wording.
I want that head on the wall and that teeth around my neck in a necklace. How about that?
That's
right.
The way.
I would keep it alive.
I'm going to use your claws for a toothpick.
I love big cats. Big cats are awesome.
Like, everybody in here knows when it's organic. Like, when you get a complete silence off the opponent and they don't have anything to say to you, we'll all be able to hear it. But now we're going to make a record of it. That's why it's like, to the newcomers, like, learn the arguments, understand like what they have to say, and then go in there and try your best. Because, if you get that, I'm going to make an audio clip of you. I'll probably put some music to it like I did with Heretics. I do a little better job, but, it's just to start off with. And that club right there, I do want to have like jackets made. I'm serious about this. Like some merch made.
Awesome stuff, Miggy.
Yeah, called the Wig
awesome.
Snatcher Club. So it'll be the Wig Snatcher Club jackets.
Have you got like an image in your head? Because the image that I've got in my head is a ball earth with a wig on it, and that someone's just snatched off the top of the ball earth. That'd be quite cool.
Well, I was going more for like two styles that in my head I have. Like the first style would be like a Letterman jacket, with the with a great big W on it, and and then possibly the 1980s like punk rock street gang look with the cut off jean jacket.
Oh yes.
And the wig snatcher on it. Yeah, that would look so good. Like, and it just depends too. Like I can go many different ways with it, but those are the two ideas that I have that are competing in my mind. On the one hand, you have like a collegiate look to it, and the other is more of a, I don't know, like a rebel,
Somebody in here was talking about getting a Flat Earth MC going. Could work on a Flat Earth patch for the MC.
But this is what I have in mind. So everybody that's a part of it, I'm also going to think about doing like the Wig Snatcher
days or something, like when we can have just a live stream where there's a channel where the wig snatchers are the only ones who could speak and everybody else is just there to listen. So we have the ability, if you're a wig snatcher, you have the ability to speak in this channel. I'm gonna go over that with Indio, and so we can have like whoever comes in there, they're just gonna get the cream of the crop, like the ones who can actually get it done. And that's what the aspirations should be, that you want to be a person who can actually, you know, work somebody over like that in the live stream. And yeah, hopefully you get there, because everybody, it's like that. This isn't like a secret sauce. It's like you can do it too. Everybody can. You just have to apply yourself, and you can do it. You know, there's this like idea that it's only these people. It's not that way. Anyone can do this.
Yeah, you probably already have. And them taking off, does that count as them being quiet too?
Yeah. So what I would accept is a rage quit or them being silent. One of those two, because if you're able to get them to rage quit without you leaving the chat, that shows the endurance that you have. So, and it can't be something like, well, it's 2:00, so I really gotta go. It's gotta be an actual rage quit. You suck, and they storm off, and they leave and they don't come back. That's a rage quit.
Okay.
And or a silence, like when you're like, you don't have an answer. That right there, that sound clip that you just asked them that, I need a clip of that. Like, find out where you got that, and then, but you can't proceed to say that right away. It's got to be a short little pause, like to where it's an organic pause, like they don't know how to respond to you.
Okay.
Like I said, it's a difficult thing. If it were easy, all of us would be doing it. But only the ones that are on the list that I've showed you, they're the people that I know for certain that have done it already. Just some of our clips, like for the older guys, they're lost in the sauce. Like we have to hunt for them. So now all we got to do is just like do it again and clip it. And then I'll put them on the wig shop. The wig shop will be where the wig snatchers, legendary wig snatchers, are going to be put up. And I'm also going to put that little image on my live stream. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm actually fixing the live stream to where it's going to have those guys' names up.
Quantum, of course.
Yeah, Quantum's in there. But these guys like have done that, like that I've noticed. If anybody else has done it that I haven't noticed, then that's why I said, you know, send me the clip where you've heard them say it, and then that's the challenge that I put up. But those who are in there have earned their stripes and have actually either silenced somebody or made them rage quit. One of the two.
Oh, it's too good. It's too easy being a flat earther in 2023, folks.
I have a friend who's really into wig snatching. I should employ him in this.
Should. Yeah, bring him in here.
Yeah, maybe I will. And he certainly knows about the server. I don't know how often he's come in.
Yeah, I'll say this much. It's easier said than done, and it looks a lot easier, you know, when we're all in here together. But when you try to do it like solo, it's not as easy, because the person that you're dealing with, there's two things you contend with. You contend with your team, and you contend with the person. And what I mean is, like, your team is gonna want to chime in and like say something to like the opponent, right? The Glober will start saying buzzwords because the cognitive dissonance mode kicks in. This is where the hunt becomes extremely difficult, and their buzzwords will trigger the team. The team will say, no, hold on. He just said Coriolis. I want to get him on that, and then so you're like, but hold on a second, because I got him on a point, and so you try to bring but if you don't say nothing, they'll derail your hunt, your kill, and then the next thing you know, you're off in the weeds talking about something that is a derivative topic. You know what I mean? And it takes away from the point that you were trying to make to hold them down accountable. And so if that does happen, like, they take that kill away from you, so you don't get it. So you have to contend with the team to kind of keep them on track of your point, of the one that you're making. Or you can have a teammate who wants to help you, you know, and say a point that's correlating with what you're saying, and kind of like an assist, you know, help you get that wig. But at the same time, assist can help, but a diversion can hinder like the kill. So you'd have to contend with the team. That's one thing, and also with the actual sophist, because once they hit cog dis mode, it's almost like the hunt becomes extremely difficult to complete. And the kill is going to be like when you actually get them to silence, or like I said, rage quit. But if they're still trying to like argue with you about it, then they haven't reached that point, which is the most difficult part. That's the reason why becoming a wig snatcher is not easy. It's like it's super difficult to get it that way. So,
if you're up against more than one, it's difficult too, because then they have their only strength in the world for Globe Earth is the support of another Glober.
I like those 2-on-1 battles. 3-on-1 battles, I'll take on all of them. Okay.
Yeah, you've done that. But most of us who have actually been in that scenario, we know how to deal with it, you know.
Ask a question, get an answer to it. Make sure you get an answer to your question. Don't move on to another topic until you get an answer to your question, and know where the answer to your question is going to lead you. So when you get that next answer, you can ask your next question and take that with you. But don't ever let them not answer the question you've asked.
Yeah. That's the worst. Or skip off to another one, and like meanwhile you didn't hear the concession. That's important. The wig snatch happens when the concession happens. And listen, here's the thing, right? When we hear it, we all know it. Like we all just, oh man, this guy really got him. And the reason why I'm saying this is because when CB was new on the block, when he was coming in there with his gloves on, and working the Glober over, he took the guys that were like the bigger guys, the guys with 22,000 subs on YouTube, and when he made like a certain person, maybe I should say his name, Bob the Science Guy, actually kind of recant what he's saying. It was like the most amazing wig snatch that I saw from an up and comer. And it was like, that was a moment in time that you could save it. Now it's a clip. It's like a trophy. That's his line. He's wearing the teeth around his neck. Like it's
yeah.
And Bob can never come back from that. Like he's forever like going to be a part of like CB's journey. Like, and there's many more. Like Dean was another one. But that's the thing. Anybody can actually do this if you pay attention to like the culture. You start to realize what you need to do, and then you just go to work. So I'm hoping that for everyone.
I've got the clip, I think, pulled up, so I'll play it through the bot for anyone that is missing context on the Bob situation. So.
Yeah, I'd like if you can play it.
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
and if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, he just every now and again he jangles the teeth on his neck because that's flexing right there.
Shark? Yeah.
Well, he's toothless now, CB says. He's got no more bite. But and it's a rare moment because CB didn't have to speak up. He could have just stayed quiet and let other people do that work, but he went in there and faced this head on. I think that's the most daunting thing, isn't it? Go ahead, Chris.
What's the daunting thing? No, it's all right. What's the daunting thing, mate?
Going at these guys when you're brand new to the topic, or you feel like you're unequipped to actually take them on. Like whoever it is, like some of the bigger guys, like Bob or Dean. You got like Mr. Sensible, like them guys. Like they feel like it's too big of a bone to chew. So it's like, I'll stay quiet. I'll let the other guys handle it. But that's the thing. You don't get in there. Like we want you to get in there. Just like Jedi was saying, we need a bigger list. We only got 11 people so far.
What is wig snatchers?
Uh-huh.
Here's some more context for the rest of that Water Hill thing.
Peninsula?
Appears to be, yeah. You got the peninsula that are being blocked.
Is it the refraction or is it Water Hill?
I don't know. What's Water Hill?
It's what you just said is blocking the bottom of the boat deck. Is what you just said.
No, the horizon's blocking the bottom of the boat deck.
I will rewind the tape where you said, yeah, it's a Water Hill, but okay. So
go ahead and just point out where the boat deck is.
Yeah, he did say the Water Hill was blocking the boat deck. And he forgot. Like an old man, but that's fine. It's still a wig snatch, bro. Like, I count it. You got to count it.
Yeah.
Top Gun calls it a sea bulge.
Sea bulge?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I like that one. That's good.
Oh,
yeah, Tom Cruise is flying away, and they're trying to get him to come back, and he starts pretending to be staticking out. He's like, Mach 5, and they're like, oh yeah, it's it's because it's obscured from here. They call it sea bulge.
No, they say Earth bulge, not sea bulge.
Oh,
they say Earth curve actually.
They say what?
I can actually play what he actually says. I don't remember. I'll play what he says. Hold on.
I just watched it a couple days ago, but sure.
Interestingly enough, I do have a citation where bulge is used, but I would like to hear this.
Oh my.
Oh my.
I have the movie. I'll just go to where he says it.
Right,
yeah, do that. Good. That's fine. Either way, the Earth's getting in the fucking way, right?
That's it.
Okay. Alright, here it is.
Ordering that we bring her down.
Alpha 3 passing Mach 5.4 and heading to the deck.
This is where we've had trouble with comms, sir. It's the Earth's curvature. Yeah, that's called Earth bulge.
Oh, Earth bulge.
Bulge.
So, see, this is it.
But I was right, though.
Right? Now, we understand that. Yeah, you're right. So let's kind of go on that point. It's interesting, right, that they are saying within this movie, this fantasy, that the reason why they can't communicate is because of the curve of the Earth being in the way.
Well, they're making it. They're openly up though, because he's pretending that he can't hear them through their comms, but he can.
Yeah, it wasn't a thing that he was trying to get him to believe. It was a lie so that Maverick could keep doing what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'll get to the end of my point, shall I? So we know that within this fantasy, within this idea that they say that the Earth curve is going to get in the way so they can't communicate. He's lying about it, right? He's using that kind of trick. Now, we can point to several pieces of technology that if the Earth was indeed curved, then this technology would be non-applicable. One of those pieces of technology is communication, right? So it's interesting where we could literally sit down with you, Brandon, for the next half an hour and go through all of the technology that requires a direct line of sight. It's just interesting to me that they put this bullshit in movies. They say the Earth curve gets in the way with that communication. Well, that's going to be a massive fucking problem for them, being the technology that they use requires a direct line of sight.
Is it meant to be taken seriously? Is everything in a movie meant to be taken as factual?
Well, I don't know, mate. I mean, this is Top Gun, right? And he's supposed to be living on a spinning ball, right? Because that's where we all live, apparently, in this world. It is a spinning
what the
ball.
movie's about?
So all. No, it's not what the movie's about. I'm just pointing out the small little things that they put into movies to make the dream alive for people. Obviously, if you're sitting in a cinema or you've got this movie at home, then you're just going to go, oh yeah, Earth curve gets in the way. That's plausible because we live on a curved Earth. But we don't live on a curved Earth. This is part of the brainwashing. This is what we were talking about the other day. It's very, very, what's the word for it? Subliminal. It's very small. You blink and you'll miss it. But yeah, there's a bit of it.
Funny, I actually
That's the brainwashing in action. Now,
I mean, there's lots of ways that they include globe Earth in lots of movies and shows. This one, actually, I thought was a little bit of a nod to the fact that the Earth is flat because they were using the curve as an excuse when they knew it wasn't an excuse.
Exactly.
Either it's brainwashing
maybe the
or
people
it's...
that, you know, were putting.
So the two choices
Or
are
the
either
people
it's
making. Or the people just making the movie believe the Earth was curved and this is plausible. Have you seen the film Aliens, Brandon?
So what two plausibilities put here? Either it's brainwashing or it's like low-key telling the truth.
Have you seen the film Aliens?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. You remember the bit? It's the second film I'm talking about, Aliens. You remember the bit at the end where Ripley is in the cargo hangar in the metal suit fighting the alien? How does she get rid of the alien, Brandon?
I think, doesn't she open a door and the alien gets sucked out?
There you go.
Yeah. So what she does is she removes the container separating the two pressurized environments. And the gas fills the lower pressure environment and the alien fucks off.
Yeah, the alien gets sucked out.
Yeah. The only reason that they're alive is because there's a container separating that vastly different pressure system and the oxygen inside so they can breathe. Without the container, what happens to the gas and everything else, Brandon? Fucks off, doesn't it? It disperses into the lower pressure environment. So being as they say that the Earth is an uncontained system, we shouldn't have gas pressure and the gas would fuck off. This is what I mean. It's even in movies, right? You can't have gas pressure without a container. You can't have a separation between the two without a physical barrier. When you open the barrier in movie world, alien fucks off. If you were to think about this, you would understand a place called space can't exist then. Wig, please, Mickey.
Hey, Brandon.
Let's say Mars.
Brandon's like completely bald, so I don't know if that was gonna work on him. You plus you already had the. You need to. We're hunting. We're hunting big game, Chris. We want the astrophysicist and the cosmologist. Now Brandon has like. Yeah, he's basically one of the guys you want in here to kind of practice on the wig snatch.
Have any of you seen me to see that I'm bald?
Well, yeah, that's why you wear a wig.
Yeah. And if not, we just let you borrow some of the ones we have. Here, go ahead and borrow this one.
Yeah, we got a couple extras.
You guys are so into winning. I win. Woohoo! I'm
Hell
so
yeah,
happy
bro.
for myself.
Dude, it's just a joke, dude. Come on.
Pats on the back. For sure. No, let me do my dance. I'm gonna do my field goal dance.
You're doing it.
You like it. You like it. You like it.
It's not a joke. You were serious about it.
Watch me, Brandon. Watch me do my dance.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. I win. Woohoo!
I mean, when you score a touchdown, what, you just give the ball back to the ref and go back to the huddle? No, dude. I'm trying to score and celebrate.
Well, I thought we were having a conversation. I didn't think we were competing or anything.
We are, but we're having fun too.
You're competing. I'm not.
I know because you don't know any better, Brandon. That's the thing. We do.
So I should compete and try to just annihilate you.
Right. Yeah, I'd say go for it. I'd say go for it, Brandon. Do your best, because that makes listen. That's the point, right? It makes the wig snatch that much better when you try, and then when you start to fail to see the fact that there is no truth on your side, you're like, you know what? I want to be a part of the wig snatcher group. So let me now defect to the actual truth and not keep believing this ball lie. Right? There you go. Then you could be doing a field goal dance with us too. We did it. We won. Yeah, boy.
I don't when I'm speaking.
Okay.
Sorry, when I'm talking to you, Brandon, I wasn't taking that as a competition. I was just using the example of movies and what happens in movies as a point that you should consider. The taking of your wig was just my tongue in my cheek, mate. I like you. I want you to understand this point. It's just gas pressure. Me and you have spoken about this a few times, and even within movies, they use this law to get rid of aliens, mate. It's something that you should really consider and think about. It's not a point for me. I don't fucking care. I've done this long enough. But for you, I want you to sit and consider it, mate. I don't want you in 5 months' time not understanding these points. Do you get me?
All right.
Win. I understand that. Did you come here to win this show? Yeah, I did. But well, you have an opportunity now to get back on another team. You can go home and do push-ups and cartwheels and off and whatever the you want to do. You're wasting his time and my time and your own time.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, he starts off the clip, Brandon. He's like, "You're here to win. Are you here to win the show?" That's all. Just a little competitive spirit. I don't want to hurt nobody.
I came here to dominate. That's it. Eviscerate, dominate. So if you think you got what it takes, belly up to the bar and come on down. Yeah, he rage quit. Oh. That's no fun. Hey, Brandon's really just in and out. I make him rage quit all the time. Oh, no, was it Jedi? I think it was Jedi. No, I think it was you, Jedi. You're the one that actually... It's not a game. This ain't a game, man. What are you talking about? We're losing. That's right, Globers. That's another notch for us and none for you. So what are we up to, Jedi? It's about, let's see. Well, we don't have enough fingers and toes.
Counted over here.
Did you carry the one? Don't forget to carry the one. Dude, I want to pick a fight. I want to provoke the bear. I want these guys to come in here like all fired up and like, man, that was my friend the Glober.
Professor Phil in my DMs last night. We were talking about gas pressure and the usual type of stuff. So Professor Phil decided to start bombarding me in my DMs. So if you want to talk to me, mate, come and join the live stream. I'm not interested in your backdoor tactics.
Ain't anybody got time for that? In the DM.
Is he banned? Is he?
Well, he was. Mimas unbanned him for the specific reason for him to come in here and talk to us, but he still hides in the DMs. He's like a disgruntled fan in the nosebleed section. It's like, get your ass in the arena. Hurry up. What are you talking to us from no DMs? What's wrong with you?
Stop berating us from the cheap seats.
Ain't nobody got time for that. We want to put you on display. All right, we got a new up-and-comer that needs a couple of teeth. Well, he doesn't have that many left, so get him while you can, you know? Put the teeth around your neck. Jangle him a bit.
So he better stay up in them nosebleeds before he comes down and gets a nosebleed. So you better calm down up there, Gramps. Phil, we're talking to you, bud.
Did we work any Globers up to the courage? No. Look at YouTube live stream. Nope. Come
on, ballers.
Sasha's in the group. What's up, Sasha? Valkyrie's here. Hey, Valkyrie. How you doing?
Sasha's proud of natural law, apparently.
Yep.
Well done, Sash.
He's proud of it?
I'm proud of it.
That's what he says.
Never disappoint in waterholes. I'm proud of sea level.
Are you now?
Yep.
I think I'm going to go live, fellas. That's what I'm going to do. You got a little bit of time, Chris? Maybe we can do it like an hour.
Oh, yeah. I'm about, mate.
Oh, soundboard? Is that what you're saying? That...
Sorry. Well, how does that work? Does anyone know? Sorry.
No. Was that Patrick Star? That took me off guard, bro. I'm like, what the hell? Is that Patrick Star? Shit.
But I went to check my settings, my audio settings, and there's a setting now that says soundboard. Soundboard volume, control how loud sounds are for you personally. But and I noticed we have the role for that now. So what is that? Is there a bot for that, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's a feature that Discord is introducing. Not a lot of servers have it yet, but it looks like it's halfway built or something. Because like we have the ability to get that role going, but just not the ability to use the soundboard yet. So
okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think the Discord Nitro people can use you can actually add your own clips to soundboard.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's they're making soundboard actually a feature in Discord, which is going to be amazing, I think. So.
All right. Well, I'll have to do some research on that.
Do you know what that video what Elijah yesterday posted?
The one that was on Nathan's show today that they listened to?
Yeah. It's everywhere.
I get it.
Is that the one with...
Yeah.
Is that one that we listened to the other day?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I'll say the other day, yesterday, I think it was.
Yep. Because I was listening to Nathan's show today, and I'm like, wait, this clip sounds familiar. And it's the same thing.
The one we started ripping apart yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, we ripped it apart yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
You need a link for that, Sasha?
Link from Nathan.
You got one, or you need one?
I have that one.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah, I was listening live. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the Proving the Earth is Not Flat, Part 1. Yeah.
Oh, right. Brilliant. I mean, the video was from 2016, something like that.
Yeah, I don't think it was as old as the 90-second one about the horizon. I think that one was like 8 or 9 years old. Which I actually really like. I like how these clips are coming from not 2020, post Black Swan era. They're coming 8, 9 years ago. It just goes to show that they don't really understand the original claim. So I feel like I'm always resetting the table back to where I started, 2017. Y'all were supposed to be claiming the horizon is Earth curved, not refracted, not bendy light and all this stuff. It's supposed to be where the boats get blocked. So these videos kind of help someone who just got to the party understand what the original claim is.
I posted now, and Guinness record also curving. Everything is curving, man. Black Swan, everything. They're using all our arguments for flatness, and then they're saying it's curving somehow. I don't know how, but it's curving. It's enough to make video and to say and to show the flat earth evidence. Jesus Christ.
All right, let me get it set up here, guys.
Wow.
Let's see.
New button next to activities, it looks
I'll hand the link out to the live stream that way, because I kind of made it to where now it's a little bit of features that I have going on with the chat.
Man, when they do the soundboard feature, I'll have to. This is actually pretty cool because depending on how much room they give us, it'll finally allow my one-for-one soundboard to be at least used by other people. So I guess I'll be in charge of putting a shitload of links up for the board. Wow. Sweet. Let's see. Might have to talk to admins about maybe turning on the feature for us. I'm not sure. Looks like it might be ready to go.
I'm gonna do an introduction and then I'll pop back in here.
All right.
Okay, buddy.
Let's see. Dang, dude, VC check-in is popping off.
Holy shit. Scroll up and you see it. And there's quite a few people up there. Some doing voice checking too. I think I might count 4 new people in live stream VC check-in. Should be exciting.
We're watching this cringe ass children's video in the YouTube watch party on Discord. If you guys want to join, we can switch it up if you want to watch something else. But yeah, within Discord, there's a watch together feature. You're welcome to pop in. I think if Miggy, when he goes live, I'll try to stick his on, so we can kind of keep him on in the corner of the screen while we're on Discord. That's if his channel settings allow for that.
Okay, back in 2 minutes.
What's all this ruckus? You guys need to calm down. So quiet in here. Far too quiet. Far too quiet. And I don't know what's going on in VC1. It says that something about, I don't know. I can't chime in with voice. I don't have voice permissions in the VC check-in. But there's a lot of people in there. There really is a lot of people in there. Right now I'm dealing with trolls on my own personal channel, like usual. And it's the same, it's like the same 3 people, right? Like it's usually like Bobby Steels and like Bill Bob and like one of these other monkey heads, right? And I got a video, one of my shorts says Moon Landing Part 2, right? Like, how do you land on something that you can see stars through, right? Like the moon produces its own light. It's this weird phenomena that it's not a rock, right? And Bobby's like, the moon can't produce its own light. There are shadows and craters on the moon. Makes sense. Think, use your brain. Ha 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 ha. And he said, sorry, but it's impossible. You can't see any objects through the moon. Sounds like another fun delusion, though. I said, that's cute. Come back when you can tell me why stars can be seen through the moon. Oh, that's why he said it's a delusion. I said, call me delusional. I don't give a fuck. I said, have you seen this? Here's a video of the stars through the moon. I said, stars seen through the moon. It's even depicted on the flags of multiple countries, too. Why? Anyone reading this comment thread's going to see that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Bobby. I said, oh, look, another person who has noticed stars through the moon. Like, we can see stars through the moon. What's going on?
All right. So, yeah, you guys welcome to the panel. So I'm going to just ping you in the chat so you can see the text chat, and you're welcome to post stuff there if you have questions or take some notes. You can leave it all there. But that is the chat. But, yeah, welcome. So they're going to check in Steve, and then I'm assuming that most people will just pop back down. And, yeah, so we have Yusuf, we have Say. You were saying that you believe in Flat Earth, Say, or? It seemed like one of you guys were saying you wanted us to convince somebody. Well,
I'd say we're not here to convince anybody. It's not a belief. It's an observable, measurable reality that a lot of people just aren't privy to.
yeah, it's really not much of a belief or a theory. People will say like, "Oh, well, your theory," or "Why do you believe this?" That'd be like saying your height was a theory or a belief. That's something you can measure, and no one's gonna come along and debunk your height. It's empirical. So in the same way that you can go out and test and measure the Earth. I think, Yusuf, you asked, how do you know it's not a sphere? Well, it's the same way that if I claimed I was 6'7", and then one day we happen to meet up and I'm not 6'7", then you know I'm not 6'7". That's basically the same thing. They've claimed the Earth is a certain height, and we've gone off to check to see if that was true. Unfortunately, it's not true. So, and he left. He's gone. But yeah.
With all the tests that have been done, because what I find interesting is there were a lot of even like flat Earth skeptics that were like, you know what? Fine, I'm going to go out and I'm going to do some tests because these people are crazy, right? And then they themselves became flat earthers. They're like, crap, I measured it and I can't unsee what I saw, that it's flat, like all the way for hundreds of miles across the water, flat. Like, I love those. Those stories are great. Well, how'd you become a flat earther? I literally went out and physically measured.
Hello, is this working now? Can you hear me? Hello?
Testing. Hearing you loud and clear. Welcome.
Oh, hi. Thank you very much. Hi. Sorry about that. Wait, I don't believe we've met. Sorry, my name is Yusuf.
Nice to meet you, Yusuf. I'm Jenna.
Oh, nice to meet you. So, Wait, sorry, what's going on here? I think I kind of interrupted.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, thanks.
What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say anything. I thought you were talking.
Oh no, I mean I stopped talking.
I was just saying how.
Oh, I thought
you asked.
But I thought you were gonna. Oh.
You asked in the check-in earlier. How do you know it's not a sphere? And I mentioned, in the same way that, say, Yusuf, you said you were some crazy height, like 7 foot tall.
Oh, how did you know? I didn't. Did I say that earlier?
We met up one day, and it turns out you're not 7 foot tall. So that's how you know. You can.
Oh.
Basically, they've already made a certain claim to the size of the globe, so you can go and check to see if that claim is true. Just like if you claimed you were 7 foot, I can check to see if that's true.
No, that does make sense. Yeah.
Do you know how big they claim the globe is? Do you have the maybe the circumference or the radius or diameter?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you asking me to like Google it now, or are you saying to like?
No, just off the top of your
heart?
head. Are you aware? Yeah, are you aware of the size?
Oh no, not off the top of my head. What is the size that they say?
They claim the circumference is just a bit under 25,000 miles, or the radius is just under 4,000 miles.
Oh, okay. So is that wrong? Has someone else measured it, or?
Well, what's interesting about that is actually no one measured that. It's just calculations up to this point. But yeah, you can go out and check to see if that's true. They're saying that
how
do I
do
foot off
that?
the surface of the Earth. Yeah, they're saying at 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, the distance to the Earth curve or the horizon is only about 1.2 miles away. So how would you test this? You could say go to a body of water. Maybe that's say 5 or 10 miles big. So at 1 foot off the surface, if the Earth curve horizon should be at 1.2 miles, and you're seeing across a 10-mile lake, at 1 foot off the surface, when there's supposed to be a hump of Earth curve at 1.2 miles blocking your view, it might be
Blocking your view? What do you mean by that?
Well,
why would they block your view?
Go over. They say boats disappear over the Earth curve, right?
Yes.
So what's blocking the bottom of the boat?
What's blocking the bottom of the?
Yeah, that would be the Earth curve, right?
The boat's gonna keep going straight and like it's gonna go over the water, so the water's underneath it. I'm not really sure I follow.
Okay,
you understand? Sorry, CB. Sorry, CB. You understand that if you're on a curved surface and you're trying to make an observation over that curved surface, like a hill, eventually that curved surface is going to get in the way of you seeing objects beyond it, like a hill. Do you understand that?
I understand what hill is. Sorry, your voice is just familiar. I think I've heard it on Valorant. I don't know if you play Valorant, but I understand what you're saying, I think. Oh, okay, never mind then. I understand what you're saying, I think, but like a hill goes like up, but like with the Earth's surface, it's gonna like curve and eventually go downwards, So then that ship is gonna go. It's gonna go further and further away until it gets smaller and smaller because it's like so far away, and then eventually it's gonna curve down, but it's gonna happen so far away that you're not really gonna see that happen.
This is why CB kind of asked you if you knew the radius of the Earth, and then told you that if we're on that curved surface, then eventually that curved surface will get in the way, and that curvature for a 1 foot observation is 1.2 miles away. So if you were a 6 foot man, for example, you've raised your altitude and you're looking across the ocean, the curvature starts at 3 miles away. So that boat after 3 miles is going to start descending over the other side of the curve of the Earth and physically block you from seeing it. Yeah. So if we were to take the size of...
But you've taken those measurements from the same people who said that the Earth is sphere. So isn't that like kind of confusing that you're using some of the measurements, but you're ignoring?
No, this is the claim that's on the table that needs to be addressed. So this is the globe that we're all supposed to believe in.
So is this like a scientific group of people who are just disagreeing with other scientists? Is that what this is?
This isn't. We're not even dealing with science in the same way that if I wanted to know how tall you are, that's not. I'm not conducting a scientific experiment when I measure your height. So when we're measuring these distances over the water, that's not science. This is just we're doing measurements or observations. So
okay,
we can go over science in a bit. A lot of people don't really know what that means anyway, so we'll cover that in a second. But essentially, you said why would it? Yeah, Mickey, do you want to go?
Yeah, no, I just want to jump in here and tell you that we're live on my channel. The Wick Snatcher Club is live right now, so you can also join in. There's two channels that are streaming. There's two channels that are streaming this live at the moment.
Sorry, live on what?
So, yeah, we're live streaming on YouTube. So
on YouTube. Hi YouTube.
Let me just get through this real quick, and we're also allowing other people to come in here and ask the question, like the gentleman is as well. So I'm gonna put the link up, and right now you'll be able to see me as I'm doing this live show. But also everybody else here will be captured in an audio for everybody else to hear how they respond to the questions that can be asked, and also they can ask some questions as well. But welcome everybody to the panel, and yeah, do your best and give us as much information as you can with this topic, because we like to dive into it. So that's it. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, good luck to everyone in this discussion.
Okay, so we were talking about well, you asked why. So I said, what do boats go over? And you said, well, why would they be blocked? Well, they're claimed, the bottom of the boat is being claimed to be blocked by this Earth curve. Do you understand that so far?
No, I hear you.
So,
yes, I'm listening. Yeah.
Yep. So they're claiming that Earth curve is only 1.2 miles away at 1 foot off the surface. And I think Jedi covered how for a 6-foot man, it would be about 3 miles.
So when you say curve, like how steep of a curve are you talking about? Like, are you saying like it's like falling down a mountain? Like, or do they mean like it's a very
based on that size of the
change? And sorry, 1 second. Are you saying like it's like a small change
that's the
in
answer.
the angle, like a very?
It would be based off of the size of the globe. So you would need to know that first. That's why I asked you. So it's not about how drastic or how much curve. It's about, is there any curve at all? That's the question. So they're claiming that it is there at a certain distance. And so you can go and check to see if that is true, my friend. So that's what we've done.
Okay, but then if you're saying if there's no curve at all, then shouldn't we be able to see past the oceans into like the next city?
No, that's just your idea. Yeah, that's something that you just came up with, like, in your mind. So that's not something you go out and observe in reality. So if the Earth is flat, nothing would change. You don't just start seeing like Superman across the ocean. You would just see the same Earth you've always seen your entire life.
Oh, but Superman doesn't exist, so.
No, he's telling
neither is you seeing across the whole Earth. So let's just stick to reality. If the Earth is flat, nothing would change outside. Reality. AKA, you wouldn't just start seeing differently than you've always seen. So no, if it was flat, you would just see the same thing you've always had.
This is why we have technology like binoculars and telescopes to see further. They don't help us see
if you have these binoculars and telescopes, can you like see in a straight line then? Because they can see really far distances.
Not millions and billions of miles away, no.
But we have like really powerful telescopes that can see into. Sorry, 1 second.
But they don't see millions and billions of miles away.
Oh, so are those telescopes fake? The ones that see the stars?
No, telescopes are real. But the distances that you're claiming,
if you can see the stars from all that distance away, why can't you see like just the next country over?
Because you don't have any confirmation at those distances. Remember earlier we talked about the claimed size of the globe.
Wait, how earlier?
You asked who measured that. Hold on. You asked who measured that. No one measured this claimed size of the globe. So also, no one measured any of these distances that you're talking about. You're like, well, telescopes can see millions and billions of miles. Nobody measured that. So let's just stick to the Earth that no one measured either before we go out into the weeds in outer space of things that you definitely don't have any measurements for. So,
Yusuf, can I ask a question?
No, I get it. No, I understand. Oh, wait, sorry, did someone say my name?
Yeah.
Hi, whoever said my name, hello.
Yeah, how much distance you think that you can see?
Well, he thinks he can see millions.
Well, I mean, I mean,
on the ground,
so I would like no one to put words in my mouth. And Underground.
That's what you think,
Underground?
bro. It's not putting words in your mouth.
Yeah, on the
No,
ground.
I'm saying using telescopes. Like, obviously, I wouldn't use a telescope if I could see that far,
yeah.
you know?
I know because they will tell you the number. The star is, I don't know, billion miles away. But I'm telling you distance on the Earth. Let's say that you are on some building and now you're watching in distance.
I mean,
With anything,
I don't know.
with everything, with everything.
Maybe we
what
can
you
meet
want.
up and we see how far I can see you. Maybe. I'm not really sure how to measure the distance of how far I can see.
Okay,
We can do that right now.
There is a Guinness
Okay,
record.
not right now. Maybe another time.
Well, we can show you observations in the live stream voice text of observations that we've taken with cameras and high-power zoom cameras if you want. It's again one of the main reasons that we're here, because we are told that we live on a curved ball, so there would be curvature in a way that would stop us from seeing as far as we can see. The thing is, using high-powered zoom cameras, binoculars and telescopes, we see further than the claimed radius of the Earth. So they claim the curve is going to get in the way, but when we're using technology, we don't see any curvature, and we see things that are far in excess of that curvature directly in front of us. See, that would be a huge problem if you're living on a curved surface, because eventually that curved surface would get in your way and hinder you from observing things in the distance. Using technology, we see further than the curvature of the Earth, demonstrating there is no curvature of the Earth to be seen.
Well, I don't know. I feel like you guys have just... You're kind of making claims. Like, I've not seen any of these claims before. Like, I've seen many people talk about the claims about the Earth and the distances. But like when I'm, because I'm in Immortal in Valorant, by the way. So like, I look at different things. Oh,
Mate,
sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
It's all right. I literally offered you the opportunity to see some observations. You can't then turn around and say, I think you're just putting things out your ass and making claims. Yeah, I asked you if you wanted to see them, didn't I? So in the live stream voice text,
sorry.
Cool. So in the live stream voice
I'm
text,
so
can somebody
sorry
post
if
the
I'm
image?
like talking over people sometimes or whatever, but like I'm just trying to, you know, like. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Which channel was it in?
Live stream voice text, the text room just above this one. Somebody could post a
but like as I was saying, like while I'm looking through, like again, like I'm Immortal in Valorant, and like sometimes like I look around and I see things like that are quite far away. You know, it's like that in a game. Like you can see that distance, but that doesn't mean that game was created flat. Like imagine it could be like round, but they can make it so that you only see a certain distance forward. Do you understand? But then that doesn't mean it doesn't curve. So unless you've been out to space yourself, you know, like if you've gone up and you've actually looked down at the Earth and seen it being round, like how do you actually know that it's not round? Because I know you keep talking about this curvature, but like the Earth is like it's really big.
No, Yusuf, I'm sorry, I've got to jump in here.
You know,
okay. Sorry, you can jump in.
Well, because we started off by asking you if you knew how big it was. So you can't. Sorry, Yusuf. I'm sorry. We started off by asking if you knew how big it was. So you can't now turn around and say, well, you guys just don't understand how big it is. And also, there's this idea, like I already said earlier, flat earthers are supposed to be the ones who are just supposed to let go of the flat earth and go back to the globe. The globe. You can't just start making up new cosmologies. I make this idea of like, you know, BYOB, maybe you've heard of bring your own booze. You can't bring your own cosmology. So when you say, well, you know, maybe the globe works differently than the way they say it does, you can't say that. There's only one claim on the table that needs to be addressed. So you can't start shifting that claim around and, well, maybe the globe is a different size. No, it's the size they claimed it to be. So that's what we're going to address.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jedi. I think I interrupted Jedi.
Yeah, sorry, Jedi.
So no, that's fine. You wanted an observation. Can you jump in the live stream voice text, scroll up a little bit, and tell me when you can see 2 oil rigs?
I'll post that.
Bro. Post it. No, it's right. It's 57 minutes past the hour.
I can see what? Sorry.
The image posted at 57 minutes past the hour.
57 minutes ago.
Jesus Christ.
I just posted it, bro.
So at 6:02?
2 minutes ago.
Oh, 2 minutes ago. Sorry,
no, it's the last one.
Ago. I was a bit confused.
No, it's right there. It's posted right now.
Hi, is that a new voice? Hi, sorry. I don't think we met. My name's Yusuf.
Yusuf, it's the last one posted, bro.
Oh, I can see it. There
you go.
CB, you're gonna have to take this for me. I've got to find my kids, mate.
I got you. Yeah, I got you, bro.
Okay, 4v1.
So you can see this post in the chat now.
I see the 2 oil rigs.
Great. Where do you see the horizon?
Like further down. Like the horizon
back behind, even back behind the furthest oil rig.
Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like there in the water.
Can you read the
It'd be
article?
like even
now?
further back.
Hold
Can
on,
I read the article?
Hold on.
So you want me to read the whole? How long is this article? I don't mind, but like I kind of wanted a
It's not an
discussion.
article. Hold on, guys. Hold on, Sasha. So let's go through the argument. So the first question is, where's the horizon? So you see the horizon behind the second oil rig.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. So we're going to walk through the modus tollens here. This is a logical, formal logical argument. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So we actually started off with this claim right off the bat.
If
the Earth is a
Q,
sphere,
it's not Q. Sorry, can you say that again? I'm not.
Yeah, it's just called a modus tollens. So I'll grab a screenshot for
Modus tollens.
Yeah, modus tollens.
Okay, I'm learning new things today. This is quite nice.
I'm sure you learn a lot.
Every day's a school day, bro.
True, that is very true. I like that. What was it? Is that Lee? I think I remember someone saying their name was Lee before.
Yeah, man. Yeah, have I spoken to you
nice.
before, bro?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Like when I heard your voice, like I was like, this feels like a Lee. That I'm not even kidding you right now. Like no joke.
You're a fucking psychic.
I'm not even joking because I think I've met maybe like three Scottish people.
Focus.
Sorry for going off topic there. Sorry, that's my bad.
2 seconds ago, you're like, I don't know what modus tollens is, and now you're getting distracted.
No, I don't know what modus tollens is. We can discuss.
All right, so
that.
then let's focus on what modus tollens is instead of video games.
Okay, sorry. I won't talk about Immortal and Valorant anymore. That's my bad.
All right, I posted in the chat. Are you able to see the modus tollens?
Wait. Oh, again, it's the same one.
Folks, so we have if P then Q. In that statement, formed into an argument, we have if the Earth is a sphere. So up to this point, you.
Oh, I follow you now.
Okay, so we have if the Earth is a sphere, with the radius of 3,959 miles. We covered that. All right, so then, if that's the case, then every distance to the horizon, to the Earth curve, must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, if you're wondering where this information comes from, we already did cover this, like I said. The distance at 1 foot off the surface will be 1.2 miles away. I will post an Earth curve calculator so you can see.
Sorry, can we just pause for a second? Let me go to toilet and I'll be back.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll be back as soon as possible. I'm quite quick. Thank you very much.
Awesome stuff. So has anybody else who's just joined the server got permissions to speak and got any questions to ask? I see there's a lot of new people in here that have just come from voice check-in. So if any of you guys want to unmute yourself and ask any questions, we can entertain ourselves until this gentleman gets back.
And if anyone sitting without roles, just jump up to check-in and I'll pop up and sort you out and you'll be able to join the discussion.
There's a lot of kind of ways to join in the discussion, guys, and the moderator team will help you kind of make sure that you join in and participate. A lot of the questions that are being talked about right now between the gentleman that's here and maybe you might have the same kind of question can be answered, but we want to take it thoroughly through this. So I would say this from the audience participation. If there's a person on the Flat Earth side like speaking, if you're from the Flat Earth, please allow the person to finish what they're saying, because we have like 3 or 4 people jumping in saying the same thing at the same time. It'll cause confusion. So I think for sure the moderator who's handling the question can definitely sort things out. So we got to trust in the process for the new people that are joining. So it gets real difficult to actually start talking over 4 or 5 people. So, but yeah, you guys can join in. Anybody that wants to, because it seems like
Hello.
the guy. Hey, how's it going? We got Judy that's in the chat. Also, Say, or if I say that correctly, Say. But yeah, you guys can jump into the chat and ask questions and such. Judy, go ahead.
I have a question about boats on the ocean.
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome.
A lot of people say that, like, I don't know if this has ever actually been tested, but that they went around the whole Earth with a boat. So how do you
travel in a circle? Okay.
Yeah, how do we travel in a circle? I'm a flat, like I believe in the flat Earth and stuff, but I'm just curious because I want to, argue with people about it, and I feel like I need to know the knowledge.
Not a problem. I'll help I'll help you. Not a problem at all. So when we go, say, circumnavigate, not a problem. When we circumnavigate the Earth, we use a compass, don't we? We go east to west around north. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You follow? Okay, awesome. So that would be like me having a table in my room.
Yeah.
We'll call that north. I'll put a magnet on it so I can use a compass, and the magnet will be north. I can walk around my table east or west around that magnet.
Hi, I'm back. I hope I didn't miss too much. Sorry.
You didn't,
so could we get back to what we're talking about?
Hold on.
Yeah, literally you can hear people talking, mate. So we're in a conversation, obviously. So you understand, Uji, that if I've got a one point, like a pole or a table or a chair, and I call that north, all I can do is walk around it. We call that east or west.
Yeah.
Now on the Earth, that's how we navigate on the Earth. We have a central point called north, and we go east to west around that. The Earth doesn't need to be a ball for you to travel around in a circle around a central point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's basically the answer. North is just a central point, east to west is a circular direction around that point. You walk in a table.
Okay,
Does
but
that help?
on a table, you do fall off the edge, if you walk to the end.
I mean, that's an interesting question, but how could you fall off of a lake? How could you fall off a body of water?
How do you fall off a pond?
How do you fall off the floor?
Do you hear how illogical that sounds, Judy? When everybody's speaking it the way that it should make sense to you logically.
Yeah,
Also,
it does.
Judy,
I'm
take a look at the live stream.
Sorry?
Judy,
Can I ask
the live-
something?
If you look at the live stream,
you
voice
guys-
text,
Can I ask something about that? So you guys said like if you fall off.
Yeah. 1 second, but let the gentleman who is speaking right now finish, and then you can come in right after him.
Okay.
I was just trying to say to you, if you take a look in the live stream voice text that is directly above the VC, any related stuff that we're talking about, like you mentioned circumnavigation, take a look in the text chat, you'll see a couple of memes that were posted.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Okay, so you guys said like as a counter to Judy saying like falling off the edge, and you guys said that you can't fall off the floor basically. But if you think about like if there's an edge, let's say you're standing on top of a building.
What edge?
Yeah,
Sorry.
because there has to be an end. Otherwise it's circular.
Hold on. Right, so this is what we're saying. Let me ask you this question. Fall off into what? When you reach the end of the Earth,
Something, and there has to be something. There has to be an end, or there's a wall in the middle of the ocean.
Sure.
What?
You might be
there has to
confused. Hold on. You might be confusing the containers for the water than the container for the whole Earth environment. So the containers for the water can be just a shoreline. That's absolutely fine. But if you're talking about reaching the end of reality, then you can't leave reality, can you? You've got nothing to fall off into.
So here's the thing that I want to say. So right now, I think there's this concept that you can see from the memes. Right, there's this overall Earth this visual. You're seeing like a visual right now. Everybody's posting things in the live stream voice text. And here's what I want to make very clear before there's any more memes that are posted. No one knows the entire world concept. Nobody can visualize that and post it to you and tell you, look at this is what the Earth is. That's not possible. Not a single human can actually do that. Not people who think the Earth is a globe or people who think the Earth is flat. No one can show you an overall Earth realm image. That's just not possible. And then so to further that, right, there's this understanding that, okay, so if we're saying that it's flat, there's obviously some point where you're going to meet the edge and be able to say like, okay, this is where reality stops, and like either we fall off of this thing or we're like not able to fall off anywhere because it's contained, right? So either understanding, nobody knows the wall or the edge of this place, like the limits. There's certain reasons why we would say that, right? So let's say if you were to travel anywhere south on this earth, you would be met with a certain understanding that if you go south, you're going to be going into Antarctica. You know what Antarctica is. It's a great place where there's a lot of ice and so on. But like if we were to say like past Antarctica, that would be, let's say, the edge of where we would say flat earth is. Nobody has discovered, as far as we can tell, if that is even possible to know. So no one, not a single soul living right now can tell you. Yeah, so I'm kind of getting this for everybody to listen to, and please take this in. There's a lot of memes being posted and a lot of ideas that we're speculating on as far as traversing the earth and saying we're going around a central point, right? No, if we were to say what the entire earth looks like as far as like a map or a model, then we'd be able to tell you. What we can say for sure is that when we travel on this earth, we can use things like charts. We can use, the compass to navigate. But as far as like going around a central point and telling you that the earth looks like this, nobody, not a single person can actually tell you that. So if there is an edge, like where reality stops or, there's a wall there or something, nobody can actually show you or tell you that in this server or in any server because no one knows this information.
Then you guys also believe that the earth can be circular, like a ball shape.
No. The ball shape,
that's out of the question. So
the ball
it can
shape,
be anything except a ball.
No. The ball shape has to do with earth curvature, which is drop over distance. So if we were to start to talk about it being an actual geometric shape, that means the surface would follow a curvilinear path. That's the actual surface you're standing on would have drop over distance. That means that if it is truly a ball, then it would display itself as a ball and not flat and level. You see? So that's the surface of the earth. That's what it's two distinct things from talking about the surface and what it represents itself as versus the entire earth realm, what it is. That's a very different question.
The thing that I struggle with is like when I'm in a plane and I travel and I'm higher up, I see the curvature of the earth.
That's a
question,
comment. Go ahead.
Okay, so we understand, that's fine. We understand that when you go into an aeroplane, people think that they see the curvature of the earth. I'll point out a problem to you. On the other side of the aeroplane is somebody looking out the window seeing the curvature of the earth, apparently. If you join those two curves up, you'll be literally standing on a cylinder. What you have to understand is, even if you're on a curved surface or not, all you're going to see is a 360-degree view around you. You're not going to see curvature. That is not the curvature of the earth that you're going to be looking for.
Okay.
Because it would be stupid. Because if you went
in between, like I didn't laugh at you guys when you said stuff, or like when Yusuf said stuff, and someone just burst out laughing when I spoke.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that was me.
I did kind of
trying to laugh at you, I guess. It's just were you trying to? Is that something you really believe, or you're trying to convince us?
No, it's just not really nice because I'm really shy and.
All right, let's put this in perspective, right? I really want to unmute everybody because this is going to be like a little exercise for all the people who are brand new. So say it sounds like you come in with Yusuf. I'm going to mute Yusuf right now. So everybody's going to participate in this exercise, okay? I really all want you to focus on just giving me the answers to these questions.
No, my thing's working now. Hi.
Yeah, I unmuted you, Yusuf. All right, so
okay,
please.
Thank you.
So what I would ask is for your participation in this exercise, Yusuf and Say and everybody else who wants to be unmuted. As far as like you coming into this topic brand new. So apparently right now everybody thinks that the earth is a globe, right? They think that. Now let's examine if people actually know if the earth is a globe or not, okay? So I need you guys to help each other out in this. And so find the answer to this either in DMs, DM each other and say, was this the answer or whatever? All right. So let's dive into this exercise. There's only 3 questions that you guys need to answer. And there don't need to be like a response as to like asking me questions. All we're going to do right now is find out what you know about the shape of the earth on these 3 questions. And the first question is, in any time in ancient history, who has measured the curvature of the earth? So in our ancient past, like you can help each other out on this, right? I want you guys to tell us how you know the earth is curving definitely by telling us who's discovered this, who's measured the curvature of the earth.
How long do we have for discussion time? Who put that on? I hear some music.
Yeah. Just focus on the question. That's a little bit of ambient music, but focus on the question. Focus. You want me to repeat it? Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? You guys can help each other.
Okay, can I have the music? It was helping me. Thanks.
You can find a friend if you want to.
I don't have anyone's number.
Yes, go ahead, Yusef. Do you know? Yusef, do you know?
I'm still thinking about it. 1 second.
Okay, so how about Judy or Say?
I think no one has physically measured.
Okay, Say, do you know?
That sounds like a reasonable answer.
I don't know anyone that measured it. No.
There's a lot of goofy
When we
noises
talk
going on in the
about
background.
measuring, I think of like a measuring tape.
Right, but this is important, right? The reason why you guys don't have an answer right now, and maybe perhaps you thought there was an answer to this question, because it's the biggest fundamental question that props up the globe. Who has measured this curvature of the Earth to know that we're living on a geometric shape, an oblate spheroid? Who has measured this curvature? If somebody's ever done it, who's done it? Because we're going to take this out of the realm of belief into the realm of knowledge.
I observed it. But like you guys say, like we observe stuff and then we say that it's not a curvature. And
right. So what I'm saying is, yeah, it might be a good point, but we're trying to figure out not that we see things. Okay, we can take. Here's the thing: we can stand next to each other on a beach. You can say I see a globe, and I say I see a flat Earth. Right? We both can say two different things. How do we take it out of the realm of just observation into the realm of actually knowing? Well, it's pretty simple. We're going to do a line of sight test, a drop over distance. So we're going to figure out whether the Earth is curving at like how the rate that they're telling us, right? Because if you look this up, I want you to all you guys to look this up. What is the radius of Earth? Type that into Google. What do you think you're going to get? The answer.
Okay, sorry, before I do that, you have been saying like we haven't measured like Earth to see if it's round, but like has anyone else measured Earth to see if it's anything else? You know?
So what? Yeah. So the important thing before you start asking any questions and triggering my team, I want you to realize.
Sorry for triggering your team.
No. Listen. Once you look this up, because if you follow along, you're gonna figure out that this question needs to have an answer. It needs to. For it to be reality that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, you need to know that this question has an answer. You can't just believe that it is.
So I search in Google. The radius of the Earth.
What is the radius of Earth? For sure.
Oh my god.
Okay, what is the? Did someone said, "Oh my god"?
Yeah, focus on the question, please.
I'm sorry if I'm inconveniencing anyone. Sorry, I'm not like advanced.
No, you give me the answer twice.
I'm sorry about that. I'm a little bit slow sometimes.
No, you're good. All right, what is the radius of Earth?
What is the radius of the Earth? Yeah, 6,371 kilometers.
Right. So we have a definite value. Would you guys agree with this? There's a value there anyway, right?
Yes, that is a value. Right. I do agree with that.
All right. And it's not a value that you can make up. The Earth isn't bigger or smaller. There's a definite value, right? There's a specific value. Okay.
Yeah.
So we know that.
You're going from, but yeah.
So we know that value stands to be reason that somebody got this value somehow, and we're all saying that if you think the Earth is a globe, we all have to agree with this value. It's not like, well, the Earth is too big. I don't know how big it is. No, there's a definite value to the radius of Earth. Now, if that is true, then somebody figured it out. That's the reason why I asked the first question, who has measured the curvature of the Earth? Because we have a value. How did we get that value?
Oh, so did you think they put a tape measure around the Earth, or maybe they used?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm asking you guys, how did they do it? And you're telling me I don't know.
Maths and satellite like.
Mickey, can I jump in quick?
I don't even think you need satellites to work it out. Okay, go on. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. Just want to help out. Mickey's asking you the question. Being as they tell us that the Earth is a ball, how and when did they measure this to be true?
That's it.
They claim
I think the people that measured it are a lot smarter than all of us in here combined, probably. And I think that they have different methods. No, but you're asking how did they measure it, and it's not like some janitor woke up one day and gave that value. Like some mathematicians who do maths on lots of different things in the world, like they have figured out how to calculate the circumference, the radius, everything about the Earth.
Thank you. Yusuf.
Can you name it?
Hang on, Sasha. 1 second. Go ahead, Jedi.
I think we should let Sasha talk because I don't know. I think he's been shut down a lot.
It's fine. Maybe you should.
Okay, I think we should let you talk as well. Yeah,
that's fine. I'm just trying to help you along, mate. That's all. So we're asking you how that was done. What you've turned around and said, well, mathematicians and lots of smart people and blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
We're told that we're told that we are on a ball. I'm just asking you how that was measured to be true. How was that done? Do you know? And if you don't know, just say you don't know.
I let Sasha talk first. Like I would talk, but I want Sasha to talk. I feel like you guys have.
I'm sorry. No. Hang on, Yusuf. This exercise that I just said we were entering is for everybody who's coming in new, thinking the Earth is a globe. This is for you guys. This isn't for our team that's here already knowing. This is for you guys. So if you don't have a
so I found
let me put it this way.
Can I read out this article?
Yeah. Let me put it this way before you read. I'll say that if you don't know, the intellectually honest position is to say I don't know, and then I can move to the next question because really this exercise is just to get a baseline for what you know about the Earth. And if you don't know, it's great. It's great. I'm not holding nothing against you. It's just we're getting the understanding of what you guys know if the Earth is actually a globe or not. So if you don't know, we move off to the next question. So reading me an article is not telling me that you know.
This?
Yeah, but
the information is available for us on Google.
Yes.
But then if we can't read information, like it's not like every single one of us is going to have the opportunity to calculate the radius of the Earth. So of course we have to use information that's available to us by other people who have made those calculations already.
Yeah,
it's like, are you going to remake your bed because someone else has made it before? No, you're just going to use it, and you're going to have faith in it. You know, like.
So go ahead, go ahead and give me the answer, Yusuf. If you think there is an answer, please post it.
So the title of this part is "How do we calculate distances of this magnitude?" Sorry, can I just finish this first? Oh, the music can stay though. I kind of like that.
No, he actually Spake was correct. Yusuf, I'm sorry. It's not answering the question. It's veering off to a sidebar. You're saying calculation, and I didn't ask for that. I asked for a measurement.
You asked for the calculation and measurement. Are they different?
Yes, very different. Vastly different.
What's the difference between the
one unknown
a distance and measuring a distance? What's the difference?
So let me tell you this. You can calculate how big my foot is, but until you measure it, you won't know. That's pretty simple.
But if your foot was the size of the Earth, then maybe we can find other ways of calculating that distance.
That's not the analogy. You're changing my analogy into whatever you want.
I'm feeling like when I talk, people kind of raise their voices at me.
No, I have to because
I feel like this is a civil.
No, this is a civil. But listen, what we're doing here is getting you to realize calculation and measurement are two very different things. And when I asked for the measurement, you went off and said, let me read this article about calculation. That's not what I asked for. So if you don't know how they measured it, we can go to the next question. I really want to speed this process along.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I know you want to speed this along, but I also want to take my time here because I feel like we should discuss each of these questions properly. I feel like we can't just
for sure.
You can't just say, you can't. Because I feel like this is what you guys are kind of doing here. You're just like, guys, can you answer this question? I'll give you 5 seconds. Nope, you can't. Okay, you're wrong. We're right. You know, it kind of feels like that. And I don't know.
Okay, so here's the thing.
I have some information
your
here.
Best attempt.
Maybe I can summarize
1 second. Yusuf, your best attempt was I gave you. Remember the long pause when I was asking you, do you guys know? And nobody gave me an answer.
I was finding the information. I'm slow at typing. Sorry.
So even if you did find it right now, when you asserted. When you asserted that it was something that went along with what I said was incorrect because it's already a category error. I didn't ask for a calculation, I asked for a measurement. And you're telling me and you want to go into this whole dialogue about calculation, which I don't need. I need a measurement. You're going off into calculation. I don't need you to read that article about calculation. We don't need to talk about that. We need to talk about how they measured the actual Earth to have a drop over distance. That's what I need. And if you can't provide me with that, I have to go to the next question and concede that you know. That's
so
it.
can I ask a general question? If you
About-
guys are saying like you don't believe in calculations, you're saying only a physical measurement will prove a point. So if
You're
anyone comes up with a calculation, then you yes. So
Yes,
if someone
because
makes
guess
a calculation.
Yeah, think about this, Yusuf. You live on top of a geometric shape. You actually are standing right now on top of a ball, according to the globe, right? You live on top of a ball.
Okay.
Yes, it's an oblate spheroid, to be more correct. If the oblate spheroid has drop over distance, that drop over distance could be measured. You could actually go out into the field anywhere on Earth and measure this drop over distance and find out that the Earth will start to curve away from you, and then you wouldn't be able to see the bottom of boats, or things will start to disappear behind the Earth's curvature because that drop over distance will be pronounced. Now, that is what I'm asking for at the moment. If you live on top of a geometric shape, I don't need calculations on paper. What I need is for you to tell me how somebody can go outside and measure a drop over distance measurement. That's the very different from a calculation. You're working it out on paper. I don't need to know that. I don't. I don't care to know that, actually. I want to know how we can
calculations are false. We can't use calculations for
that's
things.
not what I'm saying. What I am telling you is that if we're going to tell people about the Earth being a ball that we're standing on, just like your foot being 12 inches, 11 inches, or whatever, you could measure it. Do you understand now the thing? So if it's a geometric shape that you're standing on, you could measure the curvature of this geometric shape. There is no calculation needed. I can tell you the bending of this ball by way of measuring how much drop over distance there is. That's pretty simple
so you're
for
only
anyone
going to believe
grasp.
that the Earth is
It's not a
spherical
belief.
If someone, like,
It's not a belief.
tape measure-
It's not
oh,
a
sorry,
belief.
Sorry, I'm saying not a belief. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm
no one
sorry.
said anything about a tape
so
measure
if you're,
either.
can you wait 1 second, please? Is that Sasha?
Why not just answer the question, bro? He's asked you a question.
I'm trying, but I feel like 5 people are like attacking me each time I try to talk.
No,
and it's
we're
like,
just
oh,
asking
Yusuf,
you the
this is how it is.
No, Broseph, we're just trying to ask the same question. If you don't know, it's nothing against you. We're not trying to insult your intelligence.
Okay,
We're not trying
I'm
to
sorry,
mock
Lee,
you.
but can I have 1
If you
second,
don't
please?
know, bro, if you don't know, just
Sorry,
forget it.
Lee, can I have 1 second, please?
Well, I'm not sure
Thank
if you
very
understand
much.
what's
So,
happening
if
here.
we
Yusuf.
have-
You're
I'm
assuming
talking about
that Miggy's asking you a question because he needs help with an answer. He's asking you as a status report.
Of course not.
Do you know what you're talking about? Is basically all we're getting at. So you don't need to go and find an article and then read it off to him because he's trying to teach you something. So we're just trying to find out what you know at the moment. If you don't know, that is okay. We're not going to mock you for your not knowing something. But we just need
It's
to
basically a rhetorical question.
I won't mock
It's
you
just a
back as
learning
well.
process.
Well, okay, so then if
Well, you're
so
not
you're
able
only
to,
going
so don't
to
worry
believe
about
that the Earth, I'm not able to do what? Sorry.
Don't worry about that. So you're just going to get us.
Don't worry about. Okay.
measurements or something?
Okay, I won't worry about it. So yeah, if you're saying you only believe the Earth is spherical if you have like a tape measure and you go all the way around
No
the Earth
one
to
said
measure
that.
it. Is something like a tape measure. I'm using a tape measure as an example. So
what about lasers? You
Like,
can
that
use
is one thing.
lasers. You can use long range observations. So just answer the question. If you don't know, obviously you don't know, bro. We can move on if you can just be honest.
Yeah, we'll move on, and so that you can understand
but
why
we can
you
move
don't
on and we can come back to this later. I want to hear the other questions.
No,
That was a
actually,
very nice question.
it's a nice question because there isn't an answer.
was a nice question.
Who measured the curvature of the Earth? So the
Secret
answer
question. Okay.
Yeah, the answer that we were seeking was not given by anybody on this panel. Like, and we offered, I don't know, maybe Judy and say to comment on this and say, I know or I don't know. But the best answer intellectually is if you don't know right now, just say you don't know. We'll move on to the next question. That makes the process a little bit easier for everybody. So
okay, I want to make this process a little bit easier. Okay, we can move on to the next question if no one's got to answer.
All right, so the next question is simply this. They're telling us that we're spinning on this globe at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So we are spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So how is it possible that we're measuring that if that has never been measured by any device or apparatus? Can you tell me any time in history that has been measured, that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis, or axial rotation? I'm asking this to everybody, not just you, Yusuf. So Judy and say whoever wants to jump in, who doesn't know.
Yeah, I say it hasn't.
Okay, you say no, it hasn't been done. Say, do you have any answers to that, or perhaps Yusuf, do you want to jump in?
I have my AirPods
let
in. I
someone else
don't
go
think
first.
my voice is very clear right now, but I'm busy, so I'm just listening at this point.
So no comment. You would say you wouldn't know either, because I guess if people knew, they would jump in happily and say,
No.
"Oh, I know." So okay, that's great. No,
Did someone
nobody
say that they
knows.
know?
Who said do I know?
I guess they're
Someone
leaving
said
it up
that,
to
I
you,
heard that.
Yusuf. They're leaving it up to you.
I mean, I don't mind to talk, but I feel like you guys are very against calculations, and I want to know what the alternative is.
No,
Well,
it's
we
not that
never
we're
asked
against.
for a calculation.
Let me
We
explain
asked for
something to you
It's
real
like
quick.
Yeah,
Let me
go
explain
ahead.
something to you real
made
quick.
these
Yusuf.
distances.
Hold on, Yusuf.
Oh, okay,
Let me just
real
explain
quick.
something to you
Okay.
real fast. 'cause
Hi,
this
you
is
sound
what
different. Is this someone else?
The issue, no, it's the same person before. So
Oh, okay. Your voice kind of changed.
I hate to make
Okay.
this vulgar, but it just seems like you're not really understanding the difference between a calculation and a measurement. Say your girlfriend
maybe let's keep it
wants to
PG.
know how big you're packing.
Sorry, sorry.
And you
one
go,
second.
all right,
It's
well,
not my
this
girlfriend,
guy's
sorry.
just rumpusing the conversation, isn't he? But all right, so she asks, "How big you packing?" And you're like, "Well, I've
vulgar
done
that
some
way.
calculations." Do you understand the difference between calculating something and directly measuring it?
If they give you the same answer, would you say that the calculation was correct?
That wasn't
No,
the
if I
question.
give-
That
that's
wasn't
not
the
the
question.
No.
That wasn't the
No,
question.
but if
Do
the
you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference, Yusuf?
You don't,
if
sorry, you
someone
don't
said
know
that
if
a
they're the
table
same. Sorry,
was-
excuse me, Yusuf.
Sorry,
you don't know
sorry,
if
yes,
they're
you can
the
talk.
same if you haven't taken a measurement. So that's the question.
Okay, can I talk now?
If
Okay.
you've only offered a calculation, that
Okay,
doesn't
so now-
verify that the calculation is true.
If a mathematician said this table is 10 meters long, and they measured it with a ruler, and it was 10 meters long, and then someone else said, "Oh, I can do a calculation. 5
That's
plus
not
5
that's
is
not
10.
the example, sir.
Are you
That's
gonna
not the
say?
example, sir?
Sorry, but that's like
that's
a
not the
very
example that I
basic.
made. But that's a
Excuse me, very basic
That's
version.
not the example that I made, and that's also non-analogous because no one has directly measured the Earth. So try to focus, clean the earwax out of
Mhm.
your ears, and maybe answer the question that I asked you directly.
I can do that afterwards. Okay, so what was the question?
So
that you
the
asked
question
directly?
is, so you, your girlfriend asked you, how big are you packing? Okay, not to just to keep it PG, and you say,
Mm-hmm.
well, I have some calculations. Should she accept the calculations as fact, or is there something else that she that you could provide her that would verify your quote unquote calculations to be true?
I feel like first of all, we shouldn't really worry about the size. Firstly,
Okay,
But
that's
secondly,
the whole point
I
of
think-
this topic, sir. Is the whole point of the topic
Okay,
is
but this
the
topic,
size
fair enough.
and
But I
directly
was, like,
measuring
trying to
it. So
relate.
focus.
If the calculation gave you the exact same as a measurement,
Sir, you don't have the measurement yet. So try to answer the question.
I don't have the measurement yet. Okay.
Not for the
But
Earth.
If we did
Nope.
the measurement, okay.
No. You
So
don't.
How did I make
no,
this calculation?
There's no if. It's not been done.
How
so
did I make this calculation?
again, I want you to focus on the question.
But do you think they made? No, I'm saying okay
Sir,
because you only want me to give one answer. That's what this is right now, and I'm trying to
You're
give
not even
my
attempting
answer.
to answer the question.
I am.
You brought
That's
up
the thing.
experts in measuring tables, and I'm talking about measuring your.
They don't have to
part
be
of
an
your
expert
body.
to measure a table. Like some calculations are very simple to do.
Okay, then
And, like,
focus
if
on
it involves
answering the
a
simple
sphere-
question. Then, all right.
I'm not sure.
Do you
How do you think they
understand?
calculated that distance of Earth? Can I ask you guys a question? Can that be my question?
No,
to you guys?
you're trying to tap dance around a very basic question. So
I don't know. I'm
I've
trying to
asked
answer
you.
the
I've asked
question.
you
I feel like
multiple
I'm being
times.
interrupted.
All right, Yusuf, you have to stop for just a moment. Stop for a moment, bro. Take a breath
stopping.
and listen, and just listen to my voice. The reason why we're asking this is not so that you
I like
can
your
start
voice.
asking. Sorry. So you won't ask us questions, but we want to get a base understanding of your knowledge of the shape of the Earth from 3 fundamental questions that I can't get through for right now because you're stuck on the calculation. So if you don't have
Okay,
the
sorry.
answer directly, we can just move on to the next one and say, hey, I don't have the measurement. That's fine. But we can go to the next question. So the next one was axial rotation. So let's go back to that. And as far as your buddies are in here, they didn't want to chime in. They're just like, I'm listening now because it sounds like we're getting destroyed. But let's go and
Yeah,
focus
it does
on like
a little bit,
that.
but it's
I know,
okay.
but it's fine because it's either way. It's a learning process for everybody who comes into the topic because we want to expose the fact that these questions need to have an answer if the globe is to be propped up as a truth. Now, the truth is something that is self-evident. You don't need me or anyone else to tell you that is true. You just know them true because that's what the Earth is displaying itself to you and me as. So, just getting back to the axial rotation question. Who has measured the rotation of the Earth or found out a way with a device or apparatus that it's actually spinning on its axis. So you can tell me how we've measured this rotation. Like because we do have a value, right? I just finished saying the Earth is spinning at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour. So we need to know how that measurement was actually done. And if you know, you can look it up or you can tell us either way.
Well, I mean, like, which example do you want? Like, when people look at the stars using telescopes and seeing that they've moved, maybe using pendulums. I'm not sure. Like,
he's trying to figure out what a measurement is.
So the question, yeah, the question about the Earth rotation, the Earth's rotation. This is what I need to know. How anybody here? What method can we use to verify that the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour?
Do you guys, are any of you scientists or mathematicians? Like,
okay,
I'm
we're going. Yeah, hang on, Yusuf. Don't ask us any questions. We'll talk, Yusuf. Okay. We'll talk about questions after these three that I want you to tell us about. So these three are so important for you right now that you can't ask us. You have to just tell us what you know. If you know, and then that's great. If you don't know, that's even better. So let's find out what you know.
Yeah,
what do you know about the Earth's rotation?
Just get through this.
I've already said.
Ask your questions, mate.
Okay.
Get through this.
Sorry, that person sounds a little bit angry.
It's okay. So, do you know?
I don't know what was going to happen to me.
Do you measure the rotation of the Earth? Do you know anybody?
Yeah.
Who's done it?
Personally.
Okay, go ahead and present that. No,
like these
not personally.
Noises in the background.
Not personally, Yusuf. Not personally, but in any way, in anybody, ancient times or any time that they've measured the Earth to be spinning on its axis. We need to know.
But you say when I search it up, you say I can't search it up.
No, I said you can. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
When I search up that last article, you refuse to let me read it.
You don't understand why he's you don't need to read it to him as if he needs an answer. He's not lost or confused. And we need.
But I'm reading it out loud for everyone.
We're asking you as a status report.
I want the viewers to also see.
We're asking you as a status report to see what you know.
That's fine, but like the answer you gave was not sufficient to a measurement. It was only to a calculation. So that's why I abruptly stopped you and said, no, it's not sufficient. You can't use that. And you were still confused. And even I think right now you're still confused. But like, that's not the point because we moved past that already. Well, you didn't provide the measurement. So we're now on the actual rotation bit to where you're going to tell us if the Earth is actually moving.
Fair enough.
Yeah. If somebody's measured the Earth to be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, provide us the information of how that was actually measured, how the Earth is rotating. We need to know how that was done. Do you know?
So am I okay. Is someone having fun back there with that noise? Like, I'm not sure. Is that their job in the server?
Go ahead.
You're having fun practicing being a nice guy, so
let us know. Let us know. If you know, just
being a nice guy.
You could say Yusuf, or just speedily go through this process and end it. Just say I don't know. It's that simple. You can say I don't know. It's okay to say
am I allowed
that.
to read an article?
Is it pertaining to the question? Is it pertaining to the question specifically that I asked?
I believe so.
I will abruptly stop you if it's not. That's the only thing.
I believe so.
Okay, continue.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Not until, I'm not sure I'd say his name, Leon Foucault's famous pendulum demonstration in 1851 was there clear dynamical proof of the Earth's rotation. Jean-Bernard Léon Foucault was born in Paris in September 1819, the son of a publisher. In his school days, he was a rather timid boy.
Well, we don't need you to read stuff off Google, man.
Give me a second. Sorry. Much of his education was obtained at home. His mother wanted... Okay, that's all not interesting. Okay, one second.
You don't need the biography.
One night in early January 1851, at about 2 a.m., according to his journals, Foucault had an insight. He realized if he could devise a way to hang a pendulum from the ceiling in such a way that the pendulum was free to swing in any direction, he would be able to see the Earth's rotation. It would appear that the pendulum's path was slowly shifting, while in fact the pendulum's plane of oscillation would stay fixed while Earth turned beneath it. He realized the pendulum had to be designed very carefully.
Yusuf,
Can I stop you on that? Because I totally did a video about the Foucault pendulum.
But you guys are listening to all of this.
We already know this. We know this. Yeah, we know this.
You know this.
Go ahead and tell us this much, right? So if you're gonna
Can I
use,
finish
if you're gonna
this?
use, yeah, if you're gonna wait,
And I need
if
the
you're gonna,
playlist of whoever's playing all that in the background. Can you give me that playlist, please?
Yusuf, focus. If you know,
what's your name though?
Listen, it's Mayhem. If you know that this question is answered with that article you just read, I need you to tell me how it's possible that they measured the rotation of the Earth. Now, tell me directly, just based on what you read, because you just read something to us. Probably you just lost. You don't have any idea what it was saying, or do you? Prove me wrong.
Okay.
Tell me what you know.
So we can carry on. Foucault had also derived a simple equation.
No, I don't want to
known
carry
as
on
a
with the
sine
article.
law.
No.
What do you mean? But this is how he calculated how
No,
fast
I
it
don't.
was.
I don't care. Listen, you read what it said, right? Already. So did I.
No,
I heard what you said.
Wait.
So
But
I
how
need
do
you to
know
tell me
that
how
day
does
is
that?
24 hours?
Yusuf,
Like this,
how can you stop, bro? How can you tell me that correlates with the rotation of the Earth? Now you're gonna tell me in your own words from what you just read, right? From what you just read. I don't want you to read the article. From what you just read, how does that show that somebody measured that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Tell me in your own words. From what you just read.
That part was only to prove that there was rotation. Now this part explains.
No. In your own words, Yusuf. Not in the articles. In your own words. Do you understand what in your own words means, Yusuf? That means describe to me.
Can I say something real quick, Mickey?
Describe to me what you read, like in your own words, Yusuf.
There's literally a video on this.
Hold on, Jenna.
I want to say something really quick. Yusuf, you're missing the point of this exercise. This exercise is to find out what you know when you came in here. What you know. Not what you can know, not what you can learn in the future, what you know right now when you walk through the door. That's the point of the exercise. If you don't know anything, that's okay. If you do know something, that's okay too. But we don't want to learn we already know this stuff. We don't want to listen to you learn on the fly, right? We don't want to debate Google. We want to know what you know. And then we can go into all the other things, okay? Real simple.
I'm muting you, Yusuf. Go ahead, Yusuf. Do you understand? Like, that's all we want.
Can I finish this last paragraph, please?
No, sir. No, sir.
Hell no.
No. Absolutely not. So, I'm going to...
And I think this part is quite nice.
No. We're not going to listen to you ramble on about this article. You don't even know what it's saying, Yusuf. That's the most important thing, is that when you're reading it, you don't know what it means. So, what does that mean that you just read? If you know. I perhaps might even let you continue. I'd be persuaded to if you understand what it meant. Do you know what all that you just read means? Yes or no?
Can I chime in on this real quick?
Yeah, hang on, Jenna. This is
Wait, you guys unmuted me. Wait, I don't think that's very fair for you to unmute and mute whenever you like, because that
you're
makes
not understanding.
Control yourself.
Don't address that.
Okay.
Address the point, buddy.
Address the point, Yusuf.
Listen, do I have to take on one of you one at a time or something? Because
You're
I feel
doing
like when I
that
speak to
right
one
now.
person-
I'm
Yeah,
you're talking to
I'm not sure
me.
about that one. I'm not sure about that one.
Just answer the question, Yusuf.
Whoever that is,
it's
is that
cool
me,
if you
or
don't
is that
know,
someone
bro.
else?
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, this is your pride talking, right? This is your
You've been talking
ego and your
one-on-one
pride.
this whole time.
You've been talking to me this whole time, Yusuf. You're not talking to other people. Are chiming in, telling you to get back to the point. That's why you hear other voices, because they're telling you the thing that you're not understanding. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
This
You see
isn't
what's
a
happening?
gotcha, dude. This isn't a gotcha. We're not trying to do a gotcha like, oh, he doesn't know, he's dumb. Like 99.999% of the people that come here, whether they have PhDs or not PhDs, science degrees, they don't know either. You're in good company. I'm not joking about that. They don't know either. Like, I'm dead serious.
All right. Yusuf, if you're listening, we're gonna unmute you so that we can proceed. Now that that's understood,
Wait, was I
need you
talking to myself the whole time?
Probably, but now that you're
Well, that's
unmuted,
kind of sad. But
now
now
that
that's
you're
okay.
unmuted,
Now I'm muted.
Yusuf. Well, now that you're unmuted, did you learn anything from that article before I move forward? Because it seems like
I have actually.
Okay, then in your own words, tell me what you learned. Go ahead.
Okay, in my own words, it is saying, listen, whoever that is, you need a pay rise. Or unless you don't have a job, then maybe, I'm not sure. Now, I'm saying, let me summarize without the goofy noises,
No.
please.
Okay, your own words.
I'm not, but this is my own words. That's what I'm saying. A summary is
We'll
your
know
own
if you're
words.
reading Wiki. We'll know it if
Okay.
you're reading Wiki. Go ahead.
So basically, it's saying how the pendulum moves and how it rotates and how long it takes to complete a whole cycle. That is how long it takes for the Earth to rotate. and it takes roughly a 360-degree rotation in 24 hours. That is how we know we have a day, and every 24 hours we have a different day cycle. I don't know. Is that one
okay?
What do you say about that?
Yeah, you're trying. That's a pretty good try, an attempt at Foucault's pendulum, right? So
thank you.
So, but yeah, we still got to get through it, Yusuf. There's more information to unpack. Now that you said it in your own words, how does that apply to the Earth's rotation? Because now you're going to see there has to be a naturally observed phenomena. So, what is the naturally observed phenomena that you see with the Earth's rotation?
Are you talking about this, like the Earth rotating and when you see the sun or not?
What I'm specifically asking for, when you're looking at the Earth, what is the naturally observed phenomena that takes place that you can measure the Earth's rotation? I couldn't say that.
Are you talking about day and night cycles?
Sir, whatever you think the natural observed phenomena is.
Day
think it is?
and night cycles. Sorry, I don't think this is picking up. I've said this quite a few times, and I don't know if
you said day and night. Yeah, no, you said day and night.
Day and night.
So
there we go. Day and night.
Okay, so day and night. Tell me what's happening in day and night. What are we observing?
The Earth takes 24 hours to rotate around the sun.
So you're saying we're going around the sun, but that's not what I'm asking about. I'm not asking about us going around the sun. I'm talking about the actual. Listen, I'm talking about the actual Earth spinning on its axis, not us going around the sun. Two very different things. Even in the heliocentric Gilbert.
You're already off the topic of the Foucault's pendulum. This is what you keep doing. You keep doing stupid stuff. I'm going to call it out right now. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Call me up, please. Call me
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I was talking. I was talking. I was talking.
I want you to talk. I want you to talk.
I was talking.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Because you keep going, well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, what about this? We're not on what about this. We're on the Foucault's pendulum, and you can't stay focused on one thing at a time. I could give you all things you need to know for the Foucault's pendulum because I've done a lot of research on it. I was actually arguing this topic with somebody just the other day who thought that they knew how it works. And they were like, well, tell me in your scientific, words how the Foucault's pendulum works, man. And I said, any pendulum when left alone is it's gonna free hang. You leave it alone and it's just going to hang there perfectly still. And the Foucault's pendulum has an electromagnet collar in the ceiling. It operates on magnets and electromagnetism. It's on a switch. If you don't push it, if you don't touch it, it won't move. It has to be given a push every now and then. So how is this thing that is built to a ceiling attached to Earth? How is the Earth spinning underneath this thing that's like attached to Earth? That's the whole problem.
Yeah, let me get him to where he went wrong, and that's why I was addressing him the way he was. Yusuf, I'm going to unmute you now. You are now unmuted, Yusuf. But check this out. The reason why I'm telling you, the reason why I was telling you this is because you're misunderstanding. It's not the Earth going around the sun. It is the Earth spinning on its very own axis. Do you understand the difference between us going around the sun and the Earth spinning on its axis? Yes or no?
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Okay, what is the difference?
Also
what is it
as well? There's three.
Yeah, no, but what is the difference between what I just told you? Tell me back. What's the difference?
The Earth goes around the sun. That's one, and the Earth spinning on its axis is turning. Like if you were turning around and getting a little bit dizzy,
right?
If you're spinning around in circles.
So what I'm asking for right now is how does Foucault's pendulum? Because you were telling me that it's in correlation to the Earth going around the sun. Is that not correct? Isn't that not what you're saying? And you think that's day and night?
No. That is my bad. No. I did.
Okay, I will allow for you to correct yourself. I will allow it. Okay. So what is it? What is Foucault's pendulum telling us about the Earth going around the sun?
It's saying no. It's just the Earth doing a 360 rotation. I don't know why I said Earth go around sun. I want to talk quick because you guys like muting me and talking over me.
All right. So we're clearing the air. So now it's because we want to see that the Earth.
Oh, I thought she was going to talk again. Sorry.
No. Just listen to my voice. So we're seeing that the Earth is rotating on its axis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how do we know the Earth's rotating on its axis? Try again. What is the naturally observed phenomena that when we look at the Earth, we're seeing the Earth rotate on its axis?
What is the answer you want me to give here?
The naturally observed phenomena that we see when we're seeing the Earth rotate on its axis.
What is it?
I'm asking you. You got to tell me what it is.
No, I've tried to answer.
Okay, what is
now
your
I'm
answer?
asking
What
you.
is a naturally observed phenomenon, Yusuf?
I said the day and night cycles.
Okay, so
Now
what
what
is
do you want
how do we have day and night cycles? What causes that?
The Earth's rotation.
Okay.
Spinning.
But you said day and night. What causes day and night? The actual light and the dark. Light and the dark.
Yeah,
What is
exactly.
causing-
We see the
Yeah,
sun.
what
and when
causes
we don't
light?
see the sun.
So it's the sun.
The sun.
So we okay,
The sun,
good.
yes.
We're now moving. We're,
Well, he
stay
said we
there.
see the sun move.
Observation.
So let's stay there. The
So
sun.
you guys say
What-
the sun doesn't exist, or the
Yeah,
sun?
hang on, Yusuf. You're seeing the
You're
sun. Now, what do you see when you see the sun? Tell me. Describe it to me. What are you seeing?
Oh, I can't look directly. It hurts my eyes a little bit.
What do you see when you see the sun in the sky? What is it doing?
It's being the sun. It's having a hydrogen. You know, the fusion.
Okay. Is it
making,
standing still or is it in motion?
It doesn't have feet. It's the sun actually it tilts a little bit as well, even though we don't really see it. But all the
Is the
planets
sun
rotate
listen,
around the sun.
All right, all right. All funny business aside, what is the sun doing?
Mm-hmm.
Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's almost still, but the planets are all rotating around it, and they have their gravitational field.
That's not what I'm
So
asking.
that's-
That's not what I'm asking.
Well, you asked me a question. Let me
Not the
finish. Let me
claim.
finish.
No, you're not going to finish. It's just simple, right? Either the sun is standing still or it's moving. So we either see the sun standing still or moving. There's two choices. Choose one of those. Standing still or moving.
It's neither.
Sir,
It's moving
he's
very
asking
slightly.
you
Very
what you observe, not the claim. You're repeating the claim. He's asking you what is it that you observe when you look at the sun, when you observe it, what's happening? Is it moving or is it not moving? You don't have to just repeat claims. Well, they're planets and they do this. That's not what you see though. So what do you see out of those two options?
Fine,
Okay, so
you're
if
wasting
you
time,
guys see
You
something,
don't-
wait, one second.
Either moving,
Oh
you see it
my
moving
god!
or you don't.
Because
see it
Moving or standing
I don't
still.
like
You
how
got-
you're thinking though.
Oh, this is it's we don't like how you're
not-
thinking. Or you're not thinking at all, basically. So
You're not answering
let's
the
get
question.
an answer here. We're asking you what you observe. So when it comes to the sun, do you observe the sun moving? Yes or no?
I don't like the line of questioning though.
I don't care if
because
you
it
don't
kind
like
of forces you to make
This is your.
to make a
We're
certain
holding
answer.
you accountable, sir. We're holding you accountable to your own claims. So you claimed you observed day and night cycles. That's your evidence for rotating Earth. So now
And
we're
you
getting
said it
down
was
to
the
the
sun.
The answer, we want one answer. It's real simple. We want an accurate description of reality.
Yep.
Not your feelings, not the thoughts or stories that you have in your head. We want first you make an accurate description of reality. What is the observation? What do you observe the sun to do? What is that?
Okay, you want my accurate
An
observation.
accurate description
like, truly,
of what you see the
truly
sun
what
do.
happens when I look at the sun? Truly, is that what you want? That's what you want.
Yes.
We're
Tell
gonna
us.
hold you accountable
Okay,
because
I
we all live in
don't
the
look
same
at the
Earth
sun
as you.
because it's very bright, so I don't look at it. So now let's move on then.
That's not what we're
No,
asking.
we're not going to move on.
Okay.
Listen.
Oh, but
Okay,
you
so
don't-
now
Now you have sunglasses and you put sunglasses on or welder's glasses. Now what's the sun doing?
If you give me a pair of sunglasses, I can let you know. But I don't really wear sunglasses.
No, that you're
you're
diverting.
just
You're diverting.
dishonest.
Yeah, he's just.
I'm not
you're dishon-
diverting.
So yes, you are. If you're honest right now, Yusuf, you're going to tell us what it is,
Yeah,
and you listen. We're going to give you the chance to be honest, and this will probably be the last chance of all chances. So if you divert from this very question, we know that you automatically just give up. There's no answer to the question because anybody that's seeking after truth will be able to answer this directly and wouldn't obfuscate and start making up funny things because your tactics are boring. We don't want to hear your tactics. I'm going to mute you right now. Don't interrupt me and just answer the question. And if you're not able to be honest, then you're going to stop having this exercise, which actually proves that you're not living on the globe. The only thing you're going to do right now is want to anger the whole chat, and you're not going to do it. So all we're going to do is
Sorry for angering
probably
the
mute
chat.
you. All right. One last chance. What is the
Okay,
sun
so-
doing? No. What is the sun doing? Is it moving or standing still? You got those two
So
options.
if I look at the sun,
No. You got those two options. Choose one of those. That's it. I don't care to hear about your explanations. I don't want to hear an explanation. Your explanations will get you muted. Now tell me, is it standing still or is it moving? That's the only two things you can choose from. And after that, we're going to know if you're honest. If you start going, let me ask a question. No, nothing. Answer that.
That's not
Moving
how I
or
talk.
standing still? Moving or standing still? Choose. and it's your choice.
But can you give
All right, that's it.
Come on, dude.
I choose
He is
violence.
dodging. I'm sorry, he is dodging now.
That's it. That's it.
Globers are calling you out now, dude.
Yeah,
just to say,
Yeah, I'm
I told
sorry.
it from the beginning.
boys, just to say, I just checked in Taya, and she seems quite nice, and she wants to find out about Flat Earth, so she's quite civil and chilled. If you want to jump to her, she's just came in.
Oh,
Wait.
nice. What's
However,
up, Taya?
what I'm before that, real quick, I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna end my live stream. Thank you guys very much. I'm gonna end my live stream and come back on here. But for the audience, I'm gonna go ahead and mute up.
Oh, before you cut the stream, I want to say something. Just like I can recap what just happened. Yusuf here was asked, "What is a naturally observed phenomenon?" He said, "Day and night." So then he was asked, "Well, what's this? What do you observe the sun doing?" Harkening back to the naturally observed phenomenon. What's observed?
Right.
And he could not say he saw the sun moving, because if he said that, then that wouldn't support his idea that day and night is evidence of the rotation of the Earth.
Which is clear that the dishonesty level of these guys, because they want to have their belief system intact, they don't want to have that disturbed. So it's better just to like obfuscate and make a whole bunch of like ways to get out of it. But sorry, you can't do that in this chat. You're going to be held accountable. All right. With that being said, I'm going to mute up and say goodbye to my live stream, and I'll be back.
Bye.
So somebody better pick
Taya,
up that
if
phone.
you want to ask a... Sorry, I was just going to say, Taya, if you want to unmute and ask a question, the floor would be yours, because that's us done with the 3 points. If you like. No? It's cool.
Got loads of people in the chat, lots of names that I do not recognise. Lots of people that don't have Earth determining roles, so I guess that you would have questions about the flat Earth and why that we say that the Earth is indeed a flat topographical stationary plane. If you've got any questions about that, I'd really urge you to unmute yourself and get involved in the conversation.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Hello. Hi, how's it going, everyone?
Yeah, really well, thank you. How can we help you, my friend?
I was, throughout the discussion, obviously, we got to the segment of the rotation of the Earth, and it had me slightly perplexed to do with the equinox.
Okay, can you explain?
Equinox?
The equinox. That's supposedly the time where I believe the equator runs straight or something, and like I don't know how to explain it.
Equinox has a couple definitions. One is where the sun is in the first point of Aries, which is stars on the ecliptics when it crosses the ecliptic. The other definition, the more traditional definition, is the point on Earth on the equinox. It's when you have equal day and night.
Yeah, that's
why it's called equinox. Yeah, but there's actually no place on Earth that has it.
Yeah, I didn't believe it.
The day that's actually closest to that is nowhere near the equinox. It's like near the time they say it is.
All right, well, thank you, man.
Yeah.
It had me really confused because obviously we had the discussion with the rotation of the Earth, and it got me thinking of, well, if the Earth's rotating, then does that actually support the evidence of the equinox? But I never thought about it.
Well, they say that in the globe model, the Earth is tilted at a 23.3 degree angle.
All right.
So, like, the equinox, even though it appears that the sun is, like, crossing the sky, the rotation is tilted relative to the orbital plane, so it just appears to move, like, from east to west. Well, I mean, it is moving from east to west, but relative to the orbital plane, it's not. I mean, it's kind of hard to describe. You'd have to see, like, an animation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's I want to understand it, but it's kind of hard to.
That was good content for the stream, I tell you what.
Yeah, if you're like pulling your fingernails out.
A bit cringe, but it was content either way.
Yeah.
I think cringe is good for those who are listening. Because they're like, oh,
Well, I mean, the
The
obfuscation
best friend is back.
should be informative.
Miggy, your best friend is back. Ha 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 ha. He's back.
Is
He's
he-
back in the YouTube chat. Yeah.
You should give
I
it
was
a-
like, he said that. Whoever. I guess Yusuf. He's saying Yusuf got them good that we were all stumbling. Right. I was like, look, haha. You can keep your delusions. Keep your delusions to yourself. Your coward ass still won't debate Miggy, and we all promised to mute out and let you go 1v1.
Yeah, anytime. Well, if I'm not working, that is. But he's just a textbook, text keyboard warrior. He's not ever going to come in here.
He's asking me that if he had challenged me to a debate on a neutral platform.
There is no such thing. There's no such animal that exists. Neutral
Right.
platform. No, doesn't exist.
I'm scared. It's only an echo chamber if you don't come in there, haha.
He wants to hide behind moderators, mute buttons, and his globies, and it's not going to happen in here. He's got nothing but his own self to stand up and answer the question.
That's the whole thing. Is we're saying to him, we've been saying to him that we'll all mute out. He can go one-on-one with you, Miggy. He can go one-on-one. We can all mute out, but he's scared. He won't do it because he's scared. There's no such thing as a neutral platform. The hell? You think everybody agrees on Facebook? You think everybody agrees on Twitter? Think everybody agrees on Instagram and all that crap? You're delusional if you think so.
All right, was there a new guy that joined our chat?
Yeah, I hold on. I want to point Steve to. I put an animation I made a while back in the YouTube chat. This animation is if you were looking at the Earth from the sun.
All right.
And that plane that slices the Earth, that's east and west. So that it goes along the equator at the tilt angle.
Right.
So so if the Earth is spinning at that angle, right, on that plane, basically that plane slices the equator. And when you're looking down that plane where you can only see the edge of it, like you're looking at it edge on, that would be the equinox. But you're looking from the sun at the Earth. It's kind of weird. So, but the funny thing is, if you were on the surface of the Earth on the equator, what would happen is you'd be underneath the orbital plane, come up, and then go around it. I mean, I don't believe this shit. So, I mean, this is their model, not mine.
Yeah, I get you.
Also, don't forget, I'm going to put my channel up for you guys. Yeah, go ahead and sub there if you guys want to increase the number of subscribers that I have there. I'm up to like 86 at the moment, so
oh yeah,
good job, everybody.
Oh yeah, my ass subbed when you put the link in.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, man.
Yusuf never even made it to question 3, man. That's freaking sad.
It does happen sometimes.
Well, let me read this article that I didn't read.
You know what's even better though, CB, that I got you the background sound clips when he was reading that wiki? That's so good, man. That's so good. Yeah. Like Clown World kind of stuff. That's great.
Exactly what it sounds like, dude. It's the Itsy Bitsy Spider song. I named it Itsy Bitsy Clover, right? The Itsy Bitsy Clover.
Yeah, Yusuf. All we wanted to know is what you know. You could have just said you don't know shit.
Yeah, would have been over. A quick death is better than a long painful.
Yeah, and
you chose.
Then you could have asked. Yeah, then you could have asked all your questions about the edge and what's underneath, and all your dumb questions that you want to ask. Could have just, you could have just took your ADHD meds before you came on here and just got a grip and just suffered through it. It would have took 15 seconds if you were just honest. Instead, you want to struggle against the man or whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
The Wig Snatchers Club.
Rebel without a cause.
Yeah,
yes.
I also got the list of the Wig Snatchers. There's 11 of us so far, so you guys can also join in. I'm gonna put the screenshot of the ones that we have so far.
Yes, I think I would proudly call myself a member of this particular group. The subset of the Wig Snatcher The wig snackers. Wig.
Well, you
Wig
can snack on a
snatchers,
wig
yes,
if you want.
we are. Wig snatchers. Yes, we are.
Like that's the list right now. It's 11 so far, but yeah, I was gonna tell you, Indio. At some point, we can open up a channel for just the wig snatchers and like to be able to talk to people. Like, it's just like a special chat, not this one, but another one where it's just only the wig snatchers. Like if you made it to the level of a legendary wig snatcher, you're the only ones that are able to talk. You have the free roam in there to do that. So you have to earn your stripe, though. Actually, you remember like these guys when they didn't have an answer? Do that to them. Anybody that comes in.
Okay, I guess I'm not on your list. Oh well.
Well, the list is there in the live stream.
You got to snatch a new wig, Sonny.
I guess I have to get current with my wig snatching.
It's like driver's license.
Yeah, you got old wigs. You got synthetic wigs.
I got the ones from way back in the arena times, actually. So
you've got the old white and dusty wigs, mate. You need to get relevant.
You got a powdered wigs.
That's good. That fits. So the post arena wig snatcher group. Yeah. So I don't. That's awesome, man. I'm extremely grateful that I've been able to listen to some of the most profound conversations I've ever encountered in my life. Not just the ones I've participated in, but listening to all of you. Like, that is the reward of a lifetime.
Hell yeah. You didn't just listen to that last conversation, did you?
No, I missed it.
I don't know how rewarding that was.
I just came on.
It was great.
Well, I was going to say, what's annoying about that? I know if there's people listening, like, why'd you cut him off? There's multiple things wrong with what just happened. Like, not only was he attempting to read stuff off Google, that first of all, he didn't even read it. And the other thing wrong with that is, like, why are you assuming that no one else has that ability to just whip out a keyboard and Google up something real quick?
Yeah.
It's so annoying that like they don't consider that other people have this same, that it took you no effort to Google that. So why do you think that no one else applied the same effort as you?
Well, Mickey was right. He didn't understand the article you read. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand the so-called scientific principle of the Foucault pendulum and how it's supposed to demonstrate the rotation of the Earth. He doesn't even know any of that, even though he read it.
Well, it's like I look at these guys like bad doctors. They're trying to prescribe things to you. They don't even understand the situation. They don't know the diagnosis. They're just prescribing random stuff. Rotation. Foucault's pendulum. Yeah, that should work for you.
Foucault's Prozac.
I know. I know what it was. I was wig snatching so fast that you couldn't count the amount of wig snatches in one conversation. So, anyway, back.
Well, didn't he say that the pendulum goes in a circle? That's not true, is it? I thought they kind of swung back and forth.
Yeah, they swing back and forth, and supposedly the Earth rotates from underneath it.
He was like, because the pendulum swings in a circle once every 24 hours, that's how we know. I'm like, dude, you're just making shit up all on the spot, dude.
And not only that, listen, it appears to swing in a circle, but that's the Earth rotating underneath it.
He was getting, I'm pretty sure he was getting fed the information.
That's what they say. That's the gold model. The Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum.
Yeah, he was getting fed the information, but what he failed to realize is that because he was trying to get the answer out quickly, he said that it's the Earth going around the sun. And he was like, wrong. Like, whoever fed you that was like probably going, no, don't say that. Because when I corrected him on that, he was like, oh, no, it was my bad. I didn't mean that. I meant that the Earth's rotating. I was like,
I bet you if you didn't call him out, he would have just stayed doubled down on it.
But it's interesting. It's interesting that group, though, how they do come in with this this kind of feigned capability, or like what would you say? Like they have this feigned idea that they can that they have the upper hand, and yet right in plain light, we're listening to them say they know something, 30 seconds later, 15 seconds later, whatever, they're on their keyboard.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. We heard that. We heard you. We know you're looking it up. They'll even tell us they're looking it up. They're like, yeah, I know this stuff really well. Yeah, I'm an expert. I've studied
Here, I can Google it for you.
I've studied the globe Earth for my entire life, and and let me just check on that information. I'll go to Wiki first.
Yeah, and the weird thing is that he goes like, well, let me read this article. And I'm like, yeah, read a little bit of it, see what it says, and then repeat after. And then as soon as he's done with it, try to tell him to understand what he just read. It was not even possible. He didn't even understand what he read. He's just like reading an article. More funny. And I knew I had him every direction. Like if he read an article, if he didn't read it, because I already knew he didn't know. So I was like, now I'm gonna just show the audience how ridiculous you sound, repeating something on Wiki and not even knowing what it's about. That is awesome.
Yeah. I mean, that's the point. That's the point of the 3 points is that they come in here, sure as shit, the Earth's a globe, and then when they get asked the 3 questions, they don't know why they believe it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but the facts that would lead them to believe it, they don't know what those facts are, but they believe it anyway.
Yeah, the crystal that they had when they were in here previously to me asking the questions. Oh, it was thick, dude. He had like him and his team. They were all up in here talking about, yeah, we're gonna talk about why is he here doing this, and one even pretended to be a flat earther. And they were asking about the edge and like all this stuff, just basic, stuff what people ask. But then when it gets turned, the tables get turned, and their turn to tell us how they know the Earth's a globe. Boy, they didn't know. None of them knew. And even the ladies who were here, who were helping the guy who came in, they even bowed out. They're like, no, I'm just going to sit and listen. I was like, yeah, I know. I would be that way too. If I knew that one of my buddies was getting destroyed, I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to let him take it.
But they do. It's funny. They let the next one come in and the next one, and the next one. But there's apparently a group out there somewhere where they said, and we know this because it's public information, they said, try to get along with the flat earthers. Don't bring up any evidence or proof. Like this is just going to make the flat earthers mad. Guess what? Because we have all the proof, and you're coming in here and you're trying to pretend that you're like, oh yeah, I'm a flat earther. Yeah, for a whole year or 3 months or something since they brought that program into my office. We talk about it at the water cooler all the time.
More than that, we don't have the proof. We have the disproof. That's the biggest thing. We have the disproof on there. How you doing, Sonny? Am I cutting out?
No, we hear you, sheepdog.
All right. I'm at the gym, so I'll be like rooting up here and there, cutting in or whatever. But
Jim Creep. Just kidding.
Hope y'all are all having an awesome Monday.
Oh, I remember now what I was going to say. Remember Brandon earlier, CB? He was like, why you guys got to make this some kind of game and you're all excited like I win? I was like, because it's fun. Hell yeah. I don't know what you're saying. I'm like dancing over here like.
Especially when you know you're going to win every time.
Yeah, like you come in like Randy Macho Man when he used to say, ooh, yeah. Because, I mean, it is awesome, bro, to know that you guys don't stop. Like Yusuf, you don't stop. It's like, my God. Like, it's so great to display your ignorance out to everybody.
And it's like fake wrestling, too, where, like, you know what the outcome is going to be, but it's fun to watch somebody get dragged around the ring for 15 minutes.
Yeah, and they don't even know that it's happening, which is the greatest part, really. I mean, like, is that sad that I'm like take glee in hearing them and hearing them being destroyed based on their illogical concepts and their like it's so funny because it separates the whole thing between like somebody who thinks knowledge and intellect or whatever the whole volume of one's knowledge. They have the totally twisted idea that their knowledge is only how much information they can collect, memorize, or regurgitate. Like, so when you separate somebody who has true knowledge between like what people think of as book knowledge. I've always laughed at that. We laughed in the Navy about that because we're a bunch of blue collar workers. Here these guys come, graduated from Harvard, Yale, all the major institutions. They're officers because they got a letter signed by someone. Yeah, and so we would pick fun with them sometimes. It's the same sort of thing. It's quite awesome, actually. I can pick the brains of the best doctors. They look at me puzzle-eyed. Literally. I've been doing this for years when I worked in the hospital.
CB, did you want to say something?
With doctors. But anyway,
No.
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
I kind of forgot now because I was trying to pick up on something Sonny said. But kind of lost my train of thought.
Which part?
Well, the guy didn't know about what is the calculation and the measurement, clearly. And he kept wanting the fact that he's talking about he had calculation on the brain so bad, like, what's wrong with that? I don't see what's wrong. It's a category error. No, I mean, calculation, or you could say that even the analogy that you said, CB, he twisted it and like changed it around so that that wasn't even the analogy, bro. Like you changed it. Like it's now you're.
Wow.
You try to say, well, if the calculation matches the measurement, then that's how you verify it with a measurement. But no one's done that with the Earth, so I don't know why you're trying to make that jump to like, well, if the calculations are correct, you don't know they're correct because nothing's been measured. Just like your girl asking you how big your Johnson is, and you're like, well, due to these calculations, that doesn't verify anything.
In my mind, if you imagine that you're anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, yeah. To me,
imagine it. Just imagine it. Don't look. Anyway, so the calculations, once it's separated that the difference between calculation and measurement, once they know that there's a difference, then whenever they bring it up or anyone else brings it up and it's figured out that it is a calculation only, conceptually, that's all it is, ask them, what was the direct measurement that backed up the calculations? Simple.
Oh, well, due to this article that I didn't read and doesn't have the information that you're looking for, I'm just going to start reading it.
That's crazy shit.
The next time my girl asks me how big my Johnson is, I'm going to say, well, it's really big, so you have to get really high up to see it.
Yeah, you can't see.
The whole thing is there's no way to quantify that because it's a continually changing variable. There's the answer.
It's a refracted dick.
It could be if you're thinking about it. If you're doing something other than thinking about it, it might be different.
It's an apparent thing. It's not a physical thing.
I would say that's apparent and physical.
Well, how did you measure it? Well, there's a stick and then the shadow and.
I refer you to my comment.
Let's have a stick and shadow contest.
Man, we went off to the weeds on that one, didn't we?
Oh,
see which one's longer.
Sorry, guys. Can somebody post the image of the moon being eclipsed by the flat Earth, please?
Which one? The pear-shaped one?
And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then just refer yourself to the conversations that you've been having for the last 2 minutes.
All right. I'm glad we're sticking to.
Come on, Sonny.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right. Hold on, I'll find it. I'm trying to figure out which one it is. Sorry about that.
It's the one that looks like a dick with a shadow across the moon.
Oh, where is that one? Yeah, hold on. I got it somewhere.
There you go.
Yeah, I got to look through the catalog of DMs and let me see.
Oh my!
Here we go.
Okay, be patient, everybody.
What would be the naturally observed phenomenon on that one?
Like she told me one time, a long time ago, good things come to those who wait. So,
that's how easily this last guy got exposed. I think he started off trying to say, like, "Whoa, do you guys have any scientists in your community?"
I'm gonna go listen. Just tell them. Yeah, all of us. Listen, we are pussyfooting around that topic. Someone asked me if I'm a scientist. I said, yes, I am a scientist.
We all are.
What's funny is that he turned around and Miggy asked him, "Okay, well, what about a naturally observed phenomenon for this example?" And he's like, "Well, what's that?" It's just so easy to expose him.
Feign ignorance, that's not going to work in here. What do you mean? What you say naturally observed phenomena, what does that mean? It's like, you know exactly what that means. What do you observe naturally in the world? I'm a redundant and we actually make this.
He just stated the claim again. He didn't state his observation. He was like, well, the claim is... Like, well, that's not...
We'll just have to explain to him that we have to ask questions to find out if that's what you think or not, because... that's going to set the whole tone of the rest of the conversation. So if you're thinking something other than what is real, we definitely need to figure that out. So excuse us for pointing that out to you.
And then he said that the sun's going around, or the Earth's going around the sun.
Yeah.
That's forgetting we're talking about axial rotation in the very beginning.
Why?
There he goes. Just stating claims. You don't observe that. No one's ever seen anything go around the sun. So you can't be like, well, what do you observe? Well, I see the Earth going around the sun. No, you don't. Bro, you're just stating the claim that you want us all to believe, that you probably are trying to convince yourself of.
He said that causes night and day. What a guy.
Interesting, man.
No, I retract my statement. I didn't mean that.
I have to go back and listen. I have to go back and listen to that.
Oh, you can check out my. I also have it on mine.
Man.
Specifically, the whole conversation with that guy was on my stream on my channel, so it could be easier for you to find than just rewinding Helios.
I don't know why I don't have those memes. Hold on, I got them somewhere, man. This is ridiculous. I have a whole bunch of memes.
I had him figured out from the beginning, man. The nice guy, the fake nice guy, pretender. He was like, fake nice? What do you mean?
He was the alpha in his group. Like, he was the one. He's like, okay, guys, when we go in there, you let me do the talking, right? You everybody sit back, and I got this. And sure enough, it's like with all the gusto, well, you guys are saying with the flat Earth and asking you questions. No, and you're like, no, that's not it. I'm like, yeah, I know what this needs. This needs a.
He was trying too hard, but he's like, oh, so you're saying the sun's not real?
Yeah,
that's not gonna work, dude. You got the wrong group here for that.
I'm just gonna start guessing at which one it is.
The sun's not real group is that way.
Yeah, you got the wrong people, dude. Yeah, this is not. We don't do that here. All right.
Can I get that sent to me again? Let's see. Because I had a whole list of all the memes, and I was updating it, trying to get rid of the ones that don't work anymore. And let's see.
It's okay, Sonny. You don't have to break your back looking for the meme.
No, I'm not. I'm curious where they are. Hold on. Excuse me for.
Is there anybody new in here, guys?
Let's see. A couple Globers, T-Dub, Sheepdog, Staunch Glover is there.
There's a guy called Better Than Gold. I just checked him in. He seems okay, so he maybe want to ask a question or something.
He's on deafening at the moment, but yeah, I see that.
Bro, the Earth is a glove, bro. It's a glove.
Yeah, shout out to Spade. Thank you, Spade, for the Earth kind of assist. Trying to get this guy back on track.
Yeah, see, I told you Sheepdog was a Glober.
A Glober and sheep's clothing.
I know. Miggy was right. I was on Modern Day Debates. This is me.
We don't like that guy, man. That was debating that cringe audio that we were listening to. I even told him, I was like, Sheepdog, man, you got a doppelganger up there. It sounds just like this, bro. What was his name, Spake? I missed it.
Better Than Gold. He's got flat on his profile picture.
Oh, he's deafening. That guy?
Yeah, I thought so, he is, yeah.
Whew. Well, that group was interesting, to say the least. One of them tried to say they were a flat earther, which I wasn't buying that for a second. But yeah, it seemed like that the alpha or whatever, was the only one willing to speak up.
Yeah, we took out that level 10 troll. Well, he's not a troll, but the one who said, "I'll take charge," and he led their little band of bandits in here.
It's so sad how far they didn't even get far, man. You guys didn't even make it 2 questions into the 3 points.
No,
that's all y'all got. Come on, man. They're really not sending their best anymore.
They're led by General Custer.
Yeah,
I said they were led by General Custer into the Discord.
General Globster.
General Globster.
Well, India, you came in at a good time. You were like, "Listen, dude, we're not trying to hear answers from you off Google." All right.
He was going to read the whole fucking article.
I'm not trying to hear that either. I'm not debating with Google. Do you understand what you wrote or not? If you don't understand it, don't be reading it off to me. You're the one who should be reading it quietly to yourself.
Well, I was listening to Miggy's stream and I heard him say, "Well, just let me read this because it's the people listening on YouTube and they should hear this." Like, no. They can go Google it themselves.
I was going to say, dude, like you act like you are about to get a Nobel Prize for reading some shit you just typed up on Google, dude.
Dude, you know what reminded me? When they get up for when someone gets up to get the Academy Award and then they take out a page out of their pocket because all the people they're going to thank. And they're up there for 5 minutes thanking people.
I'm totally gonna do that in my next debate. I'm just gonna be like, I'd like to thank Indio, Creation Bear, Miggy, Grace, Quantum Eraser.
Or just pull up some random article and just do you guys mind? Do you mind? Just start reading some articles.
Read an article, find some obscure thing, and then it's on their side though.
When they start getting mad, you'd be like, "Are you guys seriously trying to interrupt me right now?" I'm
start needling them on some obscure article that's their side, on their side.
My God, I wish I'd read it and spoke Arabic, man. I'd start reading Al-Baruni.
Tell them it's common knowledge and that we don't understand why they don't understand it.
Just don't understand.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is there's a lot of misinformation in the English language. You go into the other language and you find more credible sources. You just got to be able to read the language. Hey, maybe I just silenced the room. I think I need that legendary free wig.
It's legendary for shutting up the flat earthers. Well, Yusuf kept straw manning, right? So one of the straw men he kept doing so measurements are fake, right? Or you don't believe in measurements.
That's horrible.
Or no, he said calculations. So calculations are fake, and so you don't believe in calculations. What are you talking about?
Yeah. This is that Kathy Newman. So what you're saying is, no, bitch, we're not saying that.
Well, what do you do to know if the calculation is trustworthy or not? You verify it.
No, you just ask the person who's trustworthy.
Well, when they did the calculation for the vacuum energy of the universe, and they're off by 120 orders of magnitude. Is that just right because they did the calculation?
So somewhere that calculation was correct. Somewhere in the universe, in some pocket somewhere.
Oh yeah, in Universe 127 with Rick and Morty.
Did you see the Rick and Morty episode where it's like these gods are on the sun and Morty gets taken as the god for the sun and they're talking about Morty's trying to explain to him the solar system and he's got this big whiteboard and the gods are like, you can't just put loads of shit on a whiteboard and have loads of maths and expect us to believe it. It's fucking hilarious, man.
I'm waiting for the Flat Earth episode of Rick and Morty. You know what's going to happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Well, and then they did that one scene where he's like, "Hey, do you want to see true level or not?" And then he like makes the garage floor like nice and flat, and Morty's having like a little mini orgasm, and then he gets taken off of it. He's like, "Lambs to the slaughter! Put me back! Nothing's real. Everything's fake."
Well, level was not curved in that episode.
No, and then there's the other episode where Morty gets the asteroids video game, but he gets the realistic version. It's just flying through space, and there's nothing out there because there's nothing out there. Yeah, that flat Earth one's coming. I wonder if it'll be the last one. That'd be cool.
I used to love Asteroids Deluxe because you could go off one side and come on the other, like Pac-Man. And I would try to see how fast I could go without getting killed, how long I could last.
It's like, what's next? A wavy level? A wavy level?
Guess I'm dating myself. No one ever played that arcade game.
No, I did. You look like a glitch going. You look like a glitch going across the screen.
Yeah. You try to go as fast as you can and not get hit by an asteroid. It usually lasts about, 10 seconds. As soon as you start turning, forget it. You're dead.
Yeah.
Then I just posted the link in the live stream for that episode of Rick and Morty. You better watch it on 123 Movies. It's fucking hilarious.
You can be a heliocentrist, just chop off your jeans.
That's the one. And they've got like 3 fake penis detectors. He's got like the prosthetic. That's fucking funny, man.
Oh boy, that last dude, just reflecting on that conversation. We started off asking him what the radius was. We talked about the size of the globe. Then we talked about distance to the horizon. 30 minutes later, bro's like, we asked him the same exact question. I think Mickey was like, so what's the radius? And so I was like, what's the delay? I feel like I chimed in. I'm like, dude, what's going on? We just covered this. Why are you guys running back to Google? And then he tried to turn around and say, but you guys just don't understand. The Earth is just so big. Like, bro, we just asked you 2 times if you knew the size of the Earth, and you didn't know. Even though we told you the first time, you still had to go look it up a second time. Unreal. If I could wave a magic wand. Okay.
Yeah, they don't understand that when they say it's too big, that they're making a prediction. They don't understand that.
Yeah.
And then to make a prediction and then they don't know the number for the prediction is pretty embarrassing, in my opinion.
Yeah, because we're trying to tell them about the current geometric claims / predictions. We're trying to tell them about it, and then they're like, "Well, you see, you idiots, you guys are so dumb." You can see sometimes when people. It works more on video. But you can see when someone isn't really getting what's going on. I've seen India. You're probably familiar with Kevin Samuels, but like I've seen him talk to certain people, some girls or whatever, and they're like nodding along, but they're not really understanding where he's going with his point, or what they're trying to follow along. So I feel like that happens with people here as well. we ask them about their radius and do you know about this claim and that claim? They don't really understand what's really happening or what's really going on. So when, like when we ask him about the rotation, he starts talking about the Earth going around the sun. This is what I mean. They're not really aware of what's happening. We're doing the 3 points and bro's like, he thinks it's just some, I don't know, it was like an interview or something. So, I don't know. That's something I think we've gotten really good at. Like,
I think he thought it was a gotcha. I think he felt like we were trying to get him or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people get that vibe. But that, like, the opposite is true for us. Some of us are really good about, like, finishing each other's points or sentences, or, if say I'm losing my train of thought, like, someone else will jump in and continue. So I think we do a good job of sort of knowing the thread, whereas they sometimes can't even tell, like, what was happening in the middle of the thread.
Well, obviously they're new to the topic. They're just new to the whole, like, why say it again. Like, their concept of the Earth comes from the television set. It's just an image, a picture in their mind, and that's it.
Yep.
And they don't know anything beyond that. Literally not a thing. That's the vast majority, probably, 85, 90% of the people. They don't know a single detail.
Yep, some overarching and vague, nebulous idea about the globe. But that's about it. Barely.
Pulls everything to the center. Earth's a ball. I saw it on TV. NASA. Yada, yada, yada.
Exactly. Yeah, they barely know the bullet points. And if you really start getting down to the specifics, they definitely don't know them. And they might even start contradicting the claims too. That's what I love. Kind of holding two Globers next to each other. And they can sort of, even Brandon was calling the other guy out. Brandon was like, dude, you're just
That's what I mean. Brandon was like, you're retarded.
That's why it's good to have two of them around, 2 or 3 of them around, and kind of call each other out when things like that happen. But I do love that aspect. Say you just took a random sample of 10 people who believe in the globe, and you ask them a bunch of different things like gravity or how high do you need to go to see curvature. You can guarantee the answers will be all over the place. And I've had people say like, oh, flat earthers don't agree on, blah, blah, blah. Listen, you guys have the claim on the table and y'all don't even agree about that. Like you guys are supposed to all believe in this one thing, and you guys aren't even consistent about that. So, let's not have these double standards where flat earthers need to have this one thing they all agree on when you guys don't have that.
Look, so this is the funny thing about what you said. That random 10 people, it doesn't have to be random. I can literally walk into Johnson Space Center and ask 10 people the radius of the Earth, and I guarantee one person knows it out of 10.
Ooh.
Yeah. I've asked a lot of surveyors and engineers as well, and I've only had a couple of people over the years that actually know.
I can already hear the globe earthers in the chat now, but they don't need to memorize this information.
It's basic information.
You don't even understand orbital mechanics.
Or why it's important to know that information. They feel like, I don't need to memorize that. It's not really something.
I don't know the radius of the Earth, but let me tell you about the Big Bang.
Yeah, black holes, man, and quasars, and alien signals.
Yeah.
That new shit as well. Remember, I posted it in the mod room earlier. It's like it's a Canova or some shit. It's called. It's like 2 supernovas that join together or some shit. A kilonova. That's what it's called.
I should FOIA NASA and ask them, like, what's their policy on employees talking about aliens in public? Because I know it's my intuition that if you surveyed all NASA employees, 99 to 95% of them believe in aliens. And that's why they went to work at NASA in the first place. I'm going to discover ET. I'm going to be the one. Phone home.
Yeah, I bet you the number is pretty high, and this just goes to show. I've been telling y'all.
Publicly, they won't say that though. Publicly, they don't say that stuff. They're like, oh, we don't have any evidence of aliens, and they're like behind their back, their fingers are crossed.
Well, that goes right into my point, is that they don't want to say it because it sounds crazy. We're supposed to be the crazy ones. The flat earthers are supposed to be the ones with like the crazy ideas, and they're the ones who think aliens are real. And
here's this is messed up because flat Earth is more plausible than going to another planet and meeting an alien in the heliocentric model, because the distances are so far. Right, in their model, the distances are so far. There's literally no chance of you ever going anywhere to meet an alien. In the so-called proven science that exists now, it's not possible. Yeah, it's not possible in the science, like using a chemical rocket, and that's all they have. It's a chemical rocket. We're talking like 100,000 years to like the nearest star in their model. Okay, so that's the nearest star. There's probably no aliens there. So you're probably going to have to search like a couple 100,000 stars, right? And then the star is probably going to be like, 50 times farther than that. So like a 2 million year journey. So that is more ridiculous than flat Earth.
Yeah.
Look at that thing I just posted in the live stream. Earth is supposed to be spinning faster. It's been speeding up since 2016. It's not constant.
Well, didn't they say the moon is slowing down too? I think that was one too. The moon is getting further away.
It was about a month and a half ago they claimed the Earth's core is stopping.
Did that ever start?
So don't feed the Earth coffee grinds then.
What's up? Yo, CB, you still here?
I'm still here.
Yeah, something you said about 5 minutes ago. You said these Globers that come in, they don't have a clue about anything. And they really don't. Like you said, they don't know what's actually going on. And they really don't. Like their entire fucking existence I'm talking about. Like they just have no idea what's going on about anything.
That's why they get so emotional, don't they? Because they don't know. We're bombarding them with information. They're fucking furiously Googling shit. Like, they get themselves in a state.
I just furiously Googled, the moon is getting farther away. And every single year, going back to at least 2011, there's an article about how the moon is getting further away from Earth in the mainstream media.
It's like 6 inches or something, isn't
it? No, it's a little bit bigger than that, but, talking about the moon? I don't know.
Yeah, I think if I recall correctly.
They just cycle through this garbage constantly.
3.8 centimeters per year. They've measured that with precision instrumentation.
When I was listening to
there's left from the moon landings, right?
Yes, must be.
When I was listening to garbage about the Earth's core stuff, they had new made up words in their rundown of what was happening. Dissecadal, like they are trying to claim every few decades the Earth's core slows down and spins in the opposite direction. Okay,
bullshit.
Few decades.
I was actually watching something that was a refutation of the tectonic plate theory by actually mainstream scientists. Well, a mainstream scientist. What's it called? What? It was a refutation of tectonic plate theory in that
wow.
What was it? Is that the it was that what happens is that ice builds up on the poles, becomes so heavy that it starts to wobble, and then the ice starts moving down toward the equator because of centrifugal force.
Jeez, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, but then what ends up happening is because of that ice starts melting and other ice starts building up, and then it starts doing it again, and that the mantle of the Earth is basically rotating around this inner core. Not the way they say, but like
dude,
what was it like? Dude, you'd have to see it. I'll actually find the video. It was actually pretty interesting. As far as like the theory went.
I just joined in this. I didn't hear much, but I'm looking at this animated graphic and I'm like, is this soup Earth theory? Like, this looks like soup. What is this?
Soup Earth theory. Alphabet soup theory.
Yeah, alphabet soup theory. Like, what the hell? This is redonkulous. Anyway, I digress. I hope y'all are having a good one.
AG.
Pretty good.
So the mainstream now is saying that that tectonic plates might be BS.
No, this wasn't a mainstream theory. This was a competing theory that came out in the post-war, like post-World War II.
Oh, okay.
I'll find the video. Hold on a second.
One fantasy theory refuting another fantasy theory.
Yeah, exactly.
I take it wasn't peer reviewed. Not that that means anything, but...
Have you heard that Adam and Eve story that was supposedly classified? Have you heard that, the CIA document? It was like a book called the Adam and Eve story.
Classified?
That's like, there's supposed to be, it's called the Earth's crust displacement theory.
Oh my lord.
So the Adam and Eve story is like, it went around the so-called, conspiracy circles that the CIA is hiding it or something. And it's about how the Earth is going to have one of these crustal shifts and everyone's going to die or something. And that the CIA classified it.
What does Adam and Eve have to do with that, though?
That when it happens, like, all humanity is, like, destroyed and Adam and Eve starts over again.
Oh.
Oh, fuck's sake. Gonna start over again?
Yeah, gotta do it again. It's like reincarnation for all of humanity.
Should I start building my ark now or wait a few days?
Good question.
God's such a fucking glober. He can't admit he fucked up.
That's not... Check. That's not the Adam and Eve story. They were telling us exactly in the movies and everything what they want to have happen, not what's going to happen. Wait a minute. There's a thing on.
We want death and destruction. They get prosperity and abundance.
Nobody responded. Am I even still connected here?
Sonny, you're hot, Mike.
Fuck off.
I responded.
Fuck off. No, I'm not. I'm never hot micing, believe me.
Sonny is currently hot.
Cringe hot micing, hot micer club. No.
Better be coming in hot. The only way I like it.
So when I'm talking to you guys, that's hot micing, I guess.
Sometimes at least.
Fireballs of truth.
Hey, well, you and Helio got to work shifts, all right?
Oh, were you saying something, Sonny? I thought you were hot micing.
Yeah, that's right. I was hot micing on purpose. Yeah, there's going to have to be shifts as far as that's concerned, CB. With that particular situation, there's going to have to be shifts. I can't handle it. It's like ridiculous. So I'll just back off, which is my preferred stance. That and when you're doing, when you're in, let's say, survival protection mode, like if you have to fight, the best stance is to back off first. Actually, let them take the first swing as my modus operandi. I love that. They can go ahead and take the first. So it's the same thing with the conversation. They can go ahead and take. We should let them take the first swing. Which sometimes I've cut people off very abruptly, and it's based because on their tone of language, it registers with my standardization and equalization information system that I have inside of me, highly intuitive based. So I'll cut people off because I hear it already. They're lying. So I don't put up with it for long. And then other people, oh, why'd you cut him off so soon? You're such a meanie. And then they have a 3-hour conversation that goes nowhere. And then they go, now I understand why you cut him off. Except I just did it too early. So, okay, I was a little premature. And trust me, that never happens anywhere else in my life. That's funny. That's a joke.
Trust me, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess you'd be saying that to your late. Trust me, sweetie.
Trust me, sweetie. It's. I'm everything you could ever have wanted. Anyway, so yeah. So they have a misplaced. That's trust. That's a good word. These people come in have a misplaced trust. Like almost in every other category, they're like, "Oh yeah, the government's bad. These people are evil. Like they did all this stuff. Like they did lie about everything else, just not the moon landings. Just not everything else." It's hilarious. And then they're backing up their point with Google search. Good job. Like we can't hear that going on in the background, even if they're not saying anything. The next word out of their mouth gives the answer, whether they know what they're talking about or they don't. It's quite obvious at this point. It's actually predictable. That's what's so fun about it. Because you can just get the mouse in a corner in your own little maze that they created themselves, and we're following right along in the maze. Like, yeah, you guys just backed yourself into a corner again. It's really great. Anyway, I shall yield the floor. Thanks for letting me jibber jabber on during these silent periods. I do want to stay on track and on topic. So, for your viewing pleasure, here's one of the places I like to go. And tell me what you think about that horizon. And isn't that a pretty shot? There we go.
Hey, I've been there, I think.
I bet you have.
Oh, that's
Sunset Cliffs Park.
Yeah,
It's all along the west side of Point Loma. And then going south to the left of there. Actually, this particular spot is where I partied in the 90s. Like,
nice.
Right there. Huge keg parties, multiple kegs lined up. People standing on their hands and on their heads taking funnel shots. Like, talk about an altered experience. Anyway, I've been out to this particular portion of the cliffs many, many times. I lived in Ocean Beach for a lot of years.
Oh, yeah.
Starting from 1986, where I rode my 10-speed from Ocean Beach, where I lived on Del Monte at that time, all the way to 32nd Street Naval Pier, which is past the Coronado Bridge.
Beautiful.
I was a new. I just got married. I had graduated boot camp. Went to my A school in late 1986. I got my first duty assignment. I went and got married in my day. I had some days off. I had been in boot camp 9 weeks and 12 weeks in my A school. So I was good. It was good to have a rest. But my wife and I, my girlfriend and I at that time flew to Reno. And we flew to Lake Tahoe, and then we got a bus to Reno and got married. That's hilarious. Yeah, and we came back anyway. Yeah, what was I talking about?
I don't know.
The horizon. How did
I did post a picture or a small little video I have of maybe not the exact same location, but same ocean.
That's Pacific Beach right there.
Yeah, that's PB.
PB. It's a little north of there where the point is. Out there where you can see to the right, that point out there, on good wave days, there's a reef that breaks off of there. And right below there, off to the right, you see how the shore kind of goes in and comes out to the point. Well, that's the Tourmaline, the internationally known Tourmaline Surf Park, which, a little history, there was a surfing, there was surfing groups and gangs, right? They had their own, cliques. They're highly localized and locals only, if you know what I mean. Like, you tread carefully when you were going to my local area, Venice, California, by the breakwater, where some of the most famous skaters and surfers ever known that actually created the X Games started from, were my friends and my brother's friends. Back in the old days of the skate, before they skated in bowls, my friends were going in draining pools and skating in the empty pools, and you can go watch some of these documentaries. I grew up in that time, in that place, in Dogtown.
I miss California.
So I have a lot of history with this place. So when I started to surf again, Tourmaline is one of the places I went to after not having surfed for literally more than 20 years. I tried in my 20s in LA. I didn't do very good. I was a much better body surfer. In my 50s, I started surfing again. I surfed solid for 6 straight years. Almost every day I was out there.
Nice.
Yeah, Tourmaline is beautiful. That's a great beach. You see how these waves that are coming in are maybe 1 to 3 feet, 1 to 2 foot, maybe. They're small. How they come in lines like that. That beach has a very gradual slope. So these places like La Jolla Shores, Tourmaline right there, and Pacific Beach, they're all great places to learn how to surf, because on a good day, you just get yourself a longboard and you can stand up on it, even without it moving almost.
How many times you been surfing, you reckon?
Pardon me?
How many times have you been surfing? How many times do you reckon that you've been surfing in your life, total?
Hold on a minute. Hold on. I can't hear you.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, my microphone wasn't positioned right. How many times do you reckon you've been surfing throughout your life?
Now you're dull again. I can't hear you.
I can hear you just fine, AG.
Okay, so I'm going to turn you up because this has happened yesterday too. Okay, so I got you to 170. Now try it.
I was just asking how many times do you figure that you've been surfing in your life? I was just saying I'm jealous because I've never been surfing before, and I've always thought that it was cool. And it's something that I would have enjoyed doing, but now there's no way. The way my body is, I just can't.
Multiple hundreds of times.
Totally jealous of you guys for being able to do something that looks that.
I haven't been. Listen, no, I haven't. It's what do they call it? It's a catch-22 for me because I love it so much and I miss it so much, but I haven't been out on a board in at least 6 years.
The medical
maybe
stuff
7.
makes it hard too. How can you retain balance when you move a certain way? It hurts. That's what I'm thinking.
No, it's not. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that.
Oh, I was just thinking your recent surgery. That's what I was assuming.
Oh yeah, me too. I get that part. But what I'm saying is that, and I used to do this all the time. Go out in really huge waves, and the biggest waves, after the storms, there would be 20-foot waves out there off the jetty. where you're practicing to become a Jedi master. I nearly mastered the Jedi. Anyway, I digress. But when you go out, if it's a good day for me is 3 to 6 feet with the board that I had at that time. I don't have one now. But last time I went out, I never even made it to the lineup. I got beat to hell back by the shore break, and I couldn't get past it, and I almost fucking died. Like literally, because of my shoulders. I didn't even make it out. So it's not that I would stop trying, but the last time I got the shit beat out of me, got dragged all the way down the beach about a mile. And that wasn't very fun. Now, I've been out there on my good days when I was doing really well physically and got beat back by the back tides, the rip currents. If you get in one of these rip currents and they're strong enough, that one took me south all the way to the pier from the jetty, which is a good mile and a half. I was able to paddle that continuously the whole time for at least an hour. Hold on, this is when I was doing good. I'm trying to set a preference.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So that was when I was doing good. I could paddle out there against the riptide and finally get to the thing is you don't go against the riptide, but even going across riptide, if you're in one that's strong enough and wide enough, it takes a long time to get out either way, and you got a choice towards shore or away from shore. Where you cross over, you have to cross over crosswise the rip current. So I've been out there struggling, struggling and swimming, paddling consistently for at least an hour and a half without stopping till I finally made it through. So the last time I went out, it wasn't a rip. Last time I went out, it wasn't a rip current. And I've been out at this place where it was at least a 15-foot shore break. Really dangerous. My friend had his board broken in half. I made sure that was a different time. But I'm talking about the last time I went out, I got beat to hell back all the way down the shore, and I couldn't make it out, and I didn't have the energy to even try again at that point because I got beat to hell up, like literally washing machine for an hour trying to get out past the shore break. So there's tricks to that too, that you can get rusty at determining where the rip is and where the stream is that just takes you straight out like a highway. You can get caught in the crosswise current. And so anyway, I'll stop. Thanks for letting me share.
Sunny on the plane, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks for your input as well.
Yeah, I always have respect for people who have the perseverance to learn how to do something like that. It's dangerous, but also thrilling, like being in control of your own roller coaster that you don't have no control over because the waves.
And surfing is related to flat Earth because those waves do roll in horizontally.
Yep.
They can't come any other way.
They come in level.
Like if you do your own tests with pools or make little sand shores in pools, like you can demonstrate these things. It is flat Earth. So I don't know what people say back to FE when we're already talking FE. When you're talking about surfing, you're talking about flat Earth.
Think about it. Like the way that surfing works, that wouldn't work on a globe. Those waves come in. They come in finding their level hard. Like that's water trying to find its level as hard as possible.
Here's the thing: the board is a tool or device that works on the horizontal plane.
Yeah. And they're flat.
When it's floating flat, it's floating flat. So everything that thing does and maneuvers has to do with the horizontal plane and the angle thereof deviating away from it, such as going down from the horizontal, that board starts sliding. So that is flat Earth. I don't know why people want to say certain things are not flat Earth. Maybe they haven't studied things enough. I'm not sure what it is.
Surfing is a scientific experiment related to the flat Earth. Like it
totally is. It demonstrates the level.
Yep,
where the level is, depending on your water line. So the same thing with
active level. Yeah, actively finding level.
The same thing with boats and yachts and the knowledge about buoyancy, about square footage.
Like about the golden ratio too. It demonstrates the golden ratio.
So these things are apparent that, like, when you have water line on a surfboard. Let's say you have a 9-footer. That's a long one. But if let's say you have a 9-foot board, that water line is gonna be sitting there, if undisturbed, with the waves going up and down, right? Well, those waves cross past the water line of the entire bottom that's attached. So along the surface, that has an effect on the board. However, all the mean peaks and troughs, the mean of those two extremes is basically where that board is sitting, possibly a little higher because of the peaks. Cause it to almost levitate up on top of the surface from where the troughs are. So waves themselves are very indicative of this horizontal plane, sea level. You could tell this by floating something on it. So I enjoy this because it is not just talking BS or just talking errant subjects that Sonny pulls out of his ass. I actually have something technical in mind when I start talking about something. So yeah, surfboards are a way to tell, like, the horizontal of the sea level itself and the directionality of that aqua dynamic vessel. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Flat Earth.
Definitely. Flat water. That I agree with you, though. That is definitely part of the conversation because 71% water, and surfing is certainly related to 71% of the Earth.
And it's certainly related how we actually travel across the plane. If you're not talking about how we travel across water and the technicality thereof in that particular category of motion over the surface, we're missing a whole big part.
Well, then the discussion could be tied into aerodynamics as well, because how surfing functions is very, very much like how planes work.
Yep. But not let the Globers take the reins and try to say that there's the same, that water and gas, like they do that.
That's
you see how they've done
much
that
like I didn't say the same. Yeah, I try and choose my words carefully.
No, I know, and it's good. I like the conversation.
I hate when they take our words out of context, dude. That's why I have to pick exactly what I say. Sometimes I'll slip up, especially when I'm on pain meds, and I can't help it. Those who can't understand won't, but those who do understand will. And we got to choose our words carefully. These freaking sophists will surf all around things. They take everything out of context, try and put words in your mouth.
Yeah, but it's true that, a lot of us can be guilty of the same thing. So I need to just be watchful of myself. It's not pointing a finger. Like I'll point the finger at myself first, figure out, am I doing this thing that I don't like others doing? Could be.
Like human nature to do that tit for tat thing, and we have to choose not to because it's reactionary. And we want to be people of action, not reaction.
Yeah, and it's ego involved when that's taking place, on my part. I'll just keep it on my side of the road. So I have to go, do I do that? And probably so.
I try not to twist anybody's words. Like, someone was trying to do that to me in the YouTube chat the other day, when I said that, is physical science lying about the fact that water seeks its own level on its surface? Well, water doesn't seek anything. And I was like, this guy's about to tell me that water doesn't have eyes to seek anything with. He's like, well, water doesn't have a brain in which to seek anything with. And I was like, buddy, I never once implied that water has eyeballs. It doesn't have a brain. It's not intelligent. Let's not That's not even what that means. Like, this is not my terminology. I had to reiterate that's not my terminology. This is the terminology that physics uses for the behavior of water.
Okay, I'm never going to say that again. Water does not seek to find level. I've never looked up the etymology of the word seek before. I can't say
just
that.
put a little parentheses in there and make a caveat. Go like,
So is it find or seek?
I'll show you.
Water.
Let Sunny finish for a second.
Water seeks its level. Caveat. That doesn't mean it has eyes, ears, and can seek things on its own as an individual entity with consciousness. Thank you.
Hold on, Sonny.
So this is why you're both wrong, Jenna. You and him are both wrong.
Let's hear it.
Just read the word seek. It's hilarious. It says perceived by scent. So the proper argument would be water doesn't have a nose. Like that would be the proper argument. But I digress.
But wait a minute. It does have a scent, though, so you would know.
But it does have a smell. Yes. Yeah, that's true. You could take somebody to the ocean, they'd be blind, and they can smell, and they know that they're at the ocean.
Then what would the word be? What would the proper word? Because this is the term that physics uses.
I would say it's the word that they're attacking the most. Level. Level's the word. They're trying to change the meaning of level.
So water is level on its surface.
It's level regardless. It seeks a level, but they're trying to make level mean round and curved, and that's not what it means. It's horizontally level. Water's horizontally level.
Listen, folks, you can take a pro tip out of my playbook lately. Just tell them what it's not.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Tell them it's not freaking curved water, and that's all they need to know, because that's what they believe that it is, curved water. So you don't have to make a claim about seeking or any of this crap because they think it forms into a hill. So you just tell them it's not doing that. And that's actually what's funny, Jenna. You said something about how, like, I forget, but
it naturally seeks horizontal.
Oh, yeah. How they said, like, oh, you're saying it seeks. No.
It's
what people have tried to do with my water hill. They'll be like, oh, so you're saying it forms into a hill. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
that's not what I'm saying. That's what you guys believe.
They think it's a hill of water floating off in the distance, and you can't see beyond that mountain of water that's just kind of chilling there, lumped up.
So here's the thing about sharpening steel. So what all that's doing for them, when they keep going back to their sophistry, what it does is it just it causes us to conform to a very strict terms and sharpen our tools. So our dialogue is direct, meaningful, has depth and weight, and you know what I mean? So it's very sure stuff. So what they're doing is just further backing themselves into the corner once again through their own actions. Thanks. And we appreciate it. Keep doing it.
Yeah, these are, and it's really funny. They'll be like, well, with your science or with your model, I'm like, no, this is not my science. I did not make this up. I am literally citing physical science that has existed for hundreds of years. Stop saying that it's my science, right? Like, stop it. This does not come from me. Like,
yeah, they do that with flat Earth. Oh, well, so if it's flat, then it works like this.
It's funny that I want to say if it's funny that I was vacuuming and I like ran over my keyboard, like I have a little separate keyboard. It ran over the keyboard. It was upside down actually at the time, and the vacuum went under it, and it typed out by itself these numbers. What the hell? That was pretty weird. Or I just bumped it and it did those numbers. Either way, pretty strange.
Actually, the formula for globe curve rotation, parabola momentum conservation location.
Globe curve refraction index of imaginary miraging and looming, possibly stooping.
That's the correct formula right there. You just
and could be a grand illusion on some Rush album. Oh, that's a Journey. Wait a minute. The Grand Illusion. Never mind. I think it is Rush.
Anyway, J-Star, I've read this message maybe 3 times. I'll try to read it out loud. I think they think if they found out the what we don't live in,
that they would have to shut everything down, which is partially true, but not everything. Lame excuse. You want to expand on that a little bit, or tell us about what you're thinking?
Anyway, here we go.
I think they think if they found out what we don't live in, they'd shut everything down.
Yeah, wouldn't it be more successful if they tried to find out what it is they don't know, and tried instead of trying to assert what they think they know, and then proving it to us that they don't know what they thought they knew? And I would rather just go, okay, well, you guys have some new information. Maybe I don't know everything that I don't know. Maybe it's not possible to know what I don't know. So I'm just going to listen for a while and find out what you guys know.
Yeah, that would be smart.
But instead they come in with this like, I don't know, man. Like
you know what
have some responsibility. Like they have some responsibility or are tied to having to provide an answer to us when they have no need to have loyalty to whatever they're trying to stick to. Like, what
they don't even have the answers.
What did the globe Earth ever do for them ever? I mean, ever in their whole entire life? Did it help them with their education? No.
Nothing. It's like freaking the Dallas Cowboys. What do they do for you? Nothing. They're just rooting for the home team.
Yeah, and bear with me for a second. So was it through education? No. And was it through what they do practically in their daily lives? No. Did it help them with the relationships? No. Did it help them with any other human relation? No. Did it provide anything new that we didn't already have the technology for? No. Did it make any use of the current technologies at the time and make them better or make something better for humankind to reduce human suffering or to make things more efficient or to make things easier? No. Thanks for that, Michelle.
Well, like I said, it's like the freaking NFL football team. They don't do much for you. You're just rooting for the home team. So they don't really, and you can see some people put a lot of stock in that. They're super fans. They, all season tickets and all this stuff. So we can see how some people are super, super fans about NASA and whatnot. So
yeah, no kidding. Actually, I was in the hospital and somebody dropped a Raiders cap in my stuff, and I said, "That's not mine." It looked like a brand new one though, right out of the bag or something. And I said, "That's not mine." And then it just completely disappeared. I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, I didn't bring a hat this time. I didn't bring a hat.
Study
in university, and they've gone into a profession, and they've just spent their whole lives dedicated to the whole fantasy, writing books, the Danny Faulkner,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like for us, they have the home field advantage, so everyone's rooting for their team. We're on the other side of the bleachers. We don't have the drum band playing songs when we score. We don't have a whole big crowd. We're just winning the game 99-0. That's pretty much it. So they can have the home field advantage. That's fine because everyone's cheering and rooting for the same team, the Globe. You guys can have that. That's fine. But we're still winning. We don't need the crowd to cheer us on, even though you guys are losing 0-99.
Yeah, here's a couple interesting images. I think it's Kilimanjaro, but anyway. So in the second image, at 18 minutes after, where does the horizon appear to you guys?
There's clearly Earth curve there.
No, I know. Where does it appear, though?
If the Earth was flat, then you wouldn't be able to see.
Where? I know those are good Glober answers, but I like it. So keep on going. But like, where's the horizon in this photo?
Well, if it was flat, there wouldn't be a horizon.
I know. So where is it, though?
You can clearly see that cloud.
You can clearly see the
cloud. The cloud
appears to be back beyond both mountaintops.
Yeah, the cloud is disappearing behind the horizon. Can't you see? Yeah. It's right there. Mm-hmm. It's blocking your view.
It's blocking your view. That's why you can still see the second mountain. Okay, I got it.
It's blocking your view of the cloud. Look, it's going behind it.
And you can't see the bottom of that mountain, so that's curvature.
And we'll just measure from the clouds to the top of the mountain, and then we'll get a measurement of curvature, like the one dude did.
Right, CB, that's the geometric horizon blocking the bottom of the view of the mountain.
On the Blackpool skunk.
Well, actually, I'm channeling my inner Matthew here. How do you know the height of that mountain?
We estimate.
Oh.
The Pythagorean theorem.
So it's a bit like Wi-Fi waves. Then.
We actually, now we gesta calculate. We have a new term. It's called gesta.
Gesculate?
Gesculate. It's gesculation.
It sounds
It's
like a
a
medical term.
guesstimate. It's a guesstimation.
Guesstimation calculation.
Yeah.
Of your supposed rotation.
It's not calculating.
Is the Earth calculating? Well, no, the Earth doesn't have a mind of its own exactly. Well, that we know of.
Calculated.
Ooh, wow, look at this. That's freaking great. Awesome. I'm just going through some images that I had posted earlier in the year.
You must have took that yourself.
No, it's Kilimanjaro once again. Never been to Africa. This one.
How do you know it exists?
There's some stuff, and I don't. It's only hearsay. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, that's how space works. Just because you haven't been there doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, actually, space is based on hearsay. You're right.
Just like Africa.
I think that's in New Mexico. Those petroglyphs. Pretty sure. Or Arizona. Let's see. Fake something. Imagine just how hard it would be to fake something like the moon landing. I mean, we all saw the rockets fly up into the sky. Okay. So there's no way it was fake. Really?
Wait, you're reading that
no
too?
way. Hold on. I'm reading this from the.
I was literally reading the exact same thing.
And you're all saying the plans for the blueprints and everything was faked? Well, no, not exactly. I'm going to answer the questions as you ask them. While there was a team of people in fucking space where they are recording voice recording so a team on Earth could make fake moon landing footage in the zero gravity chamber? Possibly, bro. All for what? Well, for the reason that they got you believing it, don't they? How much of your paycheck do you give to them? I digress. So we, as a species, not a species, can feel more powerful. No, you're off base and illogical. So the people think that NASA is...
They're scientists.
So the people that think that NASA is cool... So the people think NASA is cool... Yeah, they do think NASA is cool. That's why they want to be part of that club. Anyway, last sentence. It would generally cost more and be harder to fake the moon landing than for us to just go to the fucking moon. Really? You know what it takes to go to the moon? No, he doesn't. And how would you know it would cost more? Those people were sitting in a room taking data from machines on consoles in a studio because, yes, it was filmed with the modern technology. Okay. I grew up in the time. I wonder where he's basing all of this from. Derpy Darky. I wonder if that person's still around. Thanks, Simcord, for posting that. Here we are. Who's J-Star? We are not scientists, so we can't discover anything. Okay, so who is the we, J-Star? Why don't you come in the voice, please?
Double D. Yeah, jump in that Cogdiz BC. We'll move you in.
Yeah, even there. No, he's VC verified. And it seems sincere. So just pop into VC there, J-Star.
Oh, I'm talking about the other guy from Cogdiz.
No. Your phone is about to die. Okay, man, no problem. What did you mean? Can you just type while your phone is about to die what you meant by your first statement? We are not scientists. So who's the we? Just curious. Because you brought it up.
Are you talking to somebody in the YouTube?
No, I'm on the live stream voice text. Somebody's typing something named J-Star.
Oh, okay, I see it. Can you hear us?
So,
no, he's in the voice chat.
He already. That's where you should always be, bro. If somebody's talking about something you don't know what they're talking about, you're probably not watching the live stream voice text.
He's being sarcastic.
So let's see.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude.
Okay, so we are not scientists, so we can't discover anything. Anyone who's trying to debunk the globe.
He's being sarcastic. He's a flat earther, I think.
I will say myself then. Well, look, science doesn't. We're not using science to debunk the globe, so you're in a category error from the first statement. So it depends on what you're talking about. Who says we're not scientists anyway? If I'm doing the scientific method for real, then I am a scientist. That's the answer to that question. You could do it yourself. Just get a garden. Start manipulating variables. That's one way. You could boil water. You could do science with boiling with water hydrodynamics as well. So, what did you mean by we? Who's we? I'd like to know who the we is.
Nintendo.
If your phone died, then come on back into the VC and the voice here later on, and I'd like to get to the bottom of what you meant by your statements up there. No big deal. I'm not trying to needle or anything. I'm just asking simple questions about what you had claimed. That's all. Moving right along. Why is anybody watching the YouTube live chat? Is someone keeping track of that right now? Any of us on the panel?
Not me.
I'm in the YouTube live right now.
Okay. Maybe you could report to us like what's happening there, and we can create some content here.
We've got an interesting one in here about someone's trying to relate flat water with a force of down. Am I coming in okay? I was echoing back to myself. Can everyone hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Sorry, that might have been.
Yeah, you're fine. It's doing good, but somebody is echoing back. I'm not sure who it is.
Is that me? Let me fix that.
Go ahead and speak, Jenna.
Oh, we've got someone by the name of Dark Mirror in the YouTube chat asking about, well, there's got to be a force that's pressing the surface of water flat. And I'm like, no, no, it's just the behavior of what liquid does on its surface. It doesn't have anything to do with any kind of a force. So, down is not a force. The velocity of like a dense object falling through a less dense medium is going to create a force. Like once its movement or its inertia is stopped by, an equal or opposite force. This is one of those, I think it's one of Newton's laws debunks Newton's gravity law. I can't remember which one it is. But that's about what I was going to get into. Yeah, Dark Mirror doesn't want to come into the VC and ask questions. They said they don't talk. I'm like, I don't know how you function in public.
I know. That's always my first
I don't go out much. And you know what? I believe that, though.
If someone's like, hey, like a nice, good-looking person comes up to you, like, hey, you point to your phone, you're like,
Yeah.
You're like, I don't talk. Like, text me. Like, that's weird, man.
Right. Yeah. I'm like, look, I get it. With all of like the Instacart and DoorDash, and people don't freaking come out of their homes since 2020. There's people out there like that. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he really doesn't go out much. Just like, how do you not go out much? Like, do you go to a job, doctor's appointments, meetings, anything, get-togethers, family gatherings? Got friends? Like, what do you mean you don't talk? My Boston came out on that ass end of that. What do you mean you don't talk? Talk. That's what I get for having friends from freaking Massachusetts. From Boston.
Bro in the chat just said he's doubling down on the idea that it's easier to go to the moon than it is to fake that.
Is this in the voice text in the Discord?
Cogniz.
Oh, geez. Let me get in here. Ow. Oh, wait, you want to see a CGI planet? You want to see this mess? Oh my gosh, this is my favorite. I don't even know. All I had to do was overexpose the image a little bit and blow it up, and you can see the little CGI Photoshop square around globe Earth. It's great.
So I would like us to go ahead and start unpacking this idea of how hard it would be to actually do something like this moon project. We can start at the very beginning. So they got many V1, V2 rockets from Peenemünde, which was the place in Poland where Nazi rocket engineer and scientist Wernher von Braun was the head of the entire operation, including disciplinary towards the slave workers. Yeah, many of them died, so we can't. So, but the technology involved. So they got all these, at least 137 or so V2 rockets, which the Saturn was based on a modified V2 rocket. So think about technology that right there. Now, what if the U.S. hadn't gotten those plans from the Nazis and the help from Wernher von Braun, the head of Peenemünde? So all the technology went into creating that in the first place. If we didn't have it, we got it from somewhere else and had someone directing us to tell us how to use it. Okay, so let's just start there. So we have the Saturn rockets. So we have a way to get out somewhere where they think is far, far away above the surface. Okay, great. I digress for a second because were they using elevation angles? Yes, they were. Moving on. Saturn rockets. Okay. Now, here's what we do to fake it. We have data coming in rapid fire succession in different categories, going to different consoles that are doing different operations that have responsory control of the operations. In other words, someone in telemetry changes something and it changes something else will change the trajectory of the motion of this vehicle. Okay. So, let's see how easy that would be to do in fake, even in 1969. They had the ability, they had roomfuls of computers, giant things. Some of them actually still had vacuum tubes in them. They had started transitioning to the transistor. Think about all that technology. Okay. And the human costs and human hours involved in just that up to this point. So now we go on. It'd be quite easy to present that information, especially like these days. Okay, but let's stay with 1969, 1972 technology. So we know they had the technology to alter films at that time to a very high degree, create edited video and call it live, which actually movie maker, director, I had his name and it dropped off the list. We know who he is. Anyway, so created the movie Space Odyssey 2001 in 1968. Some of that footage from that film could have been changed and made and would look much better than Apollo missions. So don't tell me that we didn't have the technology in 1969 to make real life looking freaking videos that were not live videos, but they were already recorded and shown on movie screens in theaters and outdoor cinemas, like drive-in theaters, to millions of people all over the plane, over Stanley Kubrick. So over the whole entire plane. Yeah. Now add into this part that we have Stanley Kubrick meeting with the head of NASA and other high officials in NASA during this time, right? And under also other unknown figures. So, okay, that's just hearsay on my part. So we could just keep that out, or keep it in mind. Whatever you want to do, keep it off in the back shelf. We know he was meeting with those people. Okay, does that have a correlatory or collaborative idea about it? I think it does. But we won't go there because it's presupposition on my part. So we have someone able to make the movies. We have technology to fly out into what they're calling space, which we don't have any validation for at all. Because even famous explorers, the youngest admiral ever in the United States Navy in its history, Admiral Richard E. Byrd, his middle name is Evelyn. Richard Evelyn Byrd. So he didn't say they found space. As a matter of fact, in a 1958, or was it 1958, Encyclopedia Americana states directly that they found at 80 degrees south latitude something like a dome at 13,800 feet. And if the numbers are not exact from that quote, then I'll correct it. I'm just going off the top of my head. So this was going on. NASA was at, so not to get too far from Admiral Byrd. We got Admiral Byrd made all those journeys. Do your own research. There's a lot of information about what was going on there and what kind of difficulties. Now, there's a lot of strange things that have entered the internet and since about the 1990s about this strange trip and his earlier trips, but I won't get into that because it's a long, deep subject and should be done separately about Admiral Byrd. But he didn't find space there. He looked, he had a lot of planes damage, and I'll just leave it at that. So we have Admiral Byrd, we got the people in place and the technology to do what they say it can do based on Nazi information. So very well, we take that. Now, we got the American public is buying 24 cents gas and 25-cent hamburgers at local drive-in hop shop.
Sonny,
the freaking girls. I know. Okay. I know. But I'm trying to fill the space, bro. And I think I'm doing a good job. I'll stop. It's not the Sonny Show. You're right. But
no, it's
what
not
am I off base?
The non sequitur is funny, dude.
Include us in.
The non sequitur is funny, man.
Okay,
waiting for you to finish. I'm trying to be polite.
I'll stop because you're right. I do want to hear back from everyone, and I'm going to yield the floor at this point. Thanks.
Stop talking.
Wait, one more thing.
Include the fam. You all right? Like, everyone's so polite. We'll just let somebody just keep going and going.
It's like when it's somebody's birthday, but one person's eating the whole cake.
Well, see, a lot of us don't talk about the timeline, and I think a lot of time should be spent on that, and I digress. And
yeah,
I think that we should save timeline stuff like that for Speculation Sunday. How our timeline has been completely screwed up. Yeah, we'll save that for Speculation Sunday. In the meantime, you guys remember those highlight magazines, them kid magazines with the little find it puzzles, right? There's a whole stuff of hidden stuff. That's kind of what looking at all of these different images of the globe is like. It's like a find it. It's like how many anomalies and inconsistencies can you find? Like, oh my gosh, Africa's this size on this globe. Africa's freaking this size on this globe. All of these globes appear to be the same damn size. So there's just so many inconsistencies. And it's not hard to just open your eyes. It's like a freaking find it puzzle. Like, this is child level easy. You could give this crap to a child and they would be like, oh, I see. Find it. Can you find the inconsistencies? Here's what I hear. I'm going to
go back to spot the difference. Because I'm over here thinking about, at first I was thinking about I Spy, but then I know what you're talking about, where you have the split and it's two, you have to find the difference. Yeah, I got you.
That's what, like, okay, I just posted it into the voice text. But yeah, you've got all of these different globes and all kinds of different colors, like the ocean color changes, the colors change.
Well, you just don't understand, Jenna. These are zoomed in at different perspectives and different lenses and different cameras. So you can't.
I don't understand cameras, I guess. Damn it.
Well, it's a conspiracy to think that these are computer generated. They wouldn't have the technology to computer generate back this time in 1970. It just didn't possibly have Photoshop. Wasn't as good back then. So
man, people
falling into conspiracy theories.
Some old 70s films where you're like, oh, you go back today, like, we've got these our eyes are kind of trained to even see the CGI today. Like, they think that they've made CGI better. But
come on, you guys. Obviously, it has to do with how close the Earth is to the sun. The closer to the sun, the bigger the continent look.
Yeah, well, exactly. The closer it is to the sun, the bigger Africa looks.
You guys are right, because nothing is real unless you can play it on an LP.
So it's like one of these things just doesn't belong here. One of these things just isn't the same. Can you point out which one is different?
I can't. They're all fake. They're all the same. They're all the same garbage.
Althro.
But isn't that fun? Like, this is what's so fun. I keep talking about being in season 9. We don't even have to argue which one's the right one or whatever. Now we know about gas pressure.
Well,
we don't even have to go and hover off the ground and go into outer space and start arguing what you would look like from out there. You can just completely debunk outer space.
Wrong answer. LP wasn't one of the questions. In my best Sean Connery.
It's good. We're not in 2015 anymore, folks. So this is good. It's good. We've got the upper hand.
Well, apart from the gas pressure argument, reasonable doubt is good enough for me.
What are you reasonably doubting? What reason do you have to doubt the globe Earth?
What reason do I have to doubt the globe Earth?
Because it's scientific consensus. The body of science all agrees.
Let me just post up a nice little meme in the voice text here. What reason do I have to not trust the globe? The globe has scarcity, limited energy, global warming, insignificant on a cosmic scale, aliens, a threat of invasion, the lie of evolution, the lie of the Big Bang. theft and taxation, politics, and somehow they really think we came from apes.
Overpopulation.
Wrong answer, Jenna. The reason.
Whatever, Sonny.
The answers didn't have Crown Royal in them. That's why.
But it's like Sonny said, the experts don't agree with what you're saying. So
the experts barely agree with each other.
Yeah, but they all agree that the Earth is a globe and not flat.
Yeah.
That's true. Bizarre? Consensus is science, right?
Exactly. We all have to agree on things because if it, the world would be chaotic if it was flat. So we all have to agree.
If we don't make equality equate to globe, yeah, exactly.
I flat-pilled the waitress at an IHOP the other day. I probably flat-pilled the table that was next to me, too. Because they were looking over. I could see them looking over, man. Every couple seconds, they were looking over. They were listening to what I was saying.
It is funny when you flat smack somebody in public because you have to speak audibly loud enough so everybody can hear, or not everybody can hear, but the person you're talking to can hear, and then everybody else just hears it by default, and you're just like. It just makes you smile a little bit. You're like, all right, you motherfuckers, you all gonna listen.
I've flat smacked hundreds at the same time, literally riding by my bike. They're all standing in line to get on these cruise ships and on ferries that go across the harbor. And so they're all staying there, captive audiences, and they're going across water in a few minutes, or just came from the other side. I tell them, look at that shoreline that you came from on the other side. You can still see it. Guess what? That shit's flat. Really, like a loudspeaker. I can be a real loudmouth, man. I know how to project into crowds real easy. I don't even have to be yelling, and my voice is loud enough. Like I'm 3 feet away from the microphone, and my head's turned the other direction right now. So. This is moderate volume. I love flat smacking out in public. I want to do more, but I want to get a good camera, a GoPro, so I could do it on the run and have good quality still. But I digress. Maybe a next year project. It's not too far away.
I see B-Dub just popped in. Welcome back. We got B-Dub. We got T-Dub. We got Sheep Dub. We got who else we got?
I got Sun Dub.
We got Sun Dub in the house.
Hey Brandon, how's it going?
Tim Dub in the house.
Timbo.
Got CB Dub.
Sheepdog Dub.
Yeah. Got Ether Dub.
Satoshi Nakamoto Dub.
You're ruining it, and I'm going home.
No, man. I'm improvising. It's fun.
It's
Hey, CB.
Yep.
Are you right-handed?
I'm a lefty.
That's right. I think we talked about this.
I'm a rare breed, Sonny.
Me too.
They don't make them like me. All right.
They don't make them like us.
What if you're ambidextrous?
Yeah, I can play lacrosse right-handed.
Well, now see, Jenna spoke up. Women have much more of a crossover between hemispheres, generally speaking, right? So right and left brain connection. The next group is left-handed women. Like, watch out. But so, like men, like we left-handed men, we have more of a crossover than most men would have between both hemispheres. Like, and because I've done a little reading about how these lines of energy preference, and it is somehow it almost goes back to there was a choice made at some point, and it either went this way or this way. That's actually within left-handed people, period. So the right-handed people versus left-handed people, it's not that it's like it's not us against them kind of thing. It's just a preference of where the motor, like somehow a decision or change was made that, like I said, caused the left-handed person to have hemispherical linear travel up and down from side to side from, like, let's say the left brain down to on the left side, or the right brain down the right side. Then
my ability to write and think with both sides of my brain, you know, my ability to navigate and stuff like that. It's really, really, really good.
Yeah. So I bet it's much more intuitive base where you kind of look at things and get a different perception of, let's say you're walking across a big flat field and on the other side there's a tree and you're using it as a landmark to travel across.
Absolutely.
So the conceptual part of it versus the only material part of this travel, let's say, keeping it simple. But so what I was talking about, up and down linearly or crossways, is just the motor preference. So that means the motor preference, I choose to do certain things with my left hand because I'm good at doing that because the motor preference was selected a long time ago.
Yeah, that makes
So me as an entity, I've gotten used to using my left hand to do highly precision things, and that's related to my optical nerve going to my vestibular system as far as precision and my sight ability. When I'm doing something with my left hand, there's a motor preference, there's an optical preference for me focusing out of one eye more than the other in particular, and where that focal point is out beyond my face. So, like I'm talking about these types of things, motor preference. So now, when you start getting into not just the linear up and down communication with the motor sensories in our bodies and connected with that part of our brain. So left, like, which is right brain thinking. And sometimes that could go linear up and down or crossways, this crosswise movement. So in other words, the crosswise movement of, let's say, this motor conditioning on the left side where I'm left-handed, I do things very highly precision with my left hand, and I do things more manually, things that need more of my strength. I use my right hand.
I work on cars, so I need both of my hands.
Exactly.
Like, there's not a whole lot of females that work on cars.
I think that's a very interesting topic. I love women that work on cars, but because I've always been like around women that like cannot relate to like what, and I went through years of marriage of like talking to my wife about things that she had really no interest, but she was very patient because I was kind of a nerdy. I was kind of lame. I always like working in my car. Yeah. And so so let me hear about your working on your car experiences.
Just like having to change my alternator on the side of the road because it freaking crapped out on me. That was fun.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. I was traveling with a buddy. Yeah. It freaking died. I mean, it completely died. Like, it just died. And I was like halfway through a right-hand turn when my shit just shut off, and I was like, no.
Yeah,
so I had to crank
battery goes dead like instantly.
Yes, yeah, completely dead. All the systems off, you know, and I had to, you know, crank that
steering wheel. No belt.
Huh?
Like, wait, was it a belt? No belt. It wasn't the belt.
No, yeah, no belt. No belt. It was definitely the alternator. I was traveling with a buddy of mine, but I was able to crank my wheel all the way over and get to the side of the road with what momentum my vehicle is experiencing, with what momentum was left, you know. And my buddy, thank God I was traveling with somebody, who also has a car. He's like, I'll be right back. There's an AutoZone about this far. I was like, here's some money. Just give me a new alternator.
Exactly. I can't. It's embarrassing how many times I've been in situations like that. Is embarrassing. The number of times. I've been.
From the time I broke down and the time it took for him to go and get this new part and come back and to have it changed out, it took us 40 minutes. 40 minutes.
Oh, wow.
And I was...
So you were already taking it apart before he got there.
Yeah, I had already taken it off. I had already taken the old part off. I was like, I'll take this old part off. That way we can just put it in and keep going.
That's right.
And here's, as circumstance would have it, this is such a great story, right? So, like, some guy in this old Nissan truck, it's just loud and rattly as shit. He comes by, he sees that, like, we're stuck, we're on the side of the road, right? We get the new alternator in, and I'm like, son of a bitch, right? It killed my battery, completely killed my battery. Got nothing, can't even recharge this thing, it's dead. And he's like, you guys good? Right? I was like, well, we got a new alternator in, but unfortunately it completely drained the battery, and there's nothing we can do to charge it, right? So he tried to help give us a jump. No, my battery's dead. He was like, I'll be right back, 15 minutes, I'll be right back. I was like, okay. And he just gives me a battery. Like, it was a boat battery, but it still was the right battery for my Jeep. So I hooked it up and continued on, and I got to where I needed to go. I was like, yep, I've had to do that a few times. I've broke down and had to fix my shit on the side of the road. More than once. It's okay. I got an older Jeep, so it's easier to do.
Jeeps are easy to fucking fix, man.
That's why I love my Jeep. It's super easy. It's a 98, so it's all metal. I don't have a bunch of plastic bullshit pieces, and it's open. It's easy. I can get to anything in there.
They're not good for freeway use, though, man. I had a Jeep Wrangler 2011, and I threw two rods in two different engines. I threw a rod in two different engines, and I had to get rid of it.
Damn. Luckily, I haven't thrown any rods or anything like that. She's pretty tightly tuned up. And I travel on the highways. Like, I'm, Then
do you have standard wheels, or do you have the jacked up wheels?
My shit's been lifted. I bought it from some 20-year-old kid, so it's a little bit lifted and shit. Some modifications have been made. It's got this freaking cherry bomb pack in the engine. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. But it's loud as fuck. If you don't see me, you're gonna hear me. That's fine. But that bitch loves to just get up to 85 miles an hour on the road and go. I'm like, not even kidding.
It's a Jeep.
That's fucking funny. I got pulled over, so I had like giant mud tires on my car, or on my Jeep, and I didn't know that, like, the bigger the wheel, the faster you appear to be going. Like, you think you're going 70, but you're going 80.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it's all based off the revolutions of the wheel.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that. I got pulled over by a cop one time, and he said I was going 84 in a 70. And I looked at him, I said, "You're full of shit. You can hop in my car right now. I promise you'll never see my speedometer hit 80 miles an hour. I've never gone 80 in my whole life in this Jeep Wrangler." Needless to say, I ate the ticket, but I found out later, like, what was going on. I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, I've heard that before. If the bigger your tires are, if they're too big, or bigger than what your standard should be, yeah, your RPMs are going to read differently from the revolutions that are actually happening on the pavement. For sure. I've worked in a couple automotive shops, and that's where I learned that.
That's some funny stuff, though. Like, cuss out a cop because I didn't know.
Like, well, shit, man, I didn't know. Now that we're dealing with science and momentum and things like that, we're like, oh, shit, I understand it.
Well, as soon as somebody told me that, I was like, oh, yeah. Like, it immediately clicked, which is why I don't understand why the fucking flat earth doesn't click with a glober when you explain physics to them.
Right. No, they want to look, Sheepdog. They want to say you're making up your own science. No, I'm like citing physical science that's existed for hundreds of years, we had somebody who was saying something about the Cavendish experiment existed in the times before the scientific method. I was like, wrong. Okay, because the scientific method was developed, these 5 basic steps were developed in the 1500s by Sir Francis Bacon, right? Okay, and the whole Western world credits frickin' Copernicus or Galileo for that crap. And I'm like, so you mean to tell me that this Cavendish experiment was developed? No, it wasn't. No. Cavendish was developed in what, like 1787 or something like that? Right? Or 1789? Yeah. And it was like 1520s that the
What scientific experiment is the heliocentric model? Like, explain to me what that scientific experiment is.
A scientific experiment to you know what they do?
That explains the heliocentric model.
All of them.
I'll tell you. Right. Ready, sheepdog? Well, once upon a time, I used my little office lamp on a basketball, and that's how I know the Earth is curved.
And you know, and that's the weird thing is, like, in your science classes, like as a little school project, they allow you to create the solar system for your scientific experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not a scientific experiment.
Yep. We were all indoctrinated with it from an early age. I was saying this in the YouTube chat earlier, is that basically the indoctrination starts pretty much as soon as we come out of the womb, right? Like, we're shown this globe, we're shown space and all of that when we're really little, like before we're really old enough to think for ourselves and really question the world for ourselves. This is what we're given. So, like, by proxy, like by default, automatically we accept it at a young age. And that's really hard for a lot of people to come out of, right? Like, oof.
Yeah.
It was hard for me to come out.
Second grade being taught astrophysics.
Yeah, what? But I remember having a really cool science teacher who actually taught things like water level, water containment, gas pressure containment, electromagnets, electrostatics, the periodic table of elements, what things do, buoyancy and density. Like, they taught the good shit, you know, that's relevant, that sticks with you, you know. That's the stuff that I held on to. I was like, okay, yeah, that's legitimate. Like, I can get on board with that because I can physically observe these things, right? The whole thing with the globe is we can't physically observe a globe Earth. Not when we measure it flat. Not when we navigate it as flat. Not when we observe level water. Like, whew, man, that one's so hard. That one's so hard for the globies to accept, is that water's level, and level doesn't curve. It's sea level.
Gravity.
Because
take away
gravity. But then they have to explain gravity. Then they have to give their proof for gravity. And then, because space, well, now you have to prove space. And then they go back to the whole gravity shit. They run themselves in these circular, it's like their circular reasoning of illogical loops. See what we got going on.
I don't think they understand how fast 1,039 miles an hour is.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking fast. I don't think that they know how fast Mach 88 is. Anybody ever seen Mach 88?
I've seen the flux capacitor. 88 miles per hour. 88 Machs per hour.
Man, until these people see it for themselves, they're never going to understand that the moon is not a solid. Oh my gosh.
My thing is, like, you explain it to them, like, you know, like you realize the Earth is spinning at 1,039, and then it's going around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, and then And then you think that would be it because we were taught that the sun was the center of everything, and the sun's not moving. But the sun is moving. It's blasting through space at 500 miles an hour. And then not only that, but it's curving through the Milky Way.
You know, I sat on my front porch and watched the sun go down, and I watched as it made an arced path in the sky. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? And I watched the sun move. I watched the sun move, and it had an arced position in the sky because when it comes up, it looks like it comes up on like one end of my sidewalk, and then at like midday evening, it's like over the backside of my apartment. Like if I'm staring at my front door, then it's over the backside of my apartment. If I step out my front door and I just watch the sun over the backside of my apartment, it's going to come around and I'm going to see it go over the roof of the next building, which L shapes up to this building. Like, it's arcing, it's doing its path, it's making a circular path in the sky. Like, you cannot explain the sun. You can't explain this without mentioning that the sun is an object in motion in the sky. Period. You're like, oh, well, the stars move and the constellations move. Yeah, you cannot explain any of this without stating that these objects in the sky are the things in motion. But we're not in motion. We can't. There's so many experiments have been done that have failed to prove rotation of Earth. Like, amazing. Oh my gosh. And then the person that wanted to cite Bob with the gyroscope, I about died, and Bob was in the room. It was hilarious. He was like, yeah, so a 15-degree drift actually comes from the luminiferous ether. That is actually scientifically what we found out. And I'm like, boom, booyah. Right there. Earth's not moving. There's a detection of ether moving. And he's like, that's where the drift comes from. But somebody was trying to cite Bob's experiment with the gyro as proof of Earth rotation. Bob comes in like, no. It was great. They're like, everybody, let Bob have this. I'm like, yeah, let him. I want to hear this. It was fantastic.
Well, Miggy said, no, I'm just kidding.
Let me see. I think I might have saved it. I hope I saved it. I gotta get better about saving videos.
You know what? Like, what I need is a badass computer, and I'll just start stacking up terabytes.
Yeah, that's what I want.
But I'm bad about organizing because, like, before I know it, I'll have 150 folders. And it's like, shit, which one do I save this one?
I'm kind of like that too. That's actually how my YouTube channel is, with all of the little playlists that I've got put together. Like 47 videos on wild science, 39 videos on flat flights, 51 videos on weird phenomena about the moon, 83 videos showing how space has been faked, 25 videos on modern physics, the bullshit astrophysicists, and people who actually do science and they debunk the astrophysicists. I have 420 videos in a list called Flat Facts. It's like basically a compilation of everything. 50 videos on flat mapping, 62 videos on bright observations, phenomena of the sun, 10 videos on satellite, 41 videos on a playlist called Flat Dynamics, which is just
get
how,
all that.
Huh?
I was saying you need to get all of that downloaded offline though, because like someday it's all going to go away.
I know. Probably use my mom's computer. She'd be like, "What the hell is all this?" I'd be like, "It's my flat Earth stuff." She'd be like, "Oh." Okay.
Why is my computer running so slow?
Probably because there's over 700 freaking videos.
There's Earth
showing
porn
how
on
the
there.
Earth is flat. I can't even find 70. I can't even find 7 like proofs of a globe. But here I have like 700 videos in my list, which shows how retarded the globe crap is. Like, the government knows it's flat. They've been faking a globe for a long time. Men in Black. Yeah, people. A person is smart. People are dumb, scared, panicky animals, and you know it. He's like, 500 years ago, everyone knew that the Earth is flat. Yeah. 1,500 years ago, everyone knew that the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And up until 5 minutes ago, you didn't know blah, 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 blah. Like, they put that shit in movies. Oh, that reminds me. That's another playlist I need to build is FE hidden in movies.
Did you see my Wheel of Fortune video?
No.
No.
Do you got a YouTube channel, dude? Am I subscribed to it?
I mean, I do, but there's not a whole lot on there. It's actually, I think it's under Gizmo. Like, I have a Sheepdog Anon, back when I was Anon. But now I'm a legend, so. But I don't really like. One of these days I'm gonna do content. Like, what I'm trying to do is like, I want to start like practicing live streaming on this dating app called Meet Me, and I'm just gonna like flat smack them. And that's what I'm gonna do. Like, as they come in and they talk to me.
Hey,
huh?
What was that?
What was it?
Oh, I think Timbo is meditating. I don't know. It was like, oh.
Is it Timbo?
Yeah.
Oops. Sorry.
You meditating over there, Timbo? Oh, that's all we heard.
Mother flurfer.
You like that? Mother flat earther. Mother flurfer.
Should I change my name to Flat Focker? There you go. Tagged you.
Here we go.
Go ahead and download that video and watch it. I mean, it's like openly mocking you. And it was like celebrity night or something like that. So, of course, they're going to use celebrities to mock science, right?
Oh my gosh, the Earth looks flat to me. That's what it's going to say, isn't it? The Earth looks pretty flat to me. I'm going to solve the puzzle. I've already solved it. They're not even done.
I know. And that girl is so dumb, she loses.
Wow.
She guesses the wrong letter. Like, how do you, like, that's how indoctrinated some of these Globers are. They can't even see the writing on the wall.
This is funny.
Oh.
I can't believe they did this. Like, holy shit. I can't believe it. On Wheel of Fortune.
Of all places, right?
Yeah. Holy freaking crap.
Like, when I saw that for the first time, I just saw the 10-minute clip or 10-second clip, And I'm like, I have to find the whole puzzle because it's the only way that anybody's ever going to believe that it was a real thing.
I'm so glad that Sonny shut up. I don't know why it took so long for them to get him off the phone.
Hater. Hey. You're good, Sonny. We're all filled with dead space right now. Excuse me, Yanni. What's up, Elijah? Coming in low, brother. Can't hear you if you're trying to talk.
Hey, does anybody have that? Does anyone have that video of? I think it was Spooky. Yeah, someone named Spooky he tried to invoke Bob's gyroscope experiment, and like Bob was in the room. Does anyone have that video so that I can save it to my YouTube playlist? Because I'm having trouble finding it.
Maybe Helio. Maybe ask Helio. I think he might have it.
If you say his name one more time, he might appear.
Helio.
It's in the live stream just before noon.
Look for my upcoming hit, Shani. Look for my new upcoming hit, Sonny. Shut the fuck up. Here's the word. Here's part of the words. Your kids will be memorizing them with you. I don't know why it took so long for them to get him off the call, Sonny. Shut the fuck up. Down da 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 da. I mean, let's get him off now before there's no meat left on the bone. Get off the phone.
Oh yeah, who was it earlier?
Shut the fuck up.
I should have posted this earlier in the voice text when that guy was trying to invoke Bokalt's pendulum as proof of rotation. I should have posted this freaking thing to Yusef earlier. It won't move.
Well, we have in time right now someone named Slavia in the voice channel just popped in. Let's see. I think has no roles. Let's see if they can speak up here. Hold on. Do you have control of your mic, Slavia?
Hi. Sorry, I forgot to choose any roles. I got really excited. Should I pick some roles right now before I speak?
No. You'll be alright.
Okay, thank you.
It's all good.
So what brings you to the server on this, it's a lovely morning here. I don't know what it is there, but...
For me, it's nighttime, and I'm from Europe. Okay. So what brought me here is it's just amazing. I recently just thought about if that is true, that Earth is flat, and then I was just watching some of the stuff on YouTube, and I found the live stream, and yeah, I thought about joining the server.
Sure. Well, welcome.
Yeah, but I just wanted to talk about things that started to convince me, if that's fine.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the I think most important, most crucial things that made me want to be convinced is my religion, which is Christianity. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
That's fine. Yeah.
Are you guys
and everyone's open to their own.
Okay.
You know, yeah.
What about you, Timbo? Are you Christian?
I am actually not.
Oh, okay. Is there anyone in here that is a Christian or Protestant or something like that?
There are quite a few, and so it just depends on each individual. Most of us believe in some sort of creator.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
I'm actually a Genesis believing.
Is that Elijah?
Yeah,
Wait a minute,
Book
I
of
keep
Genesis. I absolutely love it. I love it.
Genesis believing creationist. I was trying to finish. Someone was interrupting.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Is somebody else?
No, I think
I'm interrupting, but I wanted to just I mean, you don't see it, but I do. And here's the thing.
Elijah, I got you 200. You're just mumbling.
Religion.
I can't hear you. Can't hear you at all.
Yeah, I had to move them up to like 150.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, barely though.
I wonder why.
I don't know. I got you to 200, and I had to turn my main device up like more than 50%.
I'll just speak like this then.
Okay.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay, now I can turn you down. Perfect.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, Sonny, but
no worries.
I just think that there's a kind of a way we do things in the chat for newcomers, and so typically what we don't discuss is religion.
Why
because
not?
Because it's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the topic.
We have a server for that. We have a category for that beside
Hold on, everyone else.
So,
It's wholly irrelevant.
how is it irrelevant?
Because what does religion have to do with something as objective as a shape?
Can't religion be objective?
Excuse me, it's irrelevant because you don't have to be Christian to realize.
I really want you guys to stop
Let
talking.
Eli finish.
I wanted to ask, can't faith be also objective? Like you can't believe or trust in something or know something that technically is a religious topic?
Hold on a second. Let Eli finish first, and then we answer one at a time. So,
Okay.
Eli hasn't finished yet. He's frustrated. I feel it. So go ahead and finish, Eli. Everyone else,
Yeah.
like discipline until he finishes. You'll know when he's done because there will be a long pause. Let that pause happen.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like I said, there's a way to how we do things in here. So why are you here again? Because I missed that.
As I said in the beginning, I joined because I was really excited about my change of opinion, and I wanted to join and discuss some of my views and some of your views to really get into knowing.
What are we gonna do, man?
Yo, everyone else, stay on mute.
I think he's hot micing out. Got you.
I wanted to just really get into knowing the fact, of the flat Earth, right? But I don't want to do it alone. I wanted to discuss it with people because that's what people should do.
Right. So, okay, you should ask us why we think the Earth is flat. Then, right? Would that be reasonable?
I guess I could ask that. Yes.
Yeah. Now, there's something that's very subtle, but details are very important to us. So, typically, people ask, "Do you believe that the shape of the Earth is a globe or flat?" Is that something that most people ask?
Can you repeat your question, please?
People typically ask, "Do you believe if the Earth's shape is a globe or flat?"
Yes.
Do you know that cognitively, people don't realize that there's only one shape as the option? Because a sphere is a shape, right? Did you realize that flat's not a shape?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so one thing is we don't know the shape of the Earth.
Oh.
Right. So see, a sphere is a shape, right? A rock has some kind of formation, right? trees are tree shaped, mountains are mountain shaped, I guess. And the thing is, we don't know what the shape of the earth is. There's only one side that makes a claim to know the shape and the dimensions of the earth, and that are the people that believe in the sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, well, someone must have measured it at some point, right?
Yeah.
Do you know who or when?
No, but I trust that you know.
Well, it's not really about me, right? Because as I said, there's a way we do things to kind of get people to realize certain things. Now, why do you think that is, that you don't know who or when the earth was measured?
Why is it that I don't know?
Like it's something like very important. Like it's pretty much the crux of this whole stink about, oh my God, they're flat earthers, right? Like, so I would assume that the people that are in the conversation, it's pretty common knowledge to know the dimensions of the world we live on, right? Because the information is.
Well, yes, but a lot of people aren't served with proper information.
Well, yeah, I mean, but just for the people that are, interested in having the conversation, something that would be important to note is the size of the earth, right? Because that is out there. They say that the diameter is what is it? Like almost 8,000 or something like that. The radius is 3,959, and the circumference is almost 25,000 miles. That's just like, the basics, the basic numbers that they have out there, right? So since they're dimensions, that means someone must have measured it. You can't just say, hey, this is the size of something just willy-nilly, right?
No, I don't remember. I didn't really pay much attention on geography classes.
Elijah, I think this is where we need to get into containment being a necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Go ahead.
Fam. It was the 3-point without it being said.
Yeah. But not everybody's going to understand it.
That would have been the third step. I mean, but I'm running out of patience. I do things the way I want to do them, and when you guys talk, I'm not in here telling you how to do it, right?
No, that's cool.
I mean, you can take over if you like.
No, that's why I said back to you, man.
Okay. So everyone that comes in here, majority of the people that come in here, they believe that the earth is this particular shape and size, and that we know these distances to planets and the orbits of all of these things, and all of that is predicated on the size of the earth, believe it or not. So that would have had to been the first piece of knowledge before all of the other information after that preceded it. So it's just something that most people thought they knew, but when they come here, it's just like a belief that they have. So another thing that's interesting is, do you know like who's detected, like who's actually measured the earth to be moving and tilted on its axis?
No, I don't remember. I don't know.
Did anyone ever even mention that? Did that ever come up?
In my life?
Specifically, yeah, ever. Like specifically in school, anywhere. I mean, yeah, everybody knows it's
probably, but I'm like 25 and I graduated years ago, and last classes on this topic, it was like when I was 14, so.
Well, I mean, I remember my 5th birthday. There are things I remember. I would think, I remember the first time I found out that Santa Claus wasn't real. So they're just like certain, fundamental things that you just think you would remember. And seeing is that we don't experience moving. When humans told me, hey, we're moving, I would think that I would remember if they told me specifically how they found that out, but they just told me we were moving. Was that like a similar experience with you?
Yeah, very much. Like in the classes that I experienced about it were just so brief, and I couldn't really pay attention, nor it sounded important to me. So
yeah, so typically, I mean, it's we're not special, you know. Typically, that's most people. Most people, you know, have never been, you know, asked that question when they come here. They find that they don't actually know for a fact that the Earth is moving. That it's just a belief that they have. And one other thing is there's the vacuum of space. This might be like one of the biggest, you know, things to wrap your head around, because everything we think about our existence, including the Earth, when we think about the Earth as a whole, we put ourselves in a mental space that is outside of the Earth, which is up there. And everything up there, everything we think we know, do we know it or do we believe it? That is the question. So, the vacuum of space. Do you know of anyone, or do you know how to validate that the medium up there, the lack thereof, is actually a void of matter that we can travel to or even exists in the way that they tell?
no, I have no idea how to validate that. I wasn't really interested in science this much. Yeah, I just don't know.
That's fair. I mean, that's the same thing. That's the same thing that I felt when I got here. It's like, wow, this is a question that I never really asked myself. And at the time, I was probably like 29, and I was like, or 28. I never really asked myself these questions, but these are fundamental questions to the belief that, you know, we live in this heliocentric universe where we're revolving around the sun and the Earth is absolutely a globe, and it was measured to be a sphere, and you know, it's tilted on its axis and it's moving in the vacuum of space that no one has ever been to or can verify that kind of area. So the thing that people thought they knew is actually just a belief that people have, and it's akin to religion.
Oh, interesting.
Right?
Is that why you don't like talking about religion?
Well, it's not that I don't like talking about religion. It's that people need to understand that it's not about, you know, some book or people's preconceived notions about religion. Actually, everyone has religious beliefs. As I just detailed, like yourself, like myself, most people give the same answers because, truth be told, there actually are no answers to those questions. Which is weird, because if we lived on a globe, there would have to be answers to those questions.
So you don't have answers to any questions? I'm kind of losing.
No, pertaining to all of the claims that the globe makes. Not the globe, because that would be a reification. The globe doesn't make a claim, but people claim that the globe is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which means they could use that number to extrapolate their calculations for rocket missions and going to the moon, the distance to the moon, the distance to the sun. All of these different things are predicated on the measurement that would have given them the radius of the Earth to do all that. So what I'm saying is, seeing is that no one's ever actually measured it, how would I know that they actually know the radius of the Earth? But not only that, we also have observations that prove that the radius of the Earth can't be 3,959 miles. But I'm not going to take up all of the time. I'm going to definitely bow out. And I appreciate you guys being patient with my rude ass. You guys can take over the conversation. Thank you. It's good talking to you.
Thank you so much. Likewise. I want.
Thanks, Elijah.
I'm so sorry
Thanks,
for
Elijah.
coming
Thanks, Thanks, Elijah.
No, you're all right. So,
I'm sorry.
In short, so we can actually work out that the Earth is not a globe without religion. That's what he's saying. Yeah, like So you don't. Yeah. But if that helps you, that helps you. So that's fine, you know.
Now listen, Slavia. Just to make it perfectly clear, though, what was mentioned before by Jenna, that we do have voice channels that we can talk about anything that we want to that are not on the live stream, and we have our choice to go down there. So if you ever want to speak about anything, including scripture, religion, Jesus himself, or whatever you want to talk about, we could talk religion in other channels, and people do this often. So you could just say in voice text maybe sometime if this occurs, and you want to have a discussion, say, does anybody want to follow me down to Chill Chat or Religion? And you can go to those voice channels.
And it's not streamed, is it?
No. So this one is
private.
This one is reserved for Flat Earth only, and we are diligent. Pretty much, I get reprimanded all the time for not sticking on topic. So we'll just stick with Flat Earth here. There are other relative things, correlatory terms, things like that, that do apply in that realm. But we try to stay with the really is in this channel.
Yeah. So besides religion, what else points you to the flat Earth?
Well, yeah, I would have to think about that first because, as I said, I joined when I was like really excited, and because of especially the first reasons was my religious view on the whole matter, and that's why I wanted to discuss it in how can I use it as a helper in accepting the idea of flat Earth. I would be really interested in talking with you, Sunny, about it, to be honest, right now or anytime you can.
Sunny, you there?
Is he dipped out? That's all right. So there's three important things.
Listen, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. But yeah, whenever I dipped out, if I haven't said I'm going outside, then it just means I'm across the room about 15 feet away in the other side of my apartment, and I have to walk to my other side over here where I have my screen and my computer set up. So I'm not mobile. There's just a delay. I do everything kind of slow, so it's okay. But yeah, so what would you like to ask me?
I wanted to ask you about talking with me about the religious view and how we can portray it in the realistic world that we live in.
Okay, so here, that's a perfect question. So here's the thing. I'm going to make sure I say this correctly. One moment.
Can I cut in real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry, first of all, I don't want to interrupt. But second of all, yeah, as you said, it's quite religious, and you guys didn't want to talk about religion in here right now in the live stream.
Okay,
so
good.
I thought maybe you and I could have a conversation about it.
Real quickly, let me just. It's not about religion. So let me just describe it quickly, if I may. Just what my stance is on the whole thing is that. And it starts with a question. So the question is Earth created, and is it the center of everything we know? So listen, if Earth is contained and it's in the center, then it has to have a creator. There's no other way. Period. So. Mm-hmm. Yes, what it does lead for me back into those scriptures because it does do that. So listen, it explains to us exactly where we live in Genesis. I could just stay there. You do your own research. If there's anybody out there that hasn't looked at Genesis, look at it on your own. We can discuss that in a Chill Chat, our religious channel. It's a very interesting topic. So, but when sticking to the really is matches with something that has actually been written about how this place was created. What am I going to do? I can't balk at that. So for me, I had to come to the realization that whatever this creator was, he does indeed exist. And the example of how he exists or his existence at all is relevant in and implicit in everything we see around us in nature cannot just happen by happenstance. So the Earth is flat. We live in a bubble. It is contained, and it's flat and stationary plane. For how far out it goes, no one knows or can tell. Otherwise, they would have been there to report back, or they've been there and they're not telling. So it leads to some very philosophical questions. But for me, it is the center. It is the center of everything we know. The sky above us rotates around us. I don't sense any motion. I feel every other motion. So these all lead me to the creator. Yes. So it is a created thing. But the facts of the matter are, it is flat. It's a flat stationary plane that is the center of our known experience, our known reality. So therefore, the creator does exist. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking with you about it. Thanks.
That's a very good point. Thank you so much, Sunny. I wanted to quickly refer to what...
Flavia.
Yes?
Yeah, so it's good to look at all these things, but if you're going to prove it to yourself, you need to look at objective truths. Yeah, things you can measure, things that are... Yeah,
that's exactly what I wanted to refer to.
It's okay to look at a book. You know, everyone's fair enough to do that and go, okay. There's lots of biblical cosmologists in here, yeah. But we also need to go, okay, what can we empirically measure? Yeah.
To be fair, that's where I left her. She was like, "Wait, tell me about that," and I was like, "I'll let one of you guys do it," and then. Sonny he wanted to address the other point from before. Yeah. So she is interested in hearing about, these objective things.
Yes, very much. I wanted to just mention that can objective views and objective facts still be referred in a religious matter?
No.
Why not?
Wait a second.
Sonny, please. Because religion requires faith. Objective things are what they are. My chair is my chair. I don't have any religion about it.
But what is faith exactly? What you believing in something in your
without proof.
You believe in something without proof. That doesn't make it. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. But the bottom line is, we talk about things that we can prove. We like science, and we like geometry. Those are the things we talk about. We talk about the scientific method, and we talk about geometry, and we talk about all the pseudoscience out there. Pseudoscience is defined as anything not following the scientific method, and the scientific method is when you observe a natural phenomena. And then you make a supposition as to what caused the phenomena. That would be your independent variable. Phenomena being the dependent variable. Then, in a setup, you would test your independent variable to try to recreate that phenomena. If you're successful, you have now found the IV relationship and the DV relationship.
Yes.
So this is what you get the conclusion from. This is what we find to be the scientific method. Now, others think that you can have multiple independent variables. We don't believe stuff like that. Other people think that looking at things are science and watching cycles are science, like bird watching. Some would say that's science, but guess what? It's not a method where you test cause and effect relationships. So it's kind of different, even though people use science interchangeably with things like bird watching and things like real experimentation. The thing is, people think that when it comes to the Earth, there's some real experimentation there, like, for example, gravity. But what's funny? When I look up microwave theory, they give you all of these experiments. When I look up theory of gravitation, and if they have controlled gravity in any way, manipulating the independent variable being gravity, in that case, it says, well, until now, no one has been able to control gravity, is what you would find.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, You go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
There you have it.
That's Michio Kaku right there. He's a renowned theoretical physicist. This is what those people believe. That's clearly religious. You heard him seeing the pants and all of that. We kind of don't use this room for that. We use this room for educating people on the difference between what they believe and what they know. And what we know is that the earth measures flat. It's practically used as a level plane for celestial navigation and all of these things. Now, globe earthers might say, no, that proves it's a globe. Well, guess what? We're here to have that conversation. In fact, we've had probably thousands of hours of conversations with professors here. So this is a very real serious place, even though it is Discord. And serious people do come in here and we do have these discussions. But in the meat of the discussions, we find that, well, if they claim there's science for certain things, and we say, okay, where's the hypothesis? Where's the independent, dependent variable in the experimental setup? I would like to read up on that, see that, what, Lord, whoever. Guess what? Doesn't exist.
Okay. Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, refer to that. You said that you don't require religion to accept the fact that you sit on a chair and stuff. Yeah. I understand that view, but I think it's a little bit extreme to consider that you don't need a religion. That's true. You don't need a specific religion.
Well, that's a straw man. You know what a straw man is? You know what a straw man is? Yeah, but this is our Discord.
I just want to. I know, but I just wanted to finish the sentence.
But don't be. But if you're gonna finish, and I interrupt and say, "Wait a minute," you just put words in my mouth. Don't you think it's disrespectful to continue?
What? But you're.
If you put words into my mouth, if I put words into your mouth, wouldn't you find that disrespectful?
Yeah, but you are doing it right now. Yeah, I'm defending myself right now. I just wanted to finish the sentence.
Did I put words in your mouth?
Yeah, because you interrupted me.
No,
that's not putting words in your mouth.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Why not?
So Slavia was making hate comments. I heard it.
I wasn't.
Hold on,
Hold on, Sonny. I was making a point, brother, but that's what we just don't want to put words into each other's mouths, Slavia.
Listen, he didn't stop you for no reason. He stopped you for a specific one. You were performing a logical fallacy. He pointed out.
Pointed at what?
He pointed out the logical fallacy you were using.
Which one? I didn't even finish a sentence.
A
and
straw
he didn't know
man.
what I was
But
talking
see,
about.
that's why he stopped you in the middle of a sentence. He is a moderator. Hold on. He is a moderator.
Okay.
Hold on. He is a moderator, and he does have the right to do that. Now, hold on 1 second. So he told you the exact straw man. Now, if you get interrupted like that by any of us, and we say that you're performing a straw man or a red herring, then I suggest you listen, because that's also what this place is about. There's a lot of fallacious, illogical thinking going on, and it's going along with the dialogue. It's got to be stopped. That's our job. So just relax. If you perform one, you might want to find out what that means about how your cognition is working and how you're connecting it with your dialogue. So we can find out more about what the logical fallacy, the formal logical fallacy of the straw man is.
Yeah, so I'm gonna continue, and then you can continue, because if you tell me that I'm wrong, I'm willing to bet you $100 right now that what I say right now is exactly what I said before and how the conversation went before. So here's how it's going to play out. I'm going to speak now. Before, you asked me if it was important for religion to prove flat earth. I said no. I said religion is irrelevant in that regard. And you said why. And we spent a long time telling you why. So I never told you religion isn't important, which is what you just said. You didn't just say that I said religion isn't important pertaining to proving the earth's shape. Okay? You said that I said religion wasn't important, which I did not say. I would appreciate it if you didn't put words into my mouth.
Definitely. I absolutely get that. Thank you.
Okay. So nobody's winning $100. Thank you for conceding.
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. So can I just finish what I wanted to say? Because I didn't try to put any words in your mouth. Absolutely not. I didn't mean that you think that religion is not important in this topic. No, that's not what I meant. I only wanted to point out a specific type of philosophical point of view in here on what belief is. Not specifically religion or type of what is it called, like cultural approach. It's just, what does faith mean?
Can I tell you what belief is?
Tell me what you think. Yes.
Belief is the enemy of knowing.
Shout out to Crow 777.
There you go. Listen, I just want to tie up some loose ends because I made a statement. A lot has occurred in between that last statement I made. So tie up some loose ends. So what I said was about the really is the if it's a center, it's contained. And it is, if it's flat stationary plane, it's got to be created. So how I found that out for myself is what everybody's been talking about here. The empirical testing of the geometry has
Who
nothing.
are you answering, Sonny? I'm sorry.
I'm tying up the loose ends in my last statement. I know it was quite a while ago because Eli was talking. It's okay. Listen, Eli tied it right back into the loose ends I was trying to stop, and I'll stop in 5 seconds. So just the loose ends that's how I figured it out. When I went and tested the geometry myself, that's how I knew it was what it was said and what it really is. And that's the end of my statement. Thanks for letting me finish.
Go ahead, Creation Bear.
No, I'm just saying, Flavio, you were asking a question. What was your question?
Yeah, no, I wanted to say that I have some reasons to disagree with the view that belief is the enemy of knowing, but I don't think it's a proper place right now in the stream to talk about it.
Slavia, I also disagree. I didn't want to say that, but I do. I don't. I mean, because look, you have consider this: faith in something brings you to the reality where you are. That's the truth. So
I like how you said that.
It doesn't. I don't. Just the wording of it has always been like, meh. But what we're trying to say is, what is belief? Well, belief is the absence of objective information. That's what belief is. Simple, because we know that there are supernatural things. I just mentioned it, information, and then there's physical things like this chair that I am looking at right now. So when people say something exists in this objective reality, well, there has to be some physical nature that we can go and experience in the way that a person has told us they have experienced it, or that we can experience it. That's why I wanted to kind of go into the geometry of the earth, because they tell us that I don't know how intuitive this is for a new person. I've been doing this for so long. I do like the newer people to do it because I feel like they kind of connect better. But there's one cornerstone of the globe, and it's the horizon, because the horizon is what Al-Biruni used to measure, to get the angles to propose that the earth is a globe with the dimensions that we have to use to extrapolate all the other knowledge we have about the cosmos and the distances and all of the stuff that I mentioned before. So the horizon. Most people that believe in the globe, they believe that the horizon is geometric. Geometric is a fancy way of saying earth measured in this context. So you have a line going from your site, right? If you could imagine, to the horizon, and that is the farthest distance you can see, because beyond that, the earth is curving away from you. That is what the claim is. It's not that, like, typically when flat earthers say, oh, you know, you can zoom back into a boat and all of this, there's a piece of information missing. The horizon is the claim based on the geometric claim of the Earth. So the horizon has to be at a specific distance. That's not Eli's claim. That's just something that you come to know with all of the propaganda that's out there. So if the Earth were a sphere of a radius 3,959 miles, and you can find this formula online as well, anywhere, you can go to, you know, university sources if you want. It doesn't really matter. It's simple stuff. Go to math websites, whatever you use, whatever you like. And the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon at all times. That's something that everyone took for granted. That's something that most people just assumed was true, until you realize that's not that damn far. For instance, we have something that we call the black swan, where you have an observer height of 1 foot, which means the geometric horizon is 1 mile away from you if you were laying at the beach. So if you can imagine laying at the beach and you were at the waterline and your head was propped up in your hand and you were just looking out into the ocean, right? With a friend or something, having good conversation. And you look out and they ask, how far do you think the horizon is? That's where the Earth curves. Well, the math tells you that it's 1 mile away or 1.2 miles away. So if you pull out your iPhone and you realize, wait a minute, there's like a buoy that I know that's like 6 miles out that I can see, and the horizon is behind that. Guess what? The geometric claim to the horizon is false. Geometric claim to the horizon is false, and everything that they say predicated on that falsehood is also false. That's our simple philosophy here. Just simple things, dealing with people's claims and validating them, making sure they're accurate, and if they're inaccurate, calling it out. It's not really that complicated.
Yeah, I definitely can see that. So summing up my my being here right now, first thing is that I mentioned at the beginning that I would like to have a chance of conversation regarding the religious matters as well, combined with absolutely flat Earth, and also the view on the faith and how faith can have impact in it as well. But I don't think it's a good time for me right now to talk about it on the live stream. So in that case, if that would be possible any other day, I would love to have a conversation with someone.
Sure thing.
Okay.
Jenna wants to ask you a question if you have a moment.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, I'm just going to ask you some basic questions, which is how I came to the understanding that the Earth cannot be curved. And the first question is water level on its surface? Resting bodies of water.
Is water level on the surface?
Mm-hmm.
Of the surface of Earth?
The surface of water, just like if you look at like your water bottle, is the water on the surface on the inside, is it level?
Yeah, it has some level, right?
Right. So the surface of water is always going to be level. This is why we call it sea level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we also know that physical science also states that water is going to conform to the shape of the container that it's in, right?
Okay, what? Sorry, can you please repeat it?
In physical science, it's, water takes the shape of the container that it's put in. So if I put it in a jar, the water is going to take on the shape of the jar on the inside.
Yes,
I put it in a vase, it's going to, Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. So this is what makes me think that Earth is a container, right? It's holding water, right? Like, how does a ball hold water? I know how a bowl holds water. I don't know how a ball holds water, right? Which brings me to my next thing is, can you have gas pressure without containment?
I don't know.
Okay, so then I'll rephrase the question with an analogy. If you puncture a propane tank, is the propane gonna escape?
What's propane?
It's a gas.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
if you have gas
if I puncture a gas tank, is the gas going to escape?
That's what I remember from some of the chemistry classes. There's this, particles in the air, they mix together, right?
There's down on this level, there's a bit of a homogenized mixture of gases that we breathe, mainly oxygen, though. The higher up you go, it seems like these they actually not deviate, but separate into lesser and lesser densities of gases at higher altitude. But that's that's besides the point. Earth gives off gases, right?
I guess.
Right. So the trees are making oxygen, dead things make nitrogen, all of that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we live on a spinning wet ball out in a vacuum, then wouldn't our gases leave us?
Yeah.
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 So that's the whole, this is how literal, just basic physical science is how I came about to the fact that Earth cannot possibly be a spinning globe in a vacuum. How do we not lose our gases? These gases that are made here on Earth are contained. They have to be contained. If they weren't, we wouldn't have any of the gases that we have on Earth. We wouldn't be breathing right now.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is how I came to the conclusion that we live in basically some sort of massive terrarium that we're not so sure what the shape of it is. We'll call it Earth shaped, like a tree is tree shaped, like what Elijah was saying earlier. A mountain is mountain shaped, right? So if we are in a contained environment like a terrarium, who do you think has ever been on the outside of it to see to see Earth in its entirety?
No one.
Yeah. Okay.
You see that?
I see your points, definitely. Wow.
Yeah. So these are the main points that I go with whenever I'm talking to people about this, because you need containment, because it's physical science that containment is a necessary antecedent for gas pressure, and all of the gases that are being made here on Earth require containment, or we'd lose it all.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
And see, here's the thing, is if you want to get spiritual or religious on it, in the very first book of the Bible, it says that there is an expanse or a firmament that separates the waters above from the waters on this earth. So that would mean there's a covering of some sort. There's a covering. It's biblically there. And then you go to Isaiah 40:22, and it says that God sits upon the circle of the earth, and he spreads out the heavens as a curtain, like a tent to dwell in. And look at that. What Sasha's posting in the live chat and the voice text right now. What I just described in Isaiah 40:22 is that the heavens are spread out like a tent to dwell in. If you look in the voice chat at what Sasha just posted, you see how it's that depiction. The heavens are spread out. We live inside of this thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the conclusion we've come to based on the tests and measurements that have been done over water. The fact that we can see way further than the curvature calculation would allow, because water is level, right? That's why we can see 275 miles across water with ocular assistance of like a really good camera or a telescope. you shouldn't be able to. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see that far if there is some sort of curvature in the way, right? So this is what. Yeah. So just these basic physical things, these physical science things of water is always going to be level on its surface. This is why we call it sea level. Every manual navigational tool and building tool, these manual tools were made for plumb and level, right? So we don't know what's on the outside. That's the whole thing. Is I would be willing to bet my entire life on it that nobody has ever been on the outside of this containment, whatever this is. Nobody has ever seen the Earth in its entirety.
Yeah, so this is you can't go through the something that contains everything. Yeah.
Yeah, if you cannot get out of the container, then NASA could be lying, right? I think NASA's lying their butts off.
Okay.
So that's the whole. Yeah, that's the whole point about it. Is that we're contained.
You just hit like 1,000 trigger words for me, and I'm like, trying to let you. I'm letting you do you. But
correct me. Go ahead, correct me if I need it. I'm here for it.
I don't know about no trees of life and no domes and no. I don't know about none of that, fam.
Yeah.
Look, the bottom line is this. You only know what you can know.
Okay.
Okay, so what I do know is I live in Brooklyn. I've never had a desire to travel south and see if there was an edge or if there was a wall or if there was a this or if there was a that. Everybody that's talking about it is just yapping their gums. They're speculating. They're not going to do anything. But do you know one thing that I did find interesting is that there are laws that prohibit human beings from going beyond 60 degrees south of the equator. Now that's interesting. It's not me making it up. That's actually what this is. Some people are pissed about. It's like, what does that mean? What do you mean what do you mean I can't go? What is 60 degrees past the equator southward? Like I look at a map. People are like, "Oh, I can't go to Antarctica." Yeah, sure you can. Oh, I can. You can. Okay, but if you truly wanted to figure it out, for some reason, militarily, you would be reprimanded for trying to get beyond this point because it's prohibited by the government. And I don't know why, because I live in Brooklyn and anything I could think of or dream of would be a speculation. Obviously, the one thing I do know is that on paper, they don't want us to go there. What do you think about that? Do you think I'm capping?
No, I think it's a very not to sound insultive, but very safe and basic thinking, and I think that's a start. That's a very safe start into finding the truth, and I'm definitely with you on that. I definitely agree.
I'm asking you, what do you think about me saying that there are laws that you can't go beyond 60 degrees south of the equator?
What do you think of that?
What do you think about that? Would you be like, hey, I'd like more information on that? Where does that exist? Do you even care?
I do care. I definitely would like to know more.
Right.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people talk about, we can't get to the flat, we can't find out what's on the earth and this, that, and the third. None of that's important. What's important is, again, there are these pesky little things like these claims that are false that I spoke about, like these rules. I live in Brooklyn. I don't give a damn about anything beyond 60 degrees south of the equator. But why the fuck can't I go there? I don't know. I don't really care. But it is kind of interesting for the people that say you can go anywhere you want. Not according to the government. There's some places you can't go.
Mm-hmm. So before, sorry.
So when people ask, oh, why don't flat earthers just go find out? Why do you think that's a dumb thing to say to people, based on what I've just told you? It's like a test question or a quiz question with the notes open. So I say, hey, why don't you just travel to the edge and make a map? Or why don't you just travel to the edge and prove that it's a flat earth? What would the objective answer be?
What would be the objective answer?
Yes.
I mean, objective answer would be what is in there, I guess.
No, the objective answer is, oh, golly gee, it's interesting that you care about us figuring out what's at the edge of the dome of whatever, but that's not even possible. So you're not even asking a question where there's a possibility that I can achieve what you're asking me to achieve, which means you're asking a question not in good faith. That means you don't really, that's like me. I think you get what I'm saying. So
yeah, I get what you're saying.
There's an impossibility of that ever happening. No fault of ours. Not that we should be trying to sled out there in the South or whatever it is people think they'd be doing. I don't know. But the whole point is, what are these rules where all of these, didn't we just have aren't there warring countries and all of these different things that are going on with the economy because this country is like doing this and that country is doing that? Why are all of these countries working together to keep this rule in force? This rule that we can't go beyond 60 degrees. That's to me, it's just interesting. I mean, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Elijah, you know that it's also restriction past 60 degrees northern latitude as well, from what I understand. There's like a certain point, north and south, that we're not allowed to travel to.
And I just wanted to quickly add, them asking, why don't we just go and find out, would be like us asking them, why don't you just go to Area 51, walk through the gates, and find out what's going on there then? Like, really?
What did Sasha say?
No, we could even bring it even a step further. Why don't you just go to the edge of the universe and tell me what's over there? Because
nickel.
Why?
No, I've been coining that one lately. It's a great argument.
Oh yeah. It's like, yo, you want me to go to the edge of the earth that you're skeptical about. You're like, yeah, the earth is flat. There's an edge and you know about it. Sure. And I'm like, oh my God, there's like background microwave radiation energy that we can see from the past, from billions of years ago, from the Big Bang. And now for some reason, the universe is expanding. And I'm supposed to believe that there's an edge that's infinite and getting even infiniter. Sure. Who has more skepticism? And who's more justified in that skepticism? I don't know. Why not be skeptical of both? Because guess what? You should only go with what you know. And I don't know about no edges or nothing. My mama don't even have edges. So I don't
Infidor, new word coined here.
Your mama got edges anyways, whether she wanted or not. Well, anyway, she got her own refraction index, yo. I'm only kidding.
All right.
Just shoot me now. The world will be better up. No, just kidding.
So I'm so sorry. I just want to. Okay, so thank you so much. I really enjoyed listening to all the views in here. Right now, I would have to go, and thank you so much for taking your time talking with me.
Well, Slavia, if I may say, I think you found maybe part of your tribe or whatever. That'll be told, I guess, with time. But it's good to have you. Welcome to the server. Nice talking with you. And I do hope you'll come back. I look forward to having more conversations with you.
Likewise, thank you so much for being so welcome.
And I hope that you've gotten something out of this conversation that maybe wasn't what you expected. And I look forward to hearing from what that was, possibly when you come back. Have a good one.
Absolutely, I would love to tell you all about it. Okay, thank you so much. Goodbye, everyone.
Take care.
That was awesome.
Good job, Elijah.
Standing ovation. Hold on, everybody's standing for you. Hold on. Okay, now we're done.
No, I was on a covert mission to stop everyone from embarrassing themselves in front of a troll who wanted to get some content.
I know.
He sounds like a journalist, which he was just trying to get some information to write a piece about flat earthers for sure.
Yeah, but that's all right too. We've had book writers, supposedly. We've had.
I mean, that's cool. I mean, yeah, put it out there.
Yeah, because
was it just me, or was somebody in the background, or were they talking to her, or
who?
I couldn't tell if he was like, calculation is false, like in the background saying things in regards to our conversation.
Oh, really? I didn't pick up on that, but if you got headphones on,
I got some good headphones. So there was a conversation Wits had with somebody where bro was feeding him answers. I don't know if that was really happening, but it sounded like it for a hot second.
It sounds like it's kind of like I might feel like I'm not sure I want to hear this. Like what? but it's somebody in the background. Since I did hear it, I'm going to expose it to the integrate. Anyway, just. How do you like my song? I wrote that. That's a flat earth song, actually. Because all the cucks truly are connected. Following orders, they're directed. Chasing phantoms, they dissect.
So just to, remind everyone, when new people come into the server, we're not letting them steer the situation. Now, maybe you do let them steer the situation, but you for damn sure don't let them lead with religion. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
I know. I was gonna stop her, and you came in right on time because I was gonna mention something. I held my tongue, and then you came in right after that.
She was like, so tell me, everyone, what are your religions?
But listen, Eli, what I was fully going towards was definitely a goal, and I didn't get to it there. Like it did get kind of like derailed. So I was going to get to, then how would I know it is what it says, the statement I was making. And so the end I was trying to make up is I went and looked myself. I did test it with what I really saw out in nature in my real day experience, and went and tested it many, many times myself. And water was truly flat based on just observation of obstruction over distance test myself. Like there's no curvature over water. Like, so I proved it to myself.
If you guys think that, thank you, Sonny, by the way.
No,
like if you guys think that sometimes I'm a character, it's because I am.
Well, you have. Well,
here's the thing. Here's the thing, and I don't mean I'm being fake or being anything beside myself. Oh, excuse me. But what I'm saying is, wisdom has told me it's just like anything else. I'm not gonna come out here rapping like the Fat Boys. And I'm gonna just fucking have $1 million record deal, like they're just flying. So what I'm saying is, I remix shit. I don't like when shit sounds like last week. Okay, I will never. When I say water is level, I'm probably gonna get very fucking long-winded and well roundabouted to that. You know what I'm saying? Because these are what were truths, like science being a method is now something else. Appropriate is something else. When we say water is level, it activates in the people who are preempted before they got here. It activates something in their mind, and they're not listening. they think they're leading us the same way we're leading them, actually. Like, they're like, okay, let me ask them about this. Yes, they're going to eventually talk about this. Yes, and it's going to expose them about this, because we all know that they have a very, very deep distrust in government, and they hate NASA, and they're going to, like, this is what they're thinking. And so in order to disengage that, I got to disrupt their script by, guess what? Not engaging their script. I can't say shit like level water, earth that looks flat is flat. Like, I try to do different. I try to say as least what I think is possible, and I try to ask as many questions as possible, because I want them to say it, and then I want them to agree or disagree, because then they can't monkey around. Now it's their pride on the line. That's all. I mean, everybody do what they want. But as a moderator, the one thing I'm not going to let is somebody coming in here leading off with religion. That was insane. I can't.
Can I tell you something? Elijah, you wrote what is wrong. Nothing was wrong. It was like I felt the moment that maybe, only maybe, it will go only to that point. I don't want to move anything else to speak only about religion. I thought only, but it wasn't that was good.
It's dangerous to generalize, though.
Because it's all right. I can listen also. For me, it doesn't matter. I pass that. I am not coming from the religion point, but I pass that border. If people want to speak about the religion, they have a right to speak. In a sense, I'm saying it's not for the server. But honestly, now after all these years, why not? Because that was that I realized that was the point. To hide something. If it's something hiding, that is hiding the creation, that means we need to say also that. Somebody who is feeling very, very good, who is feeling Christian, who is feeling that in himself, need to say it's all right. Doesn't matter. It's good. We will always point it out reality, but if somebody else has the belief with the God, it's all right for me.
Yeah, it's all right for me too. I am probably I get really, 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 really like, Bible thumping. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's the thing. They don't respect that. And it's not because they don't respect the Bible or reject the Bible. The thing that I realized, just like people reject flat earth off of false pretenses, they don't reject flat earth because that girl heard from my mouth she heard the same thing somewhere else and was like, yeah, that don't work for me. She heard flat earth don't make sense because how come we see the same face of the moon? If it were flat, we would see the other side. Shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, so when it comes to religion, somebody starts asking me things. I know that even all of the Christians I know don't know a damn thing about. I'm like, I only read probably not 5% of the Bible, but I started from the beginning and I realized all of the misconceptions were basically right there. They're probably somewhere in the middle. And then, everybody talks about like the end, Revelation and all that. And I'm like, wow, everything everyone talks about is actually misinterpreted and out of context. If I were going to hate on the Bible, I would at least want to hate on it for its exact literature and not a bad representation of it, because then that just wouldn't make any sense. That's like not liking somebody because somebody said they always stealing people's I wanted to say stealing people's boyfriends and girlfriends and shit. And then come to find out,
say lighters.
But can I say about Bible?
Okay, they stealing lighters, and then come to find out, it's actually the guy that told you that they were stealing lighters. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just
yeah.
But it's written there, Elijah. It's and nobody can deny that. I'm sorry, it's written there. You can read. You can take the Bible, even if you're not religious. Go there and read it. It's written there. I'm sorry.
people, there's a guy. There's a guy that I listen to various things. This guy now, he was the fastest person to make $1 million a year. Okay, in this company, some particular company, and you know what his story is? When he began initially in 2006. Now he's in this. He's making $1 million a year now, but in 2006, when he first started and quit, he was pretending to work. He was pretending to understand everything that was going on in this business that he was growing. Was in the business for over a year and didn't acquire not one license, which means how can anybody know what I mean? You don't need credentials to be knowledgeable, but if you're gonna let somebody do something, we all know we kind of want them to be licensed, and that I'm not gonna let you drive me around if you don't have no license, if you're not my cousin. You know what I'm saying? So it's like imagine somebody who's so successful now. He had all of the tools right in front of him, but only pretended to even pay attention just to be a part of the environment. So there are Christians out there that are pretending to be a part of the environment and don't read past the verses that the pastor tells them to read on Sunday. That's just majority of them. So I can't really even have a real conversation with them, because when they say something, it's often some shit that's like, kind of true, kind of not true. We all know what that feels like. Like if you were speaking to your peoples about politics and they say something and it's like, oh, that part was okay, but damn, that other part, how'd you get caught in? I can't even, this takes too many hours to explain to you how you're wrong. You made a wrong turn down the rabbit hole somewhere, and I don't have the energy to bring you back. You know what I mean? Like so unless we're going to be going into a place like, downstairs to talk about things like that, I don't have a problem with people, saying that they're Christian and saying that they're whatever. It's just, I love you guys, and I don't trust people around y'all that I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm protective.
That's a good way to put it. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be careful, folks. Like I put in the chat there what it's like, and what the people out there, those people you should be cautious of, what they're waiting for you to do. This gif of the kid blowing up little balloons and making figures with it. They're sitting around waiting for you to say something silly. They're going to run off and show this little balloon that you blew up to other people. Oh, look what they said. Go ahead, Sarge.
Yeah, war between Christians, You have not yet one now, you had it one before, you had between also other, It's also like, what that mean? If you're a Christian, you cannot fight against Christian, man. Come on. Not good.
I don't think you should fight against anyone, because the biggest enemy is the enemy in ourselves, like our minds, our ability to
That's why religion became dangerous, Elijah. It was, propagated in different ways, and people decided to make their own religions inside of religion, and that's the problem.
Well, people, when you grow something and people want to lead differently, I guess it just is what it is. Like shit changes, people want to branch off. That I don't think that's anything we can control, man. Like I just think that when people grow and they want to move on, or when they want to do them, at some point you should just step aside. Cause either they've outgrown your space or you've outgrown their space. But you got to let the space be the space. That the space is always going to be the space. You can't do nothing about that. You can only control where you are. Somebody outgrowing you, or are you outgrowing someone? Are you outgrowing a space, or is someone else outgrowing the space that you're occupying? I don't know why I'm saying all this. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. Am I being too much?
No.
You can try to be leader, for example. You can try to be leader, like I don't know, whoever was in the past. You can just try and say, "Come on, people, follow me. I know now the way, and this is the way." And maybe people will follow you. Or you need to wait, or you need to unite with other people, or you don't need to do anything. You need to live your life whatever you want, and that's it. That's your part. You don't care, or you care, but you cannot do anything.
My balance getting tuned while I'm flying through the air.
I think that something it's very important to do. That I don't know how to do that, but that this information about this Horizon 11 and 1.2 miles somehow need to be. I don't know how, but somehow it need to be outside. Very like a meteor, like tomorrow is 30 degrees. Somehow people need to, but I don't know how to put that in mainstream, because in other ways people will not go to research fucking anything. Only people who wants to do that, they will do that. But you need to put that on fucking mainstream if you want. And even then, it's a question.
What's funny is when things go mainstream, Sasha.
Well, yeah.
That's when the normies go full NPC. Or sorry, no, my bad. That's when the NPC normies, they go full conspiratard on you.
Yeah, I know.
That's when they go full. That's when they go full conspiracy mode. When you present back their mainstream ideas.
But do you understand? Yeah. I was in a war situation, and I know how it's working there. It doesn't work nothing, But this is the world now, and we have all this technology and everything. Somehow it's missing that kind of independent thing of journalism, I would say, or something like people who was wanted to have a news. This is fucking news, Nobody can, even in some stronger independent, I cannot explain, but you had always that independent, at least some kind. They are not so strong, but still there at least some kind of force in that media. No, I'm here on 24/7. Practically, I'm here. That's it. Yeah, of course, others. I'm not saying that you have channels and.
The cucks are all connected, following orders they're directed.
Yeah. Have radio shows at least.
Chasing phantoms, they dissected. Uncontrolled, they're not defective. They showed their hands undetected. For the show they directed. Ring around the posy, rock full of hosey. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. You can trust what we say, can't you too? Tavistock is here for you. We're not like another institute. Cucks aren't connected, so you say, seems we connected them today. Listen to what they really say. Listen to what they really say. about the story's unelected cult. MK Ultra every day. Mockingbirds know what to say. Sing it.
Nice.
Sunny on the plane, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice. You guys want to see a conversation or a conversation I had with some dude named, it doesn't even matter what his name is.
Who he is.
So a guy by the name of Peter Storgard Jensen, he said, I've asked an AI why some people believe that the earth is flat. Beliefs, and I guess the AI said, beliefs of a flat earth are not based on scientific evidence, but rather on misinformation, conspiracy theories, and misunderstandings of basic physics and astronomy. One reason why I didn't read the rest. I was just like, no, hell no.
We know where it goes from there.
So I said, how about knowing the earth is flat is based on the previous belief in the globe diminishing? I believe them when they said the horizon was 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and distance. Turns out that claim is wrong. There's no direct measurement for Earth curvature from here on Earth. So he quoted me, and then he said, this is factually incorrect. And I'm going to post you what he shared with me.
This ought to be good.
Let's see. Copy link. Here we go. It's your typical baller. So he posted that, and as you guys peruse that real quick, he posted that like it was some kind of rebuttal to me saying that there's no direct measurement for Earth curvature. So I asked him, I said, Bruce, let me confirm. Do you stand by this document, or do you want to add any nuances before I continue? Drool face. See, I'm a fair individual. I don't want to ridicule you. This is actually a genuine teachable moment. That was probably a little arrogant. But he says, I can refer you to other measurements, and I have my own. My point is that your statement is factually incorrect. Can you please skip ahead to your own measurements that positively affirm the Earth is flat or other direct evidence for flat Earth? Thanks. I responded. Right. I responded, maybe you missed my response to your last comment. Do you stand by the document you posted, or do you want to add any nuances? I just went right back to it. Because he totally sidestepped me, so I sidestepped his bullshit to go back to the very first, Because I'm like, oh, you believe the horizon is geometric, do you now? That's interesting.
What up?
Yo.
It's about time for Mayhem to show up.
Yeah, I'm on my break.
But
working them long hours,
It's good to hear from all of you today, Eli especially.
Yeah, I was holding down the fort. I didn't know where you were, but somebody came up in here asking. She was like, "Well, first and foremost, I'm religious and I love Jesus Christ. And how about you guys?" And I was like.
But see, she thought she was leading, but she wasn't leading anyone, me or anyone else in here. I was leading her, and so I had her pinpointed, and the crosshairs were on. So it eventually got there anyway, which was all good and timely and everything. It was.
Yeah, but not much action in here. She took her through the 3 points, kind of in a basic way. she was like, I don't know. I was like, yeah, none of us did. That's why we're here. Because globe is just a belief most people have. She wanted to keep going back to the religion thing, and then she tried to strawman me and say religion isn't important. Why would I say that? And I was like, well, I never said that. You said, isn't religion important for proving that the earth is flat? And I was like, no, it's not. It's totally irrelevant.
Yeah.
I did one of my offer $100,000. Jesus Christ, $100. I offered $100. I was like, yo. I was like, because she was like, she tried to get. This is where she tried to gain control and think she was gonna be all sassy and shit. And I was like, fam, like I'm not gonna scream and make this look crazy. It's like, don't you look crazy for if I put words in your mouth, wouldn't you be upset? And she's like, yeah, but that's what you do. I'm like, okay, well, I'm about to lay down exactly what happened, and if I'm lying, I will pay you $100. But that it didn't have to come to that. So interesting stuff. So see what I'm saying? These globe earthers, he was so sure. He's like, yeah, I believe this. The measurement of Earth's radius based on historical evidence of its curvature. Yes, look, the distance to the horizon is here. And all I asked him was, you sure about that? And he backpedaled like you wouldn't fucking believe. All he had to do was say, of course. But he's like, I can show you more measurements. I have my own. My point is that you're incorrect. They get all scared. It's like, yeah. Mm.
That's what happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
Yeah,
So relevant, though.
I used to watch I watched a lot of his shit in the latter part of his success, because on one hand it is low hanging fruit and he wasn't always correct. He was a little spaceman here and there, you know what I'm saying, with his little remarks and stuff. But for the most part, it's like, girls, you are walking into it and it's totally your fault. I don't even feel bad. Like, that's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, girl? Hang up.
Well, it's like how Globers do when they get here. They will just walk onto a highway. They don't know what they're getting into.
Right, exactly. Walk onto a highway. That's hilarious. Oh, man.
What's up, flat people? How you doing? Good evening to you all.
Hey, man, the gang's all in the building now, huh?
Yep, gang's getting back together, man.
Hey.
We're bringing them back. We're going to be touring next year.
Good
I'll be
afternoon.
listening, but I'm going to be at work, though, but I'll be listening.
It's super boring when it's just me. I'm like, sit down and shut up, and nobody's doing anything out of pocket.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And even though, but wait a minute, I wanted to talk about the girl that came in. It was pretty cool. But so like, she did come in with that, like leading with her nose on that. I detected that right away. And anyway, what was I going to say about the conversation in general? It'll come back to me. Sorry. Senior moment.
No worries, senior moment.
That's an everybody moment. I did that before I rolled up.
Dun, 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 dun.
You bet. Sorry, Sonny. You better tell me that you found some Rizzler's Elijah, and you're not rolling with Bible pages and receipts.
Nah, I got it. I stopped that.
Listen, that's one of my favorite things is separating that whole idea because I want to listen to what they have
I didn't hear your
to say
answer,
for a
so-
while. And so here's the thing. I think the point I was trying to make earlier or was going to, that Pat, that sort of path. Wait a minute. You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can. And I asked Elijah a question, and you just started talking through me again.
Oh, shit, bro. Oh, my God.
It's all right. No worries, honey. No worries. Don't worry.
It's fine. I mean, Elijah answered me, but I couldn't hear.
Take it easy on Sonny today. Don't worry about it, brother.
Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to hear your answer. That was all.
Yeah. Dang, I forgot. What was I? What was the question?
I just wanted to.
He ended up getting a little something. All right, let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I stocked up.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Sorry, Sonny, mate. I do apologise, buddy. Not being a dick.
How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
You got dances with fools in the voice text.
I wish. Never mind.
Dances with fools.
I know dances.
Yeah, I was gonna hit the soundboard, but I can't do that to our boy.
Okay, that's okay. On flat Earth, the sound travels directly across horizontal from the source to the receiving unit. So how about this for some set suggestions? I used to be in a cover band. I won't take more than about 20 seconds. How about this for a set? I know how to do all these songs. Rocksteady, Backo, Waiting for the Bus, ZZ, Jesus Left Chicago, ZZ Top, LaGrange, ZZ Top, Rock and Roll by Led Zeppelin, Kashmir, Black Dog, Over the Hills Far Away, Ready for Love, Backo, After Midnight, Clapton, Heartbreaker, Zeppelin, Livin' Lovin' Mate, When the Levee Breaks. There's a bunch of Zeppelin in there. Crossroads, Little Wing, Foxy Lady, Purple Haze, Hey Joe, The Wind Cries Mary. Boom. Yeah, I know it's way out in left field. Everybody's like, so what the fuck? Where the fuck did Sonny come in with a set fucking list from the cover band? What does that have to do with Flat Earth? I know everybody's thinking. And before I get in trouble with the Scottish Mafia, I'll shut the fuck up.
Okay,
the Scottish Mafia. That's funny. That's funny.
I'm a man on the run. What would you expect me to say? Shit, like I got like daggers left and right, freaking arrows coming at me. Like I'm okay with it. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
That's the thing. We do worry about you, bro. We do worry.
You have no reason. Guess what? I'm 4 days out of my surgery.
Oh, stunning.
And my stomach is all completely black and blue, and I have not needed to use any pain medication.
Oh, fucking
fourth day out. Like third day yesterday was a hard, rough one. And I finally got the sleep I needed I got the most restful sleep to where I didn't care about anything that was going on. And I got from a place where I felt not comfortable anywhere. I had to rearrange everything, got rid of a whole bunch of stuff, rearrange my whole life topsy-turvy, upside down. And now things are more settled and more like me, like what I really need around me. So down to the basics, and it's been a good journey. And it's still going. What are you telling me? I'm trolling? Who's trolling? No trolling allowed.
No. I guess my mic is open. I got this notification from Creation Bears Den, and I'm like, what are we? What are we doing? We're hibernating. What is this?
Oh.
Am I going to a Discord? Do I go to sleep? Like what? Y'all got ASMR over there? What's going on?
Hold on, let me fire that up though.
You got to be careful because Scottish Mafia has a lot of collaborators. They're like everywhere. Shit, they'd be the only ones I'd be afraid of. Just kidding. I'll stop.
If you started saying Scottish Right Mafia, then I'd be worried.
No, I didn't say that. That's a good thing.
That's why I said if you did.
I know.
I didn't say that's what you did.
Glad you said. I'm glad you mentioned that I didn't.
Jeepers.
I love language, man. Language is great. Like,
so you had a conversation with a young girl earlier, Sonny. Can you remember what it was, and can you give me a rundown about what happened yet?
Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Her name. I just I have to.
Slavia.
What was it again?
Was it Slavia?
Slavia. Yeah. So Slavia. So basically, she came in. I welcomed her in because I saw her right away. So it's a good thing because sometimes I can forget new people are coming in. So I saw her right away come in, and I mentioned it. I stopped the conversation to let her in, and she asked a few questions, and basically her lead was, does religion have to do with your belief of flat earth or something very close to that? Don't quote me. You can go listen to it yourself. It's recorded. So what I started telling her is that it lines up for certain things, and I was getting to the direct part about how I would know it is a flat stationary plane, or how I would know it's a stationary and flat plane. You know, like I was getting to it. I was about to snare her, but the problem is my receptors go off way out range, so everybody's like, not sure. No, that one's not like captured yet. Like it's too far out. So I'm using my long range. Like I as soon as they come in, they're on, boom, and then I'm waiting. And so basically, she asked the question. I told her my stance is that it tells us, it does say in Scripture where we are for me in Genesis. So I don't care what anyone else says. That means we're in a contained system. It is a bubble because that's how you have water beneath and below. It has to be contained. So therefore, we're still a bubble. It does appear to be round on top, like the sky above us appears to be some kind of a dome, but definitely a flat stationary plane. And if I went and checked that myself, that's how I know that what is really, that I've convinced myself, that I've gone out and tested it myself many, many times now with the views that I have, which all of you probably seen, of the landscape that I have to view with, of hundreds and hundreds of miles of open ocean. I can go look at that every day if I want. So that's how I would check myself. Obstruction over distance, and that's really where I got to, though. The Black Swan was brought up, kind of going back. Elijah stepped in and told her exactly that the part about religion is irrelevant to the topic itself, which is true, and so sometimes people have a different method. And I suggest we use our human resources to the best of our ability, as far as some of us do have perceptive skills and need to lay off the trigger. Sometimes I'm that one, a little too spontaneous sometimes, and emotionally driven. Well, sorry, man. I was made a certain way, but we all have these skills, right? So when we use the people's skills to their ability in here, as far as we go ourselves in sharpening steel, our own steel, right? That we find out more what these people's skills are. Like CB has such a great skill, his timing and everything. So, yeah. So I got distracted for a second, but so I have these long. I have these. I'm going to stop in 15 seconds. So my skills are long range, capture. I know to get them in a corner right away with what they say in the first few sentences, and I can lay off and then pass the ball, let's say to someone else, like Chris, or vice versa, and say, now, I think Creation Bear has a question. Or I think Elijah would handle this conversation the most effectively. And I'm done. Thanks.